Welcome to Finnegan's Fireside Tales. Today we will be reading The Last Man by Mary Shelley. Volume 1. Introduction. I visited Naples in the year 1818. On the 8th of December of that year, my companion and I crossed the bay to visit the antiquities which are scattered on the shores of Baiae. The translucent and shining waters of the calm sea covered fragments of old Roman villas, which were interlaced by seaweed, and received diamond tints from the checkering of the sunbeams. The blue and pellucid element was such as Galatea might have skimmed in her car of mother of pearl, or Cleopatra, more fitly than the Nile, have chosen as the path of her magic ship. Though it was winter, the atmosphere seemed more appropriate to early spring, and its genial warmth contributed to inspire those sensations of placid delight, which are the portion of every traveller, as he lingers, loath to quit the tranquil bays and radiant promontories of Baiae. We visited the so-called Elysian Fields in Avernus, and wandered through various ruined temples, baths, and classic spots. At length we entered the gloomy cavern of the Cumaean Sibyl. Our lazzaroni bore flaring torches, which shone red and almost dusky in the murky subterranean passages, whose darkness thirstily surrounding them seemed eager to imbibe more and more of the element of light. We passed by a natural archway leading to a second gallery and inquired if we could not enter there also. The guides pointed to the reflection of their torches on the water that paved it, leaving us to form our own conclusion, but adding it was a pity, for it led to the Sibyl's cave. Our curiosity and enthusiasm were excited by this circumstance, and we insisted upon attempting the passage. As is usually the case in the prosecution of such enterprises, the difficulties decreased on examination. We found, on each side of the humid pathway, dry land for the sole of the foot. At length we arrived at a large, desert, dark cavern, which the lazzaroni assured us was the Sibyl's cave. We were sufficiently disappointed, yet we examined it with care, as if its blank, rocky walls could still bear trace of celestial visitant. On one side was a small opening. "Whither does this lead?" we asked. "Can we enter here?" "Questo poi no," said the wild-looking savage who held the torch. "You can advance but a short distance and nobody visits it." "Nevertheless, I will try it," said my companion. "It may lead to the real cavern. Shall I go alone, or will you accompany me?" I signified my readiness to proceed, but our guides protested against such a measure. With great volubility, in their native Neapolitan dialect, with which we were not very familiar, they told us that there were spectres, that the roof would fall in, that it was too narrow to admit us, that there was a deep hole within, filled with water, and we might be drowned. My friend shortened the harangue by taking the man's torch from him, and we proceeded alone. The passage, which at first scarcely admitted us, quickly grew narrower and lower. We were almost bent double, yet still we persisted in making our way through it. At length we entered a wider space, and the low roof heightened, but as we congratulated ourselves on this change, our torch was extinguished by a current of air, and we were left in utter darkness. The guides bring with them materials for renewing the light, but we had none. Our only resource was to return as we came. We groped round the widened space to find the entrance, and after a time, fancied that we had succeeded. This proved, however, to be a second passage which evidently ascended. It terminated like the former, though something approaching to a ray, we could not tell whence, shed a very doubtful twilight in the space. By degrees our eyes grew somewhat accustomed to this dimness, and we perceived that there was no direct passage leading us further, but that it was possible to climb one side of the cavern to a low arch at top, which promised a more easy path, from whence we now discovered that this light proceeded. With considerable difficulty we scrambled up, and came to another passage with still more of illumination, and this led to another ascent like the former. After a succession of these, which our resolution alone permitted us to surmount, we arrived at a wide cavern with an arched dome-like roof. An aperture in the midst let in the light of heaven, but this was overgrown with brambles and underwood, which acted as a veil, obscuring the day and giving a solemn religious hue to the apartment. It was spacious, and nearly circular, with a raised seat of stone about the size of a Grecian couch at one end. The only sign that life had been here was the perfect snow-white skeleton of a goat, which had probably not perceived the opening as it grazed on the hill above, and had fallen headlong. Ages perhaps had elapsed since this catastrophe, and the ruin it had made above had been repaired by the growth of vegetation during many hundred summers. The rest of the furniture of the cavern consisted of piles of leaves, fragments of bark, and a white, filmy substance, resembling the inner part of the green hood which shelters the grain of the unripe Indian corn. We were fatigued by our struggles to attain this point, and seated ourselves on the rocky couch, while the sounds of tinkling sheep bells and shout of shepherd boy reached us from above. At length my friend, who had taken up some of the leaves strewed about, exclaimed, "This is the Sibyl's cave. These are Sibylline leaves." On examination, we found that all the leaves, bark, and other substances were traced with written characters. What appeared to us more astonishing was that these writings were expressed in various languages, some unknown to my companion, ancient Chaldee, and Egyptian hieroglyphics, old as the pyramids. Stranger still, some were in modern dialects, English and Italian. We could make out little by the dim light, but they seemed to contain prophecies, detailed relations of events but lately past, names, now well known, but of modern date, and often exclamations of exultation or woe, of victory or defeat, were traced on their thin, scant pages. This was certainly the Sibyl's cave, not indeed exactly as Virgil describes it, but the whole of this land had been so convulsed by earthquake and volcano, that the change was not wonderful, though the traces of ruin were effaced by time, and we probably owed the preservation of these leaves to the accident which had closed the mouth of the cavern, and the swift-growing vegetation which had rendered its sole opening impervious to the storm. We made a hasty selection of such of the leaves, whose writing one at least of us could understand, and then, laden with our treasure, we bade adieu to the dim hypaethric cavern, and after much difficulty succeeded in rejoining our guides. During our stay at Naples we often returned to this cave, sometimes alone, skimming the sunlit sea, and each time added to our store. Since that period, whenever the world's circumstance has not imperiously called me away, or the temper of my mind impeded such study, I have been employed in deciphering these sacred remains. Their meaning, wondrous and eloquent, has often repaid my toil, soothing me in sorrow, and exciting my imagination to daring flights through the immensity of nature and the mind of man. For a while my labors were not solitary, but that time is gone, and with the selected and matchless companion of my toils, their dearest reward is also lost to me. Di mio tenere frondi altro lavoro, credea mostrarte, e qual fero pianeta, ne ni video insieme o mio nobile tesoro. I present the public with my latest discoveries in the slight Sibylline pages. Scattered and unconnected as they were, I have been obliged to add links, and model the work into a consistent form, but the main substance rests on the truths contained in these poetic rhapsodies, and the divine intuition, which the Cumaean damsel obtained from heaven. I have often wondered at the subject of her verses, and at the English dress of the Latin poet. Sometimes I have thought that, obscure and chaotic as they are, they owe their present form to me, their decipherer. As if we should give to another artist the painted fragments which form the mosaic copy of Raphael's Transfiguration in St. Peter's, he would put them together in a form whose mode would be fashioned by his own peculiar mind and talent. Doubtless the leaves of the Cumaean Sibyl have suffered distortion and diminution of interest and excellence in my hands. My only excuse for thus transforming them is that they were unintelligible in their pristine condition. My labors have cheered long hours of solitude, and taken me out of a world which has averted its once benignant face from me to one glowing with imagination and power. Will my readers ask how I could find solace from the narration of misery and woeful change? This is one of the mysteries of our nature, which holds full sway over me, and from whose influence I cannot escape. I confess that I have not been unmoved by the development of the tale, and that I have been depressed, nay agonized, at some parts of the recital, which I have faithfully transcribed from my materials. Yet such is human nature that the excitement of mind was dear to me, and that the imagination, painter of tempest and earthquake, or worse, the stormy and ruin-fraught passions of man, softened my real sorrows and endless regrets, by clothing these fictitious ones in that ideality which takes the mortal sting from pain. I hardly know whether this apology is necessary, for the merits of my adaptation and translation must decide how far I have well bestowed my time and imperfect powers in giving form and substance to the frail and attenuated leaves of the Sibyl. Chapter 1. I am the native of a sea-surrounded nook, a cloud-shadowed land which, when the surface of the globe, with its shoreless ocean and trackless continents, presents itself to my mind, appears only as an inconsiderable speck in the immense whole, and yet when balanced in the scale of mental power, far outweighed countries of larger extent and more numerous population. So true it is that man's mind alone was the creator of all that was good or great to man, and that nature herself was only his first minister. England, seated far north in the turbid sea, now visits my dreams in the semblance of a vast and well-manned ship, which mastered the winds and rode proudly over the waves. In my boyish days she was the universe to me. When I stood on my native hills, and saw plain and mountain stretch out to the utmost limits of my vision, speckled by the dwellings of my countrymen, and subdued to fertility by their labours, the earth's very centre was fixed for me in that spot, and the rest of her orb was as a fable, to have forgotten, which would have cost neither my imagination nor understanding an effort. My fortunes have been, from the beginning, an exemplification of the power that mutability may possess over the varied tenor of man's life. With regard to myself, this came almost by inheritance. My father was one of those men on whom nature had bestowed to prodigality the envied gifts of wit and imagination, and then left his bark of life to be impelled by these winds, without adding reason as the rudder, or judgment as the pilot for the voyage. His extraction was obscure, but circumstances brought him early into public notice, and his small paternal property was soon dissipated in the splendid scene of fashion and luxury in which he was an actor. During the short years of thoughtless youth, he was adored by the high-bred triflers of the day, nor least by the youthful sovereign, who escaped from the intrigues of party and the arduous duties of kingly business, to find never-failing amusement and exhilaration of spirit in his society. My father's impulses, never under his own control, perpetually led him into difficulties from which his ingenuity alone could extricate him, and the accumulating pile of debts of honor and of trade, which would have bent to earth any other, was supported by him with a light spirit and tameless hilarity, while his company was so necessary at the tables and assemblies of the rich, that his derelictions were considered venial, and he himself received with intoxicating flattery. This kind of popularity, like every other, is evanescent, and the difficulties of every kind with which he had to contend increased in a frightful ratio compared with his small means of extricating himself. At such times the king, in his enthusiasm for him, would come to his relief, and then kindly take his friend to task. My father gave the best promises for amendment, but his social disposition, his craving for the usual diet of admiration, and more than all, the fiend of gambling, which fully possessed him, made his good resolutions transient, his promises vain. With the quick sensibility peculiar to his temperament, he perceived his power in the brilliant circle to be on the wane. The king married, and the haughty Princess of Austria, who became, as Queen of England, the head of fashion, looked with harsh eyes on his defects, and with contempt on the affection her royal husband entertained for him. My father felt that his fall was near, but so far from profiting by this last calm before the storm to save himself, he sought to forget anticipated evil, by making still greater sacrifices to the deity of pleasure, deceitful and cruel arbiter of his destiny. The king, who was a man of excellent dispositions but easily led, had now become a willing disciple of his imperious consort. He was induced to look with extreme disapprobation, and at last with distaste, on my father's imprudence and follies. It is true that his presence dissipated these clouds. His warm-hearted frankness, brilliant sallies, and confiding demeanor were irresistible. It was only when, at a distance, while still renewed tales of his errors were poured into his royal friend's ear, that he lost his influence. The Queen's dexterous management was employed to prolong these absences, and gather together accusations. At length the king was brought to see in him a source of perpetual disquiet, knowing that he should pay for the short-lived pleasure of his society by tedious homilies, and more painful narrations of excesses, the truth of which he could not disprove. The result was, that he would make one more attempt to reclaim him, and in case of ill success, cast him off forever. Such a scene must have been one of deepest interest and high-wrought passion. A powerful king, conspicuous for a goodness which had heretofore made him meek, and now lofty in his admonitions, with alternate entreaty and reproof, besought his friend to attend to his real interests, resolutely to avoid those fascinations which in fact were fast deserting him, and to spend his great powers on a worthy field, in which he, his sovereign, would be his prop, his stay, and his pioneer. My father felt this kindness, For a moment ambitious dreams floated before him, and he thought that it would be well to exchange his present pursuits for nobler duties. With sincerity and fervor he gave the required promise. As a pledge of continued favor he received from his royal master a sum of money to defray pressing debts, and enable him to enter under good auspices his new career. That very night, while yet full of gratitude and good resolves, this whole sum, and its amount doubled, was lost at the gaming table. In his desire to repair his first losses, my father risked double stakes, and thus incurred a debt of honor he was wholly unable to pay. Ashamed to apply again to the king, he turned his back upon London, its false delights and clinging miseries, and, with poverty for his sole companion, buried himself in solitude among the hills and lakes of Cumberland. His wit, his bon mot, the record of his personal attractions, fascinating manners, and social talents, were long remembered and repeated from mouth to mouth. Ask where now was this favorite of fashion, this companion of the noble, this excelling beam, which gilt with alien splendor the assemblies of the courtly and the gay. You heard that he was under a cloud, a lost man. Not one thought it belonged to him to repay pleasure by real services, or that his long reign of brilliant wit deserved a pension on retiring. The king lamented his absence. He loved to repeat his sayings, relate the adventures they had had together, and exalt his talents. But here ended his reminiscence. Meanwhile my father, forgotten, could not forget. He repined for the loss of what was more necessary to him than air or food, the excitements of pleasure, the admiration of the noble, the luxurious and polished living of the great. A nervous fever was the consequence, during which he was nursed by the daughter of a poor cottager, under whose roof he lodged. She was lovely, gentle, and above all kind to him, nor can it afford astonishment that the late idol of high-bred beauty should, even in a fallen state, appear a being of an elevated and wondrous nature to the lowly cottage girl. The attachment between them led to the ill-fated marriage, of which I was the offspring. Notwithstanding the tenderness and sweetness of my mother, her husband still deplored his degraded state. Unaccustomed to industry, he knew not in what way to contribute to the support of his increasing family. Sometimes he thought of applying to the king. Pride and shame for a while withheld him, and before his necessities became so imperious as to compel him to some kind of exertion, he died. For one brief interval before this catastrophe, he looked forward to the future, and contemplated with anguish the desolate situation in which his wife and children would be left. His last effort was a letter to the king, full of touching eloquence, and of occasional flashes of that brilliant spirit which was an integral part of him. He bequeathed his widow and orphans to the friendship of his royal master, and felt satisfied that, by this means, their prosperity was better assured in his death than in his life. This letter was enclosed to the care of a nobleman, who, he did not doubt, would perform the last and inexpensive office of placing it in the king's own hand. He died in debt, and his little property was seized immediately by his creditors. My mother, penniless and burthened with 2 children, waited week after week, and month after month, in sickening expectation of a reply, which never came. She had no experience beyond her father's cottage, and the mansion of the lord of the manor was the chiefest type of grandeur she could conceive. During my father's life, she had been made familiar with the name of royalty in the courtly circle, but such things, ill according with her personal experience, appeared, after the loss of him who gave substance and reality to them, vague and fantastical. If, under any circumstances, she could have acquired sufficient courage to address the noble persons mentioned by her husband, the ill success of his own application caused her to banish the idea. She saw therefore no escape from dire penury, perpetual care, joined to sorrow for the loss of the wondrous being, whom she continued to contemplate with ardent admiration. Hard labor, and naturally delicate health, at length released her from the sad continuity of want and misery. The condition of her orphan children was peculiarly desolate. Her own father had been an emigrant from another part of the country, and had died long since. They had no one relation to take them by the hand. They were outcasts, paupers, unfriended beings, to whom the most scanty pittance was a matter of favor, and who were treated merely as children of peasants, yet poorer than the poorest, who dying had left them, a thankless bequest, to the close-handed charity of the land. I, the elder of the 2, was 5 years old when my mother died. A remembrance of the discourses of my parents, and the communications which my mother endeavored to impress upon me concerning my father's friends, in slight hope that I might one day derive benefit from the knowledge, floated like an indistinct dream through my brain. I conceived that I was different and superior to my protectors and companions, but I knew not how or wherefore. The sense of injury, associated with the name of king and noble, clung to me, but I could draw no conclusions from such feelings, to serve as a guide to action. My first real knowledge of myself was as an unprotected orphan among the valleys and fells of Cumberland. I was in the service of a farmer, and with crook in hand, my dog at my side, I shepherded a numerous flock on the near uplands. I cannot say much in praise of such a life, and its pains far exceeded its pleasures. There was freedom in it, a companionship with nature, and a reckless loneliness, but these, romantic as they were, did not accord with the love of action and desire of human sympathy, characteristic of youth. Neither the care of my flock, nor the change of seasons, were sufficient to tame my eager spirit. My outdoor life and unemployed time were the temptations that led me early into lawless habits. I associated with others friendless like myself. I formed them into a band. I was their chief and captain. All shepherd boys alike, while our flocks were spread over the pastures, we schemed and executed many a mischievous prank, which drew on us the anger and revenge of the rustics. I was the leader and protector of my comrades, and as I became distinguished among them, their misdeeds were usually visited upon me. But while I endured punishment and pain in their defense with the spirit of an hero, I claimed as my reward their praise and obedience. In such a school my disposition became rugged, but firm. The appetite for admiration and small capacity for self-control which I inherited from my father, nursed by adversity, made me daring and reckless. I was rough as the elements, and unlearned as the animals I tended. I often compared myself to them, and finding that my chief superiority consisted in power, I soon persuaded myself that it was in power only that I was inferior to the chiefest potentates of the earth. Thus untaught in refined philosophy, and pursued by a restless feeling of degradation from my true station in society, I wandered among the hills of civilized England, as uncouth a savage as the wolf-bred founder of old Rome. I owned but one law, it was that of the strongest, and my greatest deed of virtue was never to submit. Yet let me a little retract from this sentence I have passed on myself. My mother, when dying, had, in addition to her other half-forgotten and misapplied lessons, committed, with solemn exhortation, her other child to my fraternal guardianship, and this one duty I performed to the best of my ability, with all the zeal and affection of which my nature was capable. My sister was 3 years younger than myself. I had nursed her as an infant, and when the difference of our sexes, by giving us various occupations, in a great measure divided us, yet she continued to be the object of my careful love. Orphans, in the fullest sense of the term, we were poorest among the poor, and despised among the unhonored. If my daring and courage obtained for me a kind of respectful aversion, her youth and sex, since they did not excite tenderness, by proving her to be weak, were the causes of numberless mortifications to her, and her own disposition was not so constituted as to diminish the evil effects of her lowly station. She was a singular being, and, like me, inherited much of the peculiar disposition of our father. Her countenance was all expression. Her eyes were not dark, but impenetrably deep. You seemed to discover space after space in their intellectual glance, and to feel that the soul which was their soul comprehended an universe of thought in its ken. She was pale and fair, and her golden hair clustered on her temples, contrasting its rich hue with the living marble beneath. Her coarse peasant dress, little consonant apparently with the refinement of feeling which her face expressed, yet in a strange manner accorded with it. She was like one of Guido's saints, with heaven in her heart and in her look, so that when you saw her, you only thought of that within, and costume and even feature were secondary to the mind that beamed in her countenance. Yet though lovely and full of noble feeling, my poor Perdita, for this was the fanciful name my sister had received from her dying parent, was not altogether saintly in her disposition. Her manners were cold and repulsive. If she had been nurtured by those who had regarded her with affection, she might have been different, but unloved and neglected, she repaid want of kindness with distrust and silence. She was submissive to those who held authority over her, but a perpetual cloud dwelt on her brow. She looked as if she expected enmity from every one who approached her, and her actions were instigated by the same feeling. All the time she could command she spent in solitude. She would ramble to the most unfrequent places, and scale dangerous heights, that in those unvisited spots she might wrap herself in loneliness. Often she passed whole hours walking up and down the paths of the woods. She wove garlands of flowers and ivy, or watched the flickering of the shadows and glancing of the leaves. Sometimes she sat beside a stream, and as her thoughts paused, threw flowers or pebbles into the waters, watching how those swam and these sank. Or she would set afloat boats formed of bark of trees or leaves, with a feather for a sail, and intensely watch the navigation of her craft among the rapids and shallows of the brook. Meanwhile, her active fancy wove 1,000 combinations. She dreamt of moving accidents by flood and field. She lost herself delightedly in these self-created wanderings, and returned with unwilling spirit to the dull detail of common life. Poverty was the cloud that veiled her excellencies, and all that was good in her seemed about to perish from want of the genial dew of affection. She had not even the same advantage as I in the recollection of her parents. She clung to me, her brother, as her only friend, but her alliance with me completed the distaste that her protectors felt for her, and every error was magnified by them into crimes. If she had been bred in that sphere of life to which by inheritance the delicate framework of her mind and person was adapted, she would have been the object almost of adoration, for her virtues were as eminent as her defects. All the genius that ennobled the blood of her father illustrated hers. A generous tide flowed in her veins. Artifice, envy, or meanness were at the antipodes of her nature. Her countenance, when enlightened by amiable feeling, might have belonged to a queen of nations. Her eyes were bright, her look fearless. Although by our situation and dispositions we were almost equally cut off from the usual forms of social intercourse, we formed a strong contrast to each other. I always required the stimulants of companionship and applause. Perdita was all sufficient to herself. Notwithstanding my lawless habits, my disposition was sociable, hers recluse. My life was spent among tangible realities, hers was a dream. I might be said even to love my enemies, since by exciting me they in a sort bestowed happiness upon me. Perdita almost disliked her friends, for they interfered with her visionary moods. All my feelings, even of exultation and triumph, were changed to bitterness, if unparticipated. Perdita, even in joy, fled to loneliness, and could go on from day to day, neither expressing her emotions, nor seeking a fellow feeling in another mind. Nay, she could love and dwell with tenderness on the look and voice of her friend, while her demeanor expressed the coldest reserve. A sensation with her became a sentiment, and she never spoke until she had mingled her perceptions of outward objects with others, which were the native growth of her own mind. She was like a fruitful soil that imbibed the airs and dews of heaven, and gave them forth again to light in loveliest forms of fruits and flowers. But then she was often dark and rugged as that soil, raked up, and new sown with unseen seed. She dwelt in a cottage whose trim grass plat sloped down to the waters of the lake of Ullswater. A beechwood stretched up the hill behind, and a purling brook, gently falling from the acclivity, ran through poplar-shaded banks into the lake. I lived with a farmer whose house was built higher up among the hills. A dark crag rose behind it, and exposed to the north, the snow lay in its crevices the summer through. Before dawn I led my flock to the sheep-walks, and guarded them through the day. It was a life of toil, for rain and cold were more frequent than sunshine, but it was my pride to contemn the elements. My trusty dog watched the sheep as I slipped away to the rendezvous of my comrades, and thence, to the accomplishment of our schemes. At noon we met again, and we threw away in contempt our peasant fare, as we built our fireplace and kindled the cheering blaze destined to cook the game stolen from the neighboring preserves. Then came the tale of hair-breadth escapes, combats with dogs, ambush and flight, as gypsy-like we encompassed our pot, the search after a stray lamb, or the devices by which we elude or endeavored to elude punishment, filled up the hours of afternoon. In the evening my flock went to its fold, and I to my sister. It was seldom indeed that we escaped, to use an old-fashioned phrase, scot-free. Our dainty fare was often exchanged for blows and imprisonment. Once, when 13 years of age, I was sent for a month to the county jail. I came out, my morals unimproved, my hatred to my oppressors increased tenfold. Bread and water did not tame my blood, nor solitary confinement inspire me with gentle thoughts. I was angry, impatient, miserable. My only happy hours were those during which I devised schemes of revenge. These were perfected in my forced solitude, so that during the whole of the following season, and I was freed early in September, I never failed to provide excellent and plenteous fare for myself and my comrades. This was a glorious winter. The sharp frost and heavy snows tamed the animals, and kept the country gentlemen by their firesides. We got more game than we could eat, and my faithful dog grew sleek upon our refuse. Thus years passed on, and years only added fresh love of freedom, and contempt for all that was not as wild and rude as myself. At the age of 16 I had shot up in appearance to man's estate. I was tall and athletic. I was practiced to feats of strength, and inured to the inclemency of the elements. My skin was embrowned by the sun, my step was firm with conscious power. I feared no man, and loved none. In after life I looked back with wonder to what I then was. How utterly worthless I should have become if I had pursued my lawless career. My life was like that of an animal, and my mind was in danger of degenerating into that which informs brute nature. Until now my savage habits had done me no radical mischief. My physical powers had grown up and flourished under their influence, and my mind, undergoing the same discipline, was imbued with all the hardy virtues. But now my boasted independence was daily instigating me to acts of tyranny, and freedom was becoming licentiousness. I stood on the brink of manhood. Passions, strong as the trees of a forest, had already taken root within me, and were about to shadow with their noxious overgrowth my path of life. I panted for enterprises beyond my childish exploits, and formed distempered dreams of future action. I avoided my ancient comrades, and I soon lost them. They arrived at the age when they were sent to fulfill their destined situations in life, while I, an outcast, with none to lead or drive me forward, paused. The old began to point at me as an example, the young to wonder at me as a being distinct from themselves. I hated them, and began last and worst degradation, to hate myself. I clung to my ferocious habits, yet half despised them. I continued my war against civilization, and yet entertained a wish to belong to it. I revolved again and again all that I remembered my mother to have told me of my father's former life. I contemplated the few relics I possessed belonging to him, which spoke of greater refinement than could be found among the mountain cottages. But nothing in all this served as a guide to lead me to another and pleasanter way of life. My father had been connected with nobles, but all I knew of such connection was subsequent neglect. The name of the king, he to whom my dying father had addressed his latest prayers, and who had barbarously slighted them, was associated only with the ideas of unkindness, injustice, and consequent resentment. I was born for something greater than I was, and greater I would become. But greatness, at least to my distorted perceptions, was no necessary associate of goodness, and my wild thoughts were unchecked by moral considerations when they rioted in dreams of distinction. Thus I stood upon a pinnacle. A sea of evil rolled at my feet. I was about to precipitate myself into it, and rush like a torrent over all obstructions to the object of my wishes, when a stranger influence came over the current of my fortunes, and changed their boisterous course to what was in comparison like the gentle meanderings of a meadow-encircling streamlet. Chapter 2. I lived far from the busy haunts of men, and the rumor of wars or political changes came worn to a mere sound to our mountain abodes. England had been the scene of momentous struggles during my early boyhood. In the year 2073, the last of its kings, the ancient friend of my father, had abdicated in compliance with the gentle force of the remonstrances of his subjects, and a republic was instituted. Large estates were secured to the dethroned monarch and his family. He received the title of Earl of Windsor, and Windsor Castle, an ancient royalty, with its wide demesnes, were a part of his allotted wealth. He died soon after, leaving 2 children, a son and a daughter. The ex-queen, a princess of the House of Austria, had long impelled her husband to withstand the necessity of the times. She was haughty and fearless. She cherished a love of power and a bitter contempt for him who had despoiled himself of a kingdom. For her children's sake alone she consented to remain, shorn of regality, a member of the English Republic. When she became a widow, she turned all her thoughts to the educating her son Adrian, 2nd Earl of Windsor, so as to accomplish her ambitious ends, and with his mother's milk he imbibed, and was intended to grow up in the steady purpose of reacquiring his lost crown. Adrian was now 15 years of age. He was addicted to study and imbued beyond his years with learning and talent. Report said that he had already begun to thwart his mother's views and to entertain republican principles. However this might be, the haughty countess entrusted none with the secrets of her family tuition. Adrian was bred up in solitude and kept apart from the natural companions of his age and rank. Some unknown circumstance now induced his mother to send him from under her immediate tutelage, and we heard that he was about to visit Cumberland. 1,000 tales were rife, explanatory of the Countess of Windsor's conduct, none true probably, but each day it became more certain that we should have the noble scion of the late regal house of England among us. There was a large estate with a mansion attached to it, belonging to this family at Ullswater. A large park was one of its appendages, laid out with great taste and plentifully stocked with game. I had often made depredations on these preserves, and the neglected state of the property facilitated my incursions. When it was decided that the young Earl of Windsor should visit Cumberland, workmen arrived to put the house and grounds in order for his reception. The apartments were restored to their pristine splendor, and the park, all disrepairs restored, was guarded with unusual care. I was beyond measure disturbed by this intelligence. It roused all my dormant recollections, my suspended sentiments of injury, and gave rise to the new one of revenge. I could no longer attend to my occupations. All my plans and devices were forgotten. I seemed about to begin life anew, and that under no good auspices. The tug of war, I thought, was now to begin. He would come triumphantly to the district to which my parent had fled broken-hearted. He would find the ill-fated offspring, bequeathed with such vain confidence to his royal father, miserable paupers. That he should know of our existence and treat us near at hand with the same contumely which his father had practiced in distance and absence, appeared to me the certain consequence of all that had gone before. Thus then I should meet this titled stripling, the son of my father's friend. He would be hedged in by servants, nobles, and the sons of nobles were his companions. All England rang with his name, and his coming like a thunderstorm was heard from far. While I, unlettered and unfashioned, should, if I came in contact with him in the judgment of his courtly followers, bear evidence in my very person to the propriety of that ingratitude which had made me the degraded being I appeared. With my mind fully occupied by these ideas, I might be said as if fascinated, to haunt the destined abode of the young Earl. I watched the progress of the improvements, and stood by the unlading wagons as various articles of luxury brought from London were taken forth and conveyed into the mansion. It was part of the ex-queen's plan to surround her son with princely magnificence. I beheld rich carpets and silken hangings, ornaments of gold, richly embossed metals, emblazoned furniture, and all the appendages of high rank arranged, so that nothing but what was regal in splendor should reach the eye of one of royal descent. I looked on these, I turned my gaze to my own mean dress. Whence sprung this difference? Whence but from ingratitude, from falsehood, from a dereliction on the part of the prince's father, of all noble sympathy and generous feeling. Doubtless he also, whose blood received a mingling tide from his proud mother, he, the acknowledged focus of the kingdom's wealth and nobility, had been taught to repeat my father's name with disdain, and to scoff at my just claims to protection. I strove to think that all this grandeur was but more glaring infamy, and that, by planting his golden-woven flag beside my tarnished and tattered banner, he proclaimed not his superiority, but his debasement. Yet I envied him. His stud of beautiful horses, his arms of costly workmanship, the praise that attended him, the adoration, ready servitor, high place and high esteem, I considered them as forcibly wrenched from me, and envied them all with novel and tormenting bitterness. To crown my vexation of spirit, Perdita, the visionary Perdita, seemed to awake to real life with transport when she told me that the Earl of Windsor was about to arrive. "And this pleases you?" I observed moodily. "Indeed it does, Lionel," she replied. "I quite long to see him. He is the descendant of our kings, the first noble of the land. Everyone admires and loves him, and they say that his rank is his least merit. He is generous, brave, and affable." "You have learnt a pretty lesson, Perdita," said I, "and repeat it so literally that you forget the while the proofs we have of the Earl's virtues. His generosity to us is manifest in our plenty, his bravery in the protection he affords us, his affability in the notice he takes of us. His rank is least merit, do you say? Why, all his virtues are derived from his station only. Because he is rich, he is called generous. Because he is powerful, brave. Because he is well served, he is affable. Let them call him so. Let all England believe him to be thus. We know him. He is our enemy, our penurious, dastardly, arrogant enemy. If he were gifted with one particle of the virtues you call his, he would do justly by us, if it were only to show that if he must strike, it should not be a fallen foe. His father injured my father. His father, unassailable on his throne, dared despise him who only stooped beneath himself, when he deigned to associate with the royal ingrate. We, descendants from the one and the other, must be enemies also. He shall find that I can feel my injuries. He shall learn to dread my revenge. A few days after he arrived, every inhabitant of the most miserable cottage went to swell the stream of population that poured forth to meet him. Even Perdita, in spite of my late Philippic, crept near the highway to behold this idol of all hearts. I, driven half mad, as I met party after party of the country people, in their holiday best, descending the hills, escaped to their cloud-veiled summits, and looking on the sterile rocks about me exclaimed, "They do not cry, long live the Earl." Nor, when night came, accompanied by drizzling rain and cold, would I return home, for I knew that each cottage rang with the praises of Adrian. As I felt my limbs grow numb and chill, my pain served as food for my insane aversion. Nay, I almost triumphed in it, since it seemed to afford me reason and excuse for my hatred of my unheeding adversary. All was attributed to him, for I confounded so entirely the idea of father and son, that I forgot that the latter might be wholly unconscious of his parents' neglect of us, and as I struck my aching head with my hand I cried, "He shall hear of this. I will be revenged. I will not suffer like a spaniel. He shall know, beggar and friendless as I am, that I will not tamely submit to injury." Each day, each hour added to these exaggerated wrongs. His praises were so many adder's stings infixed in my vulnerable breast. If I saw him at a distance riding a beautiful horse, my blood boiled with rage. The air seemed poisoned by his presence, and my very native English was changed to a vile jargon, since every phrase I heard was coupled with his name and honor. I panted to relieve this painful heart-burning by some misdeed that should rouse him to a sense of my antipathy. It was the height of his offending, that he should occasion in me such intolerable sensations, and not deign himself to afford any demonstration that he was aware that I even lived to feel them. It soon became known that Adrian took great delight in his park and preserves. He never sported, but spent hours in watching the tribes of lovely and almost tame animals with which it was stocked, and ordered that greater care should be taken of them than ever. Here was an opening for my plans of offense, and I made use of it with all the brute impetuosity I derived from my active mode of life. I proposed the enterprise of poaching on his domain to my few remaining comrades, who were the most determined and lawless of the crew, but they all shrunk from the peril, so I was left to achieve my revenge myself. At first, my exploits were unperceived. I increased in daring. Footsteps on the dewy grass, torn boughs and marks of slaughter, at length betrayed me to the gamekeepers. They kept better watch. I was taken and sent to prison. I entered its gloomy walls in a fit of triumphant ecstasy. "He feels me now," I cried, "and shall again and again." I passed but one day in confinement. In the evening I was liberated, as I was told, by the order of the Earl himself. This news precipitated me from my self-raised pinnacle of honor. He despises me, I thought, but he shall learn that I despise him, and hold in equal contempt his punishments and his clemency. On the second night after my release I was again taken by the gamekeepers, again imprisoned, and again released, and again, such was my pertinacity, did the fourth night find me in the forbidden park. The gamekeepers were more enraged than their lords by my obstinacy. They had received orders that if I were again taken I should be brought to the Earl, and his lenity made them expect a conclusion which they considered ill-befitting my crime. One of them, who had been from the first the leader among those who had seized me, resolved to satisfy his own resentment before he made me over to the higher powers. The late setting of the moon and the extreme caution I was obliged to use in this my third expedition consumed so much time that something like a qualm of fear came over me when I perceived dark night yield to twilight. I crept along by the fern, on my hands and knees, seeking the shadowy coverts of the underwood, while the birds awoke with unwelcome song above, and the fresh morning wind, playing among the boughs, made me suspect a footfall at each turn. My heart beat quick as I approached the palings. My hand was on one of them. A leap would take me to the other side, when two keepers sprang from an ambush upon me. One knocked me down, and proceeded to inflict a severe horsewhipping. I started up. A knife was in my grasp. I made a plunge at his raised right arm, and inflicted a deep, wide wound in his hand. The rage and yells of the wounded man, the howling execrations of his comrade, which I answered with equal bitterness and fury, echoed through the dell. Morning broke more and more, ill-accordant in its celestial beauty with our brute and noisy contest. I and my enemy were still struggling, when the wounded man exclaimed, "The Earl!" I sprang out of the Herculean hold of the keeper. Panting from my exertions, I cast furious glances on my persecutors, and placing myself with my back to a tree, resolved to defend myself to the last. My garments were torn, and they, as well as my hands, were stained with the blood of the man I had wounded. One hand grasped the dead birds, my hard-earned prey, the other held the knife. My hair was matted, my face besmeared with the same guilty signs that bore witness against me on the dripping instrument I clenched. My whole appearance was haggard and squalid. Tall and muscular as I was in form, I must have looked like, what indeed I was, the merest ruffian that ever trod the earth. The name of the Earl startled me, and caused all the indignant blood that warmed my heart to rush into my cheeks. I had never seen him before. I figured to myself a haughty, assuming youth, who would take me to task, if he deigned to speak to me, with all the arrogance of superiority. My reply was ready, a reproach I deemed calculated to sting his very heart. He came up the while, and his appearance blew aside, with gentle western breath, my cloudy wrath. A tall, slim, fair boy, with a physiognomy expressive of the excess of sensibility and refinement stood before me. The morning sunbeams tinged with gold his silken hair, and spread light and glory over his beaming countenance. "How is this?" he cried. The men eagerly began their defense. He put them aside, saying, "Two of you at once on a mere lad. For shame!" He came up to me. "Verney," he cried, "Lionel Verney, do we meet thus for the first time? We were born to be friends to each other, and though ill fortune has divided us, will you not acknowledge the hereditary bond of friendship which I trust will hereafter unite us?" As he spoke, his earnest eyes fixed on me, seemed to read my very soul. My heart, my savage, revengeful heart, felt the influence of sweet benignity sink upon it, while his thrilling voice, like sweetest melody, awoke a mute echo within me, stirring to its depths the lifeblood in my frame. I desired to reply, to acknowledge his goodness, accept his proffered friendship, but words, fitting words, were not afforded to the rough mountaineer. I would have held out my hand, but its guilty stain restrained me. Adrian took pity on my faltering mien. "Come with me," he said. "I have much to say to you. Come home with me. You know who I am?" "Yes," I exclaimed. "I do believe that I now know you, and that you will pardon my mistakes, my crime." Adrian smiled gently, and after giving his orders to the gamekeepers he came up to me. Putting his arm in mine, we walked together to the mansion. It was not his rank. After all that I have said, surely it will not be suspected that it was Adrian's rank that, from the first, subdued my heart of hearts, and laid my entire spirit prostrate before him. Nor was it I alone who felt thus intimately his perfections. His sensibility and courtesy fascinated everyone. His vivacity, intelligence, and active spirit of benevolence completed the conquest. Even at this early age he was deep-read and imbued with the spirit of high philosophy. This spirit gave a tone of irresistible persuasion to his intercourse with others, so that he seemed like an inspired musician, who struck, with unerring skill, the lyre of mind, and produced thence divine harmony. In person he hardly appeared of this world. His slight frame was over-informed by the soul that dwelt within. He was all mind, man but a rush against his breast, and it would have conquered his strength, but the might of his smile would have tamed an hungry lion, or caused a legion of armed men to lay their weapons at his feet. I spent the day with him. At first he did not recur to the past, or indeed to any personal occurrences. He wished probably to inspire me with confidence, and give me time to gather together my scattered thoughts. He talked of general subjects and gave me ideas I had never before conceived. We sat in his library, and he spoke of the old Greek sages, and of the power which they had acquired over the minds of men, through the force of love and wisdom only. The room was decorated with the busts of many of them, and he described their characters to me. As he spoke, I felt subject to him, and all my boasted pride and strength was subdued by the honeyed accents of this blue-eyed boy. The trim and pale domain of civilization, which I had before regarded from my wild jungle as inaccessible, had its wicket opened by him. I stepped within, and felt as I entered that I trod my native soil. As evening came on, he reverted to the past. "I have a tale to relate," he said, "and much explanation to give concerning the past. Perhaps you can assist me to curtail it. Do you remember your father? I had never the happiness of seeing him, but his name is one of my earliest recollections. He stands written in my mind's tablets as the type of all that was gallant, amiable and fascinating in man. His wit was not more conspicuous than the overflowing goodness of his heart, which he poured in such full measure on his friends, as to leave, alas, small remnant for himself. Encouraged by this encomium, I proceeded, in answer to his inquiries, to relate what I remembered of my parent, and he gave an account of those circumstances which had brought about a neglect of my father's testamentary letter. When, in after times, Adrian's father, then King of England, felt his situation become more perilous, his line of conduct more embarrassed, again and again he wished for his early friend, who might stand a mound against the impetuous anger of his queen, a mediator between him and the Parliament. From the time that he had quitted London, on the fatal night of his defeat at the gaming table, the king had received no tidings concerning him, and when, after the lapse of years, he exerted himself to discover him, every trace was lost. With fonder regret than ever, he clung to his memory, and gave it in charge to his son, if ever he should meet this valued friend, in his name to bestow every succor, and to assure him that, to the last, his attachment survived separation and silence. A short time before Adrian's visit to Cumberland, the heir of the nobleman to whom my father had confided his last appeal to his royal master, put this letter, its seal unbroken, into the young earl's hands. It had been found cast aside with a mass of papers of old date, and accident alone brought it to light. Adrian read it with deep interest, and found there that living spirit of genius and wit he had so often heard commemorated. He discovered the name of the spot whither my father had retreated, and where he died. He learnt the existence of his orphan children, and during the short interval between his arrival at Ullswater and our meeting in the park, he had been occupied in making inquiries concerning us, and arranging a variety of plans for our benefit, preliminary to his introducing himself to our notice. The mode in which he spoke of my father was gratifying to my vanity. The veil which he delicately cast over his benevolence in alleging a duteous fulfillment of the king's latest will, was soothing to my pride. Other feelings, less ambiguous, were called into play by his conciliating manner, and the generous warmth of his expressions. Respect rarely before experienced, admiration and love. He had touched my rocky heart with his magic power, and the stream of affection gushed forth, imperishable and pure. In the evening we parted. He pressed my hand. "We shall meet again. Come to me tomorrow." I clasped that kind hand. I tried to answer. A fervent "God bless you" was all my ignorance could frame of speech, and I darted away oppressed by my new emotions. I could not rest. I sought the hills, a west wind swept them, and the stars glittered above. I ran on, careless of outward objects, but trying to master the struggling spirit within me by means of bodily fatigue. This, I thought, is power, not to be strong of limb, hard of heart, ferocious and daring, but kind, compassionate and soft. Stopping short, I clasped my hands, and with the fervor of a new proselyte cried, "Doubt me not, Adrian, I also will become wise and good." And then, quite overcome, I wept aloud. As this gust of passion passed from me, I felt more composed. I lay on the ground, and giving the reins to my thoughts, repassed in my mind my former life, and began, fold by fold, to unwind the many errors of my heart, and to discover how brutish, savage, and worthless I had hitherto been. I could not, however, at that time feel remorse, for methought I was born anew. My soul threw off the burthen of past sin, to commence a new career in innocence and love. Nothing harsh or rough remained to jar with the soft feelings which the transactions of the day had inspired. I was as a child lisping its devotions after its mother, and my plastic soul was remoulded by a master hand, which I neither desired nor was able to resist. This was the first commencement of my friendship with Adrian, and I must commemorate this day as the most fortunate of my life. I now began to be human. I was admitted within that sacred boundary which divides the intellectual and moral nature of man from that which characterizes animals. My best feelings were called into play to give fitting responses to the generosity, wisdom and amenity of my new friend. He, with a noble goodness all his own, took infinite delight in bestowing to prodigality the treasures of his mind and fortune on the long-neglected son of his father's friend, the offspring of that gifted being whose excellencies and talents he had heard commemorated from infancy. After his abdication the late king had retreated from the sphere of politics, yet his domestic circle afforded him small content. The ex-queen had none of the virtues of domestic life, and those of courage and daring which she possessed were rendered null by the secession of her husband. She despised him, and did not care to conceal her sentiments. The king had, in compliance with her exactions, cast off his old friends, but he had acquired no new ones under her guidance. In this dearth of sympathy he had recourse to his almost infant son, and the early development of talent and sensibility rendered Adrian no unfitting depository of his father's confidence. He was never weary of listening to the latter's often repeated accounts of old times, in which my father had played a distinguished part. His keen remarks were repeated to the boy, and remembered by him. His wit, his fascinations, his very faults were hallowed by the regret of affection. His loss was sincerely deplored. Even the queen's dislike of the favourite was ineffectual to deprive him of his son's admiration. It was bitter, sarcastic, contemptuous. But as she bestowed her heavy censure alike on his virtues as his errors, on his devoted friendship and his ill-bestowed loves, on his disinterestedness and his prodigality, on his prepossessing grace of manner, and the facility with which he yielded to temptation, her double shot proved too heavy, and fell short of the mark. Nor did her angry dislike prevent Adrian from imaging my father, as he had said, the type of all that was gallant, amiable, and fascinating in man. It was not strange, therefore, that when he heard of the existence of the offspring of this celebrated person, he should have formed the plan of bestowing on them all the advantages his rank made him rich to afford. When he found me a vagabond shepherd of the hills, a poacher, an unlettered savage, still, his kindness did not fail. In addition to the opinion he entertained that his father was to a degree culpable of neglect towards us, and that he was bound to every possible reparation, he was pleased to say that under all my ruggedness there glimmered forth an elevation of spirit, which could be distinguished from mere animal courage, and that I inherited a similarity of countenance to my father, which gave proof that all his virtues and talents had not died with him. Whatever those might be which descended to me, my noble young friend resolved should not be lost for want of culture. Acting upon this plan in our subsequent intercourse, he led me to wish to participate in that cultivation which graced his own intellect. My active mind, when once it seized upon this new idea, fastened on it with extreme avidity. At first it was the great object of my ambition to rival the merits of my father, and render myself worthy of the friendship of Adrian. But curiosity soon awoke, and an earnest love of knowledge, which caused me to pass days and nights in reading and study. I was already well acquainted with what I may term the panorama of nature, the change of seasons, and the various appearances of heaven and earth. But I was at once startled and enchanted by my sudden extension of vision, when the curtain, which had been drawn before the intellectual world, was withdrawn, and I saw the universe, not only as it presented itself to my outward senses, but as it had appeared to the wisest among men. Poetry and its creations, philosophy and its researches and classifications, alike awoke the sleeping ideas in my mind, and gave me new ones. I felt as the sailor, who from the topmast first discovered the shore of America, and like him I hastened to tell my companions of my discoveries in unknown regions. But I was unable to excite in any breast the same craving appetite for knowledge that existed in mine. Even Perdita was unable to understand me. I had lived in what is generally called the world of reality, and it was awakening to a new country to find that there was a deeper meaning in all I saw, besides that which my eyes conveyed to me. The visionary Perdita beheld in all this only a new gloss upon an old reading, and her own was sufficiently inexhaustible to content her. She listened to me as she had done to the narration of my adventures, and sometimes took an interest in this species of information, but she did not, as I did, look on it as an integral part of her being, which having obtained, I could no more put off than the universal sense of touch. We both agreed in loving Adrian, although she, not having yet escaped from childhood, could not appreciate as I did the extent of his merits, or feel the same sympathy in his pursuits and opinions. I was forever with him. There was a sensibility and sweetness in his disposition that gave a tender and unearthly tone to our converse. Then he was gay as a lark, carolling from its skier tower, soaring in thought as an eagle, innocent as the mild-eyed dove. He could dispel the seriousness of Perdita, and take the sting from the torturing activity of my nature. I looked back to my restless desires and painful struggles with my fellow beings as to a troubled dream, and felt myself as much changed as if I had transmigrated into another form, whose fresh sensorium and mechanism of nerves had altered the reflection of the apparent universe in the mirror of mind. But it was not so. I was the same in strength, in earnest craving for sympathy, in my yearning for active exertion. My manly virtues did not desert me, for the witch Urania spared the locks of Samson while he reposed at her feet, but all was softened and humanized. Nor did Adrian instruct me only in the cold truths of history and philosophy. At the same time that he taught me by their means to subdue my own reckless and uncultured spirit, he opened to my view the living page of his own heart, and gave me to feel and understand its wondrous character. The ex-Queen of England had, even during infancy, endeavored to implant daring and ambitious designs in the mind of her son. She saw that he was endowed with genius and surpassing talent. These she cultivated for the sake of afterwards, using them for the furtherance of her own views. She encouraged his craving for knowledge and his impetuous courage. She even tolerated his tameless love of freedom, under the hope that this would, as is too often the case, lead to a passion for command. She endeavored to bring him up in a sense of resentment towards, and a desire to revenge himself upon, those who had been instrumental in bringing about his father's abdication. In this she did not succeed. The accounts furnished him, however distorted, of a great and wise nation asserting its right to govern itself, excited his admiration. In early days he became a republican from principle. Still his mother did not despair. To the love of rule and haughty pride of birth she added determined ambition, patience and self-control. She devoted herself to the study of her son's disposition. By the application of praise, censure and exhortation, she tried to seek and strike the fitting chords, and though the melody that followed her touch seemed a discord to her, she built her hopes on his talents, and felt sure that she would at last win him. The kind of banishment he now experienced arose from other causes. The ex-queen had also a daughter, now 12 years of age. His fairy sister, Adrian was wont to call her, a lovely, animated little thing, all sensibility and truth. With these, her children, the noble widow constantly resided at Windsor, and admitted no visitors, except her own partisans, travellers from her native Germany, and a few of the foreign ministers. Among these, and highly distinguished by her, was Prince Zaimi, ambassador to England from the Free States of Greece, and his daughter, the young Princess Evadne, passed much of her time at Windsor Castle. In company with this sprightly and clever Greek girl, the Countess would relax from her usual state. Her views with regard to her own children placed all her words and actions relative to them under restraint. But Evadne was a plaything she could in no way fear, nor were her talents and vivacity slight alleviations to the monotony of the Countess's life. Evadne was 18 years of age. Although they spent much time together at Windsor, the extreme youth of Adrian prevented any suspicion as to the nature of their intercourse. But he was ardent and tender of heart beyond the common nature of man, and had already learnt to love, while the beauteous Greek smiled benignantly on the boy. It was strange to me, who, though older than Adrian, had never loved, to witness the whole heart sacrifice of my friend. There was neither jealousy, inquietude, or mistrust in his sentiment. It was devotion and faith. His life was swallowed up in the existence of his beloved, and his heart beat only in unison with the pulsations that vivified hers. This was the secret law of his life. He loved, and was beloved. The universe was to him a dwelling, to inhabit with his chosen one, and not either a scheme of society or an enchainment of events that could impart to him either happiness or misery. What, though life and the system of social intercourse were a wilderness, a tiger-haunted jungle? Through the midst of its errors, in the depths of its savage recesses, there was a disentangled and flowery pathway, through which they might journey in safety and delight. Their track would be like the passage of the Red Sea, which they might traverse with unwet feet, though a wall of destruction were impending on either side. Alas, why must I record the hapless delusion of this matchless specimen of humanity? What is there in our nature that is forever urging us on towards pain and misery? We are not formed for enjoyment, and however we may be attuned to the reception of pleasurable emotion, disappointment is the never-failing pilot of our life's bark and ruthlessly carries us on to the shoals. Who was better framed than this highly gifted youth to love and be beloved, and to reap unalienable joy from an unblamed passion? If his heart had slept but a few years longer, he might have been saved, but it awoke in its infancy. It had power but no knowledge, and it was ruined, even as a too early blowing bud is nipped by the killing frost. I did not accuse Evadne of hypocrisy or a wish to deceive her lover, but the first letter that I saw of hers convinced me that she did not love him. It was written with elegance, and foreigner as she was, with great command of language. The handwriting itself was exquisitely beautiful. There was something in her very paper and its folds, which even I, who did not love, and was withal unskilled in such matters, could discern as being tasteful. There was much kindness, gratitude, and sweetness in her expression, but no love. Evadne was 2 years older than Adrian, and who, at 18, ever loved one so much their junior? I compared her placid epistles with the burning ones of Adrian. His soul seemed to distill itself into the words he wrote, and they breathed on the paper, bearing with them a portion of the life of love, which was his life. The very writing used to exhaust him, and he would weep over them, merely from the excess of emotion they awakened in his heart. Adrian's soul was painted in his countenance, and concealment or deceit were at the antipodes to the dreadless frankness of his nature. Evadne made it her earnest request that the tale of their love should not be revealed to his mother, and after for a while contesting the point, he yielded it to her. A vain concession, his demeanor quickly betrayed his secret to the quick eyes of the ex-queen. With the same wary prudence that characterized her whole conduct, she concealed her discovery, but hastened to remove her son from the sphere of the attractive Greek. He was sent to Cumberland, but the plan of correspondence between the lovers, arranged by Evadne, was effectually hidden from her. Thus the absence of Adrian, concerted for the purpose of separating, united them in firmer bonds than ever. To me he discoursed ceaselessly of his beloved Ionian. Her country, its ancient annals, its late memorable struggles, were all made to partake in her glory and excellence. He submitted to be away from her, because she commanded this submission, but for her influence, he would have declared his attachment before all England, and resisted, with unshaken constancy, his mother's opposition. Evadne's feminine prudence perceived how useless any assertion of his resolves would be, till added years gave weight to his power. Perhaps there was besides a lurking dislike to bind herself in the face of the world, to one whom she did not love at least, with that passionate enthusiasm which her heart told her she might one day feel towards another. He obeyed her injunctions, and passed a year in exile in Cumberland. Chapter 3. Happy, thrice happy were the months and weeks and hours of that year. Friendship, hand in hand with admiration, tenderness and respect, built a bower of delight in my heart, late rough as an untrod wild in America, as the homeless wind or herbless sea. Insatiate thirst for knowledge, and boundless affection for Adrian, combined to keep both my heart and understanding occupied, and I was consequently happy. What happiness is so true and unclouded, as the overflowing and talkative delight of young people? In our boat, upon my native lake, beside the streams and the pale bordering poplars, in valley and over hill, my crook thrown aside, a nobler flock to tend than silly sheep, even a flock of newborn ideas, I read or listened to Adrian. And his discourse, whether it concerned his love or his theories for the improvement of man, alike entranced me. Sometimes my lawless mood would return, my love of peril, my resistance to authority, but this was in his absence. Under the mild sway of his dear eyes, I was obedient and good as a boy of 5 years old, who does his mother's bidding. After a residence of about a year at Ullswater, Adrian visited London, and came back full of plans for our benefit. "You must begin life," he said. "You are 17, and longer delay would render the necessary apprenticeship more and more irksome." He foresaw that his own life would be one of struggle, and I must partake his labors with him. The better to fit me for this task, we must now separate. He found my name a good passport to preferment, and he had procured for me the situation of private secretary to the ambassador at Vienna, where I should enter on my career under the best auspices. In 2 years I should return to my country, with a name well known, and a reputation already founded. And Perdita was to become the pupil, friend and younger sister of Evadne. With his usual thoughtfulness, he had provided for her independence in this situation. How refuse the offers of this generous friend? I did not wish to refuse them, but in my heart of hearts, I made a vow to devote life, knowledge and power, all of which, inasmuch as they were of any value, he had bestowed on me, all my capacities and hopes, to him alone I would devote. Thus I promised myself as I journeyed towards my destination with roused and ardent expectation of the fulfillment of all that in boyhood we promise ourselves of power and enjoyment in maturity. Methought the time was now arrived when, childish occupations laid aside, I should enter into life. Even in the Elysian fields, Virgil describes the souls of the happy as eager to drink of the wave, which was to restore them to this mortal coil. The young are seldom in Elysium, for their desires, outstripping possibility, leave them as poor as a moneyless debtor. We are told by the wisest philosophers of the dangers of the world, the deceits of men, and the treason of our own hearts. But not the less fearlessly does each put off his frail bark from the port, spread the sail and strain his oar, to attain the multitudinous streams of the sea of life. How few in youth's prime moor their vessels on the golden sands, and collect the painted shells that strew them. But all at close of day, with riven planks and rent canvas make for shore, and are either wrecked ere they reach it, or find some wave-beaten haven, some desert strand, whereon to cast themselves and die unmourned. A truce to philosophy. Life is before me, and I rush into possession. Hope, glory, love, and blameless ambition are my guides, and my soul knows no dread. What has been, though sweet, is gone. The present is good only because it is about to change, and the to come is all my own. Do I fear that my heart palpitates? High aspirations cause the flow of my blood. My eyes seem to penetrate the cloudy midnight of time, and to discern within the depths of its darkness the fruition of all my soul desires. Now pause. During my journey I might dream, and with buoyant wings reach the summit of life's high edifice. Now that I am arrived at its base, my pinions are furled, the mighty stairs are before me, and step by step I must ascend the wondrous Phaneia. Speak. What door is opened? Behold me in a new capacity, a diplomatist, one among he pleasure-seeking society of a gay city, a youth of promise, favourite of the ambassador. All was strange and admirable to the shepherd of Cumberland. With breathless amaze I entered on the gay scene, whose actors were the lilies glorious as Solomon, who toil not, neither do they spin. Soon, too soon, I entered the giddy whirl, forgetting my studious hours and the companionship of Adrian. Passionate desire of sympathy and ardent pursuit for a wished-for object still characterized me. The sight of beauty entranced me, and attractive manners in man or woman won my entire confidence. I called it rapture, when a smile made my heart beat, and I felt the life's blood tingle in my frame, when I approached the idol which for a while I worshipped. The mere flow of animal spirits was paradise, and at night's close I only desired a renewal of the intoxicating delusion. The dazzling light of ornamented rooms, lovely forms arrayed in splendid dresses, the motions of a dance, the voluptuous tones of exquisite music, cradled my senses in one delightful dream. And is not this in its kind happiness? I appeal to moralists and sages. I ask if in the calm of their measured reveries, if in the deep meditations which fill their hours, they feel the ecstasy of a youthful tyro in the school of pleasure. Can the calm beams of their heaven-seeking eyes equal the flashes of mingling passion which blind his, or does the influence of cold philosophy steep their soul in a joy equal to his, engaged in this dear work of youthful revelry? But in truth, neither the lonely meditations of the hermit, nor the tumultuous raptures of the reveller, are capable of satisfying man's heart. From the one we gather unquiet speculation, from the other satiety. The mind flags beneath the weight of thought, and droops in the heartless intercourse of those whose sole aim is amusement. There is no fruition in their vacant kindness, and sharp rocks lurk beneath the smiling ripples of these shallow waters. Thus I felt, when disappointment, weariness, and solitude drove me back upon my heart, to gather thence the joy of which it had become barren. My flagging spirits asked for something to speak to the affections, and not finding it, I drooped. Thus, notwithstanding the thoughtless delight that waited on its commencement, the impression I have of my life at Vienna is melancholy. Goethe has said that in youth we cannot be happy unless we love. I did not love, but I was devoured by a restless wish to be something to others. I became the victim of ingratitude and cold coquetry. Then I desponded, and imagined that my discontent gave me a right to hate the world. I receded to solitude. I had recourse to my books, and my desire again to enjoy the society of Adrian became a burning thirst. Emulation, that in its excess almost assumed the venomous properties of envy, gave a sting to these feelings. At this period the name and exploits of one of my countrymen filled the world with admiration. Relations of what he had done, conjectures concerning his future actions, were the never-failing topics of the hour. I was not angry on my own account, but I felt as if the praises which this idol received were leaves torn from laurels destined for Adrian. But I must enter into some account of this darling of fame, this favourite of the wonder-loving world. Lord Raymond was the sole remnant of a noble but impoverished family. From early youth he had considered his pedigree with complacency, and bitterly lamented his want of wealth. His first wish was aggrandizement, and the means that led towards this end were secondary considerations. Haughty, yet trembling to every demonstration of respect. Ambitious, but too proud to show his ambition. Willing to achieve honor, yet a votary of pleasure. He entered upon life. He was met on the threshold by some insult, real or imaginary. Some repulse, where he least expected it. Some disappointment, hard for his pride to bear. He writhed beneath an injury he was unable to revenge, and he quitted England with a vow not to return till the good time should arrive, when she might feel the power of him she now despised. He became an adventurer in the Greek wars. His reckless courage and comprehensive genius brought him into notice. He became the darling hero of this rising people. His foreign birth, and he refused to throw off his allegiance to his native country, alone prevented him from filling the first offices in the state. But, though others might rank higher in title and ceremony, Lord Raymond held a station above and beyond all this. He led the Greek armies to victory. Their triumphs were all his own. When he appeared, whole towns poured forth their population to meet him. New songs were adapted to their national airs, whose themes were his glory, valor, and munificence. A truce was concluded between the Greeks and Turks. At the same time, Lord Raymond, by some unlooked-for chance, became the possessor of an immense fortune in England, whither he returned crowned with glory, to receive the meed of honor and distinction before denied to his pretensions. His proud heart rebelled against this change. In what was the despised Raymond not the same? If the acquisition of power in the shape of wealth caused this alteration, that power should they feel as an iron yoke. Power therefore was the aim of all his endeavors, aggrandizement the mark at which he forever shot. In open ambition or close intrigue his end was the same, to attain the first station in his own country. This account filled me with curiosity. The events that in succession followed his return to England gave me keener feelings. Among his other advantages, Lord Raymond was supremely handsome. Everyone admired him. Of women he was the idol. He was courteous, honey-tongued, an adept in fascinating arts. What could not this man achieve in the busy English world? Change succeeded to change. The entire history did not reach me, for Adrian had ceased to write, and Perdita was a laconic correspondent. The rumor went that Adrian had become, how write the fatal word mad, that Lord Raymond was the favorite of the ex-queen, her daughter's destined husband. Nay, more, that this aspiring noble revived the claim of the House of Windsor to the crown, and that, on the event of Adrian's incurable disorder and his marriage with the sister, the brow of the ambitious Raymond might be encircled with the magic ring of regality. Such a tale filled the trumpet of many-voiced fame. Such a tale rendered my longer stay at Vienna, away from the friend of my youth, intolerable. Now I must fulfill my vow, now range myself at his side, and be his ally and support till death. Farewell to courtly pleasures, to politic intrigue, to the maze of passion and folly. All hail England, native England, receive thy child. Thou art the scene of all my hopes, the mighty theatre on which is acted the only drama that can, heart and soul, bear me along with it in its development. A voice most irresistible, a power omnipotent, drew me thither. After an absence of 2 years I landed on its shores, not daring to make any inquiries, fearful of every remark. My first visit would be to my sister, who inhabited a little cottage, a part of Adrian's gift, on the borders of Windsor Forest. From her I should learn the truth concerning our protector. I should hear why she had withdrawn from the protection of the Princess Evadne, and be instructed as to the influence which this overtopping and towering Raymond exercised over the fortunes of my friend. I had never before been in the neighborhood of Windsor. The fertility and beauty of the country around now struck me with admiration, which increased as I approached the antique wood. The ruins of majestic oaks which had grown, flourished and decayed during the progress of centuries, marked where the limits of the forest once reached, while the shattered palings and neglected underwood showed that this part was deserted for the younger plantations, which owed their birth to the beginning of the 19th century, and now stood in the pride of maturity. Perdita's humble dwelling was situated on the skirts of the most ancient portion. Before it was stretched Bishopgate Heath, which towards the east appeared interminable, and was bounded to the west by Chapel Wood and the grove of Virginia Water. Behind, the cottage was shadowed by the venerable fathers of the forest, under which the deer came to graze, and which for the most part hollow and decayed, formed fantastic groups that contrasted with the regular beauty of the younger trees. These, the offspring of a later period, stood erect, and seemed ready to advance fearlessly into coming time, while those outworn stragglers, blasted and broke, clung to each other, their weak boughs sighing as the wind buffeted them, a weather-beaten crew. A light railing surrounded the garden of the cottage which, low-roofed, seemed to submit to the majesty of nature, and cower amidst the venerable remains of forgotten time. Flowers, the children of the spring, adorned her garden and casements. In the midst of lowliness, there was an air of elegance which spoke the graceful taste of the inmate. With a beating heart I entered the enclosure. As I stood at the entrance, I heard her voice, melodious as it had ever been, which before I saw her assured me of her welfare. A moment more and Perdita appeared. She stood before me in the fresh bloom of youthful womanhood, different from, and yet the same as the mountain girl I had left. Her eyes could not be deeper than they were in childhood, nor her countenance more expressive, but the expression was changed and improved. Intelligence sat on her brow. When she smiled, her face was embellished by the softest sensibility, and her low, modulated voice seemed tuned by love. Her person was formed in the most feminine proportions. She was not tall, but her mountain life had given freedom to her motions, so that her light step scarce made her footfall heard, as she tripped across the hall to meet me. When we had parted, I had clasped her to my bosom with unrestrained warmth. We met again, and new feelings were awakened. When each beheld the other, childhood passed, as full-grown actors on this changeful scene. The pause was but for a moment. The flood of association and natural feeling which had been checked, again rushed in full tide upon our hearts, and with tenderest emotion, we were swiftly locked in each other's embrace. Corn. This burst of passionate feeling over, with calmed thoughts we sat together, talking of the past and present. I alluded to the coldness of her letters, but the few minutes we had spent together sufficiently explained the origin of this. New feelings had arisen within her, which she was unable to express in writing to one whom she had only known in childhood. But we saw each other again, and our intimacy was renewed as if nothing had intervened to check it. I detailed the incidents of my sojourn abroad, and then questioned her as to the changes that had taken place at home, the causes of Adrian's absence, and her secluded life. The tears that suffused my sister's eyes when I mentioned our friend, and her heightened color seemed to vouch for the truth of the reports that had reached me. But their import was too terrible for me to give instant credit to my suspicion. Was there indeed anarchy in the sublime universe of Adrian's thoughts? Did madness scatter the well-appointed legions, and was he no longer the lord of his own soul? Beloved friend, this ill world was no clime for your gentle spirit. You delivered up its governance to false humanity, which stripped it of its leaves ere winter-time, and laid bare its quivering life to the evil ministration of roughest winds. Have those gentle eyes, those channels of the soul, lost their meaning, or do they only in their glare disclose the horrible tale of its aberrations? Does that voice no longer discourse excellent music? Horrible, most horrible! I veil my eyes in terror of the change, and gushing tears bear witness to my sympathy for this unimaginable ruin. In obedience to my request, Perdita detailed the melancholy circumstances that led to this event. The frank and unsuspicious mind of Adrian, gifted as it was by every natural grace, endowed with transcendent powers of intellect, unblemished by the shadow of defect, unless his dreadless independence of thought was to be construed into one, was devoted, even as a victim to sacrifice, to his love for Evadne. He entrusted to her keeping the treasures of his soul, his aspirations after excellence, and his plans for the improvement of mankind. As manhood dawned upon him, his schemes and theories, far from being changed by personal and prudential motives, acquired new strength from the powers he felt arise within him, and his love for Evadne became deep-rooted, as he each day became more certain that the path he pursued was full of difficulty, and that he must seek his reward, not in the applause or gratitude of his fellow creatures, hardly in the success of his plans, but in the approbation of his own heart, and in her love and sympathy, which was to lighten every toil and recompense every sacrifice. In solitude and through many wanderings afar from the haunts of men, He matured his views for the reform of the English government and the improvement of the people. It would have been well if he had concealed his sentiments until he had come into possession of the power which would secure their practical development. But he was impatient of the years that must intervene. He was frank of heart and fearless. He gave not only a brief denial to his mother's schemes, but published his intention of using his influence to diminish the power of the aristocracy, to effect a greater equalization of wealth and privilege, and to introduce a perfect system of republican government into England. At first his mother treated his theories as the wild ravings of inexperience, but they were so systematically arranged, and his arguments so well supported, that though still in appearance incredulous, she began to fear him. She tried to reason with him, and finding him inflexible, learned to hate him. Strange to say, this feeling was infectious. His enthusiasm for good which did not exist, his contempt for the sacredness of authority, his ardor and imprudence were all at the antipodes of the usual routine of life. The worldly feared him. The young and inexperienced did not understand the lofty severity of his moral views and disliked him as a being different from themselves. Evadne entered but coldly into his systems. She thought he did well to assert his own will, but she wished that will to have been more intelligible to the multitude. She had none of the spirit of a martyr, and did not incline to share the shame and defeat of a fallen patriot. She was aware of the purity of his motives, the generosity of his disposition, his true and ardent attachment to her, and she entertained a great affection for him. He repaid this spirit of kindness with the fondest gratitude, and made her the treasure-house of all his hopes. At this time Lord Raymond returned from Greece. No two persons could be more opposite than Adrian and he. With all the incongruities of his character, Raymond was emphatically a man of the world. His passions were violent. As these often obtained the mastery over him, he could not always square his conduct to the obvious line of self-interest, but self-gratification at least was the paramount object with him. He looked on the structure of society as but a part of the machinery which supported the web on which his life was traced. The earth was spread out as an highway for him, the heavens built up as a canopy for him. Adrian felt that he made a part of a great whole. He owned affinity not only with mankind but all nature was akin to him. The mountains and sky were his friends, the winds of heaven and the offspring of earth his playmates, while he, the focus only of this mighty mirror, felt his life mingle with the universe of existence. His soul was sympathy, and dedicated to the worship of beauty and excellence. Adrian and Raymond now came into contact, and a spirit of aversion rose between them. Adrian despised the narrow views of the politician, and Raymond held in supreme contempt the benevolent visions of the philanthropist. With the coming of Raymond was formed the storm that laid waste at one fell, below the gardens of delight and sheltered paths which Adrian fancied that he had secured to himself, as a refuge from defeat and contumely. Raymond, the deliverer of Greece, the graceful soldier, who bore in his mien a tinge of all that, peculiar to her native clime, Evadne cherished as most dear Raymond was loved by Evadne. Overpowered by her new sensations, she did not pause to examine them, or to regulate her conduct by any sentiments except the tyrannical one which suddenly usurped the empire of her heart. She yielded to its influence, and the too natural consequence in a mind unattuned to soft emotions was, that the attentions of Adrian became distasteful to her. She grew capricious, her gentle conduct towards him was exchanged for asperity and repulsive coldness. When she perceived the wild or pathetic appeal of his expressive countenance, she would relent, and for a while resume her ancient kindness. But these fluctuations shook to its depths the soul of the sensitive youth. He no longer deemed the world subject to him, because he possessed Evadne's love. He felt in every nerve that the dire storms of the mental universe were about to attack his fragile being, which quivered at the expectation of its advent. Perdita, who then resided with Evadne, saw the torture that Adrian endured. She loved him as a kind elder brother, a relation to guide, protect, and instruct her, without the too frequent tyranny of parental authority. She adored his virtues, and with mixed contempt and indignation, she saw Evadne pile drear sorrow on his head, for the sake of one who hardly marked her. In his solitary despair, Adrian would often seek my sister, and in covered terms express his misery, while fortitude and agony divided the throne of his mind. Soon, alas, was one to conquer. Anger made no part of his emotion. With whom should he be angry? Not with Raymond, who was unconscious of the misery he occasioned. Not with Evadne, for her his soul wept tears of blood. Poor mistaken girl, slave not tyrant was she, and amidst his own anguish, he grieved for her future destiny. Once a writing of his fell into Perdita's hands. It was blotted with tears. Well might any blot it with the like. Life, it began thus, is not the thing romance writers describe it. Going through the measures of a dance, and after various evolutions arriving at a conclusion, when the dancers may sit down and repose. While there is life, there is action and change. We go on, each thought linked to the one which was its parent, each act to a previous act. No joy or sorrow dies barren of progeny, which forever generated and generating, weaves the chain that make our life. Un dia lama otro dia, y os y lama y encadena, llanto a llanto y pena a pena. Truly disappointment is the guardian deity of human life. She sits at the threshold of unborn time, and marshals the events as they come forth. Once my heart sat lightly in my bosom, all the beauty of the world was doubly beautiful, irradiated by the sunlight shed from my own soul. Oh, wherefore are love and ruin forever joined in this our mortal dream? So that when we make our hearts a lair for that gently seeming beast, its companion enters with it, and pitilessly lays waste what might have been an home and a shelter. By degrees his health was shaken by his misery, and then his intellect yielded to the same tyranny. His manners grew wild, he was sometimes ferocious, sometimes absorbed in speechless melancholy. Suddenly Evadne quitted London for Paris. He followed, and overtook her when the vessel was about to sail. None knew what passed between them, but Perdita had never seen him since. He lived in seclusion, no one knew where, attended by such persons as his mother selected for that purpose. Chapter 4. The next day Lord Raymond called at Perdita's cottage, on his way to Windsor Castle. My sister's heightened colour and sparkling eyes half revealed her secret to me. He was perfectly self-possessed. He accosted us both with courtesy, seemed immediately to enter into our feelings and to make one with us. I scanned his physiognomy, which varied as he spoke, yet was beautiful in every change. The usual expression of his eyes was soft, though at times he could make them even glare with ferocity. His complexion was colourless, and every trait spoke predominant self-will. His smile was pleasing, though disdain too often curled his lips which to female eyes were the very throne of beauty and love. His voice, usually gentle, often startled you by a sharp discordant note, which showed that his usual low tone was rather the work of study than nature. Thus full of contradictions, unbending yet haughty, gentle yet fierce, tender and again neglectful, he by some strange art found easy entrance to the admiration and affection of women, now caressing, and now tyrannizing over them according to his mood, but in every change a despot. At the present time Raymond evidently wished to appear amiable. Wit, hilarity, and deep observation were mingled in his talk, rendering every sentence that he uttered as a flash of light. He soon conquered my latent distaste. I endeavored to watch him and Perdita, and to keep in mind everything I had heard to his disadvantage. But all appeared so ingenuous, and all was so fascinating, that I forgot everything except the pleasure his society afforded me. Under the idea of initiating me in the scene of English politics and society, of which I was soon to become a part, he narrated a number of anecdotes, and sketched many characters. His discourse, rich and varied, flowed on, pervading all my senses with pleasure. But for one thing he would have been completely triumphant. He alluded to Adrian, and spoke of him with that disparagement that the worldly wise always attach to enthusiasm. He perceived the cloud gathering, and tried to dissipate it, but the strength of my feelings would not permit me to pass thus lightly over this sacred subject. So I said emphatically, "Permit me to remark that I am devotedly attached to the Earl of Windsor. He is my best friend and benefactor. I reverence his goodness, I accord with his opinions and bitterly lament his present, and I trust temporary, illness. That illness, from its peculiarity, makes it painful to me beyond words to hear him mentioned, unless in terms of respect and affection." Raymond replied, but there was nothing conciliatory in his reply. I saw that in his heart, he despised those dedicated to any but worldly idols. "Every man," he said, "dreams about something, love, honor and pleasure. You dream of friendship, and devote yourself to a maniac. Well, if that be your vocation, doubtless you are in the right to follow it." Some reflection seemed to sting him, and the spasm of pain that for a moment convulsed his countenance checked my indignation. "Happy are dreamers," he continued, "so that they be not awakened. Would I could dream, But broad and garish day is the element in which I live. The dazzling glare of reality inverts the scene for me. Even the ghost of friendship has departed, and love—" He broke off, nor could I guess whether the disdain that curled his lip was directed against the passion, or against himself for being its slave. This account may be taken as a sample of my intercourse with Lord Raymond. I became intimate with him, and each day afforded me occasion to admire more and more his powerful and versatile talents, that together with his eloquence, which was graceful and witty, and his wealth now immense, caused him to be feared, loved, and hated beyond any other man in England. My descent, which claimed interest if not respect, my former connection with Adrian, the favour of the ambassador, whose secretary I had been, and now my intimacy with Lord Raymond, gave me easy access to the fashionable and political circles of England. To my inexperience, we had first appeared on the eve of a civil war. Each party was violent, acrimonious, and unyielding. Parliament was divided by three factions: aristocrats, democrats, and royalists. After Adrian's declared predilection to the republican form of government, the latter party had nearly died away, chiefless, guideless. But, when Lord Raymond came forward as its leader, it revived with redoubled force. Some were royalists from prejudice and ancient affection, and there were many moderately inclined who feared alike the capricious tyranny of the popular party, and the unbending despotism of the aristocrats. More than a third of the members ranged themselves under Raymond, and their number was perpetually increasing. The aristocrats built their hopes on their preponderant wealth and influence, the reformers on the force of the nation itself. The debates were violent, more violent the discourses held by each knot of politicians as they assembled to arrange their measures. Opprobrious epithets were bandied about, resistance even to the death threatened. Meetings of the populace disturbed the quiet order of the country. Except in war, how could all this end? Even as the destructive flames were ready to break forth, I saw them shrink back, allayed by the absence of the military, by the aversion entertained by everyone to any violence, save that of speech, and by the cordial politeness and even friendship of the hostile leaders when they met in private society. I was from 1,000 motives induced to attend minutely to the course of events, and watch each turn with intense anxiety. I could not but perceive that Perdita loved Raymond. Methought also that he regarded the fair daughter of Verney with admiration and tenderness. Yet I knew that he was urging forward his marriage with the presumptive heiress of the earldom of Windsor, with keen expectation of the advantages that would thence accrue to him. All the ex-queen's friends were his friends. No week passed that he did not hold consultations with her at Windsor. I had never seen the sister of Adrian. I had heard that she was lovely, amiable, and fascinating. Wherefore should I see her? There are times when we have an indefinable sentiment of impending change, for better or for worse, to arise from an event, and, be it for better or for worse, we fear the change and shun the event. For this reason I avoided this high-born damsel. To me she was everything and nothing. Her very name mentioned by another made me start and tremble. The endless discussion concerning her union with Lord Raymond was real agony to me. Methought that, Adrian withdrawn from active life, and this beauteous Idris, a victim probably to her mother's ambitious schemes, I ought to come forward to protect her from undue influence, guard her from unhappiness, and secure to her freedom of choice, the right of every human being. Yet how was I to do this? She herself would disdain my interference. Since then I must be an object of indifference or contempt to her. Better, far better avoid her, nor expose myself before her, and the scornful world, to the chance of playing the mad game of a fond, foolish Icarus. One day, several months after my return to England, I quitted London to visit my sister. Her society was my chief solace and delight, and my spirits always rose at the expectation of seeing her. Her conversation was full of pointed remark and discernment. In her pleasant alcove, redolent with sweetest flowers, adorned by magnificent casts, antique vases, and copies of the finest pictures of Raphael, Correggio, and Claude, painted by herself, I fancied myself in a fairy retreat, untainted by and inaccessible to the noisy contentions of politicians and the frivolous pursuits of fashion. On this occasion my sister was not alone, nor could I fail to recognize her companion. It was Idris, the till now unseen object of my mad idolatry. In what fitting terms of wonder and delight, in what choice expression and soft flow of language, can I usher in the loveliest, wisest, best? How, in poor assemblage of words, convey the halo of glory that surrounded her, the thousand graces that waited unwearied on her? The first thing that struck you on beholding that charming countenance was its perfect goodness and frankness. Candor sat upon her brow, simplicity in her eyes, heavenly benignity in her smile. Her tall, slim figure bent gracefully as a poplar to the breezy west, and her gait, goddess-like, was as that of a winged angel new alit from heaven's high floor. The pearly fairness of her complexion was stained by a pure suffusion. Her voice resembled the low, subdued tenor of a flute. It is easiest perhaps to describe by contrast. I have detailed the perfections of my sister, and yet she was utterly unlike Idris. Perdita, even where she loved, was reserved and timid. Idris was frank and confiding. The one recoiled to solitude, that she might there entrench herself from disappointment and injury. The other walked forth in open day, believing that none would harm her. Wordsworth has compared a beloved female to two fair objects in nature, but his lines always appeared to me rather a contrast than a similitude. A violet by a mossy stone half hidden from the eye, fair as a star when only one is shining in the sky. Such a violet was sweet Perdita, trembling to entrust herself to the very air, cowering from observation, yet betrayed by her excellencies, and repaying with 1,000 graces the labor of those who sought her in her lonely bypath. Idris was as the star, set in single splendor in the dim anadem of balmy evening, ready to enlighten and delight the subject world, shielded herself from every taint by her unimagined distance from all that was not like herself akin to heaven. I found this vision of beauty in Perdita's alcove, in earnest conversation with its inmate. When my sister saw me, she rose, and taking my hand said, "He is here, even at our wish. This is Lionel, my brother." Idris arose also and bent on me her eyes of celestial blue, and with grace peculiar said, "You hardly need an introduction. We have a picture highly valued by my father, which declares at once your name. Verney, you will acknowledge this tie, and as my brother's friend, I feel that I may trust you." Then, with lids humid with a tear and trembling voice, she continued, "Dear friends, do not think it strange that now, visiting you for the first time, I ask your assistance, and confide my wishes and fears to you. To you alone do I dare speak. I have heard you commended by impartial spectators. You are my brother's friends, therefore you must be mine. What can I say? If you refuse to aid me, I am lost indeed." She cast up her eyes, while wonder held her auditors mute. Then, as if carried away by her feelings, she cried, "My brother, beloved, ill-fated Adrian, how speak of your misfortunes? Doubtless you have both heard the current tale, perhaps believe the slander. But he is not mad. Were an angel from the foot of God's throne to assert it, never, never would I believe it. He is wronged, betrayed, imprisoned. Save him, Verney. You must do this. Seek him out in whatever part of the island he is immured. Find him, rescue him from his persecutors, restore him to himself, to me. On the wide earth I have none to love but only him." Her earnest appeal, so sweetly and passionately expressed, filled me with wonder and sympathy, and when she added with thrilling voice and look, "Do you consent to undertake this enterprise?" I vowed with energy and truth to devote myself in life and death to the restoration and welfare of Adrian. We then conversed on the plan I should pursue, and discussed the probable means of discovering his residence. While we were in earnest discourse, Lord Raymond entered unannounced. I saw Perdita tremble and grow deadly pale, and the cheeks of Idris glow with purest blushes. He must have been astonished at our conclave, disturbed by it I should have thought, but nothing of this appeared. He saluted my companions and addressed me with a cordial greeting. Idris appeared suspended for a moment, and then with extreme sweetness she said, "Lord Raymond, I confide in your goodness and honor." Smiling haughtily, he bent his head and replied with emphasis, "Do you indeed confide, Lady Idris?" She endeavored to read his thought, and then answered with dignity, "As you please. It is certainly best not to compromise oneself by any concealment." "Pardon me," he replied, "if I have offended. Whether you trust me or not, rely on my doing my utmost to further your wishes, whatever they may be." Idris smiled her thanks, and rose to take leave. Lord Raymond requested permission to accompany her to Windsor Castle, to which she consented, and they quitted the cottage together. My sister and I were left truly like two fools, who fancied that they had obtained a golden treasure, till daylight showed it to be lead. 2 silly luckless flies, who had played in sunbeams and were caught in a spider's web. I leaned against the casement and watched those 2 glorious creatures till they disappeared in the forest glades, and then I turned. Perdita had not moved, her eyes fixed on the ground, her cheeks pale, her very lips white, motionless and rigid, every feature stamped by woe. She sat, half frightened. I would have taken her hand, but she shudderingly withdrew it, and strove to collect herself. I entreated her to speak to me. "Not now," she replied, "nor do you speak to me, my dear Lionel. You can say nothing, for you know nothing. I will see you tomorrow. In the meantime, adieu." She rose and walked from the room. But pausing at the door, and leaning against it, as if her over-busy thoughts had taken from her the power of supporting herself, she said, "Lord Raymond will probably return. Will you tell him that he must excuse me today, for I am not well? I will see him tomorrow if he wishes it, and you also. You had better return to London with him. You can there make the inquiries agreed upon concerning the Earl of Windsor, and visit me again tomorrow before you proceed on your journey. Till then, farewell." She spoke falteringly, and concluded with a heavy sigh. I gave my assent to her request, and she left me. I felt as if, from the order of the systematic world, I had plunged into chaos, obscure, contrary, unintelligible. That Raymond should marry Idris was more than ever intolerable, yet my passion, though a giant from its birth, was too strange, wild and impracticable, for me to feel at once the misery I perceived in Perdita. How should I act? She had not confided in me. I could not demand an explanation from Raymond without the hazard of betraying what was perhaps her most treasured secret. I would obtain the truth from her the following day. In the meantime. But while I was occupied by multiplying reflections, Lord Raymond returned. He asked for my sister, and I delivered her message. After musing on it for a moment, he asked me if I were about to return to London, and if I would accompany him. I consented. He was full of thought, and remained silent during a considerable part of our ride. At length he said, "I must apologize to you for my abstraction. The truth is, Ryland's motion comes on tonight, and I am considering my reply." Ryland was the leader of the popular party, a hard-headed man and in his way eloquent. He had obtained leave to bring in a bill making it treason to endeavor to change the present state of the English government and the standing laws of the Republic. This attack was directed against Raymond and his machinations for the restoration of the monarchy. Raymond asked me if I would accompany him to the house that evening. I remembered my pursuit for intelligence concerning Adrian, and knowing that my time would be fully occupied, I excused myself. "Nay," said my companion, "I can free you from your present impediment. You are going to make inquiries concerning the Earl of Windsor. I can answer them at once. He is at the Duke of Athol's seat at Dunkeld. On the first approach of his disorder, he travelled about from one place to another, until, arriving at that romantic seclusion, he refused to quit it, and we made arrangements with the Duke for his continuing there." I was hurt by the careless tone with which he conveyed this information, and replied coldly, "I am obliged to you for your intelligence and will avail myself of it." "You shall, Verney," said he, "and if you continue of the same mind I will facilitate your views. But first witness, I beseech you, the result of this night's contest, and the triumph I am about to achieve, if I may so call it, while I fear that victory is to me defeat. What can I do? My dearest hopes appear to be near their fulfillment. The ex-queen gives me Idris. Adrian is totally unfitted to succeed to the earldom, and that earldom in my hands becomes a kingdom. By the reigning God it is true, the paltry earldom of Windsor shall no longer content him, who will inherit the rights which must forever appertain to the person who possesses it. The Countess can never forget that she has been a queen, and she disdains to leave a diminished inheritance to her children. Her power and my wit will rebuild the throne, and this brow will be clasped by a kingly diadem. I can do this. I can marry Idris." He stopped abruptly, his countenance darkened, and its expression changed again and again, under the influence of internal passion. I asked, "Does Lady Idris love you?" "What a question," replied he, laughing. "She will, of course, as I shall her, when we are married." "You begin late," said I, ironically. "Marriage is usually considered the grave, and not the cradle of love. So you are about to love her, but do not already. Do not catechize me, Lionel. I will do my duty by her, be assured. Love, I must steel my heart against that. Expel it from its tower of strength, barricade it out. The fountain of love must cease to play, its waters be dried up, and all passionate thoughts attendant on it die. That is to say, The love which would rule me, not that which I rule. Idris is a gentle, pretty, sweet little girl. It is impossible not to have an affection for her, and I have a very sincere one. Only do not speak of love. Love, the tyrant and the tyrant queller. Love, until now my conqueror, now my slave. The hungry fire, the untamable beast, the fanged snake. No. No. I will have nothing to do with that love. Tell me, Lionel, do you consent that I should marry this young lady? He bent his keen eyes upon me, and my uncontrollable heart swelled in my bosom. I replied in a calm voice, but how far from calm was the thought imaged by my still words. Never. I can never consent that Lady Idris should be united to one who does not love her. Because you love her yourself. Your lordship might have spared that taunt. I do not, dare not love her. At least, he continued haughtily, she does not love you. I would not marry a reigning sovereign, were I not sure that her heart was free. But oh, Lionel, a kingdom is a word of might, and gently sounding are the terms that compose the style of royalty. Were not the mightiest men of the olden times kings? Alexander was a king. Solomon, the wisest of men, was a king. Napoleon was a king. Caesar died in his attempt to become one, and Cromwell, the Puritan and king-killer, aspired to regality. The father of Adrian yielded up the already broken sceptre of England, but I will rear the fallen plant, join its dismembered frame, and exalt it above all the flowers of the field. You need not wonder that I freely discover Adrian's abode. Do not suppose that I am wicked or foolish enough to found my purpose sovereignty on a fraud, and one so easily discovered as the truth or falsehood of the Earl's insanity. I am just come from him. Before I decided on my marriage with Idris, I resolved to see him myself again, and to judge of the probability of his recovery. He is irrecoverably mad. I gasped for breath. I will not detail to you, continued Raymond, the melancholy particulars. You shall see him, and judge for yourself, although I fear this visit, useless to him, will be insufferably painful to you. It has weighed on my spirits ever since. Excellent and gentle as he is, even in the downfall of his reason, I do not worship him as you do, but I would give all my hopes of a crown and my right hand to boot, to see him restored to himself. His voice expressed the deepest compassion. Thou most unaccountable being, I cried, whither will thy actions tend in all this maze of purpose in which thou seemest lost? Whither indeed? To a crown, a golden begemmed crown, I hope. And yet I dare not trust, and though I dream of a crown and wake for one, ever and anon a busy devil whispers to me that it is but a fool's cap that I seek, and that were I wise, I should trample on it, and take in its stead that which is worth all the crowns of the East and presidentship of the West. And what is that? If I do make it my choice, then you shall know. At present I dare not speak, even think of it. Again he was silent, and after a pause turned to me laughingly. When scorn did not inspire his mirth, when it was genuine gaiety that painted his features with a joyous expression, his beauty became supereminent, divine. Verney, said he, my first act when I become King of England will be to unite with the Greeks, take Constantinople, and subdue all Asia. I intend to be a warrior, a conqueror. Napoleon's name shall veil to mine, and enthusiasts, instead of visiting his rocky grave and exalting the merits of the fallen, shall adore my majesty and magnify my illustrious achievements. I listened to Raymond with intense interest. Could I be other than all ear to one who seemed to govern the whole earth in his grasping imagination, and who only quailed when he attempted to rule himself? Then on his word and will depended my own happiness, the fate of all dear to me. I endeavored to divine the concealed meaning of his words. Perdita's name was not mentioned, yet I could not doubt that love for her caused the vacillation of purpose that he exhibited. And who was so worthy of love as my noble-minded sister? Who deserved the hand of this self-exalted king more than she whose glance belonged to a queen of nations, who loved him, as he did her, notwithstanding that disappointment quelled her passion, and ambition held strong combat with his? We went together to the house in the evening. Raymond, while he knew that his plans and prospects were to be discussed and decided during the expected debate, was gay and careless, and hum, like that of 10,000 hives of swarming bees, stunned us as we entered the coffee-room. Knots of politicians were assembled with anxious brows, and loud or deep voices. The aristocratical party, the richest and most influential men in England, appeared less agitated than the others, for the question was to be discussed without their interference. Near the fire was Ryland and his supporters. Ryland was a man of obscure birth and of immense wealth, inherited from his father, who had been a manufacturer. He had witnessed, when a young man, the abdication of the king, and the amalgamation of the two houses of Lords and Commons. He had sympathized with these popular encroachments, and it had been the business of his life to consolidate and increase them. Since then, the influence of the landed proprietors had augmented, and at first, Ryland was not sorry to observe the machinations of Lord Raymond, which drew off many of his opponent's partisans. But the thing was now going too far. The poorer nobility hailed the return of sovereignty as an event which would restore them to their power and rights, now lost. The half-extinct spirit of royalty roused itself in the minds of men, and they, willing slaves, self-constituted subjects, were ready to bend their necks to the yoke. Some erect and manly spirits still remained, pillars of state, but the word republic had grown stale to the vulgar ear, and many, the event would prove whether it was a majority, pined for the tinsel and show of royalty. Ryland was roused to resistance. He asserted that his sufferance alone had permitted the increase of this party, but the time for indulgence was past, and with one motion of his arm, he would sweep away the cobwebs that blinded his countrymen. When Raymond entered the coffee-room, his presence was hailed by his friends almost with a shout. They gathered round him, counted their numbers, and detailed the reasons why they were now to receive an addition of such and such members, who had not yet declared themselves. Some trifling business of the House having been gone through, the leaders took their seats in the chamber. The clamour of voices continued, till Ryland arose to speak, and then the slightest whispered observation was audible. All eyes were fixed upon him as he stood, ponderous of frame, sonorous of voice, and with a manner which, though not graceful, was impressive. I turned from his marked iron countenance to Raymond, whose face, veiled by a smile, would not betray his care. Yet his lips quivered somewhat, and his hand clasped the bench on which he sat, with a convulsive strength that made the muscles start again. Ryland began by praising the present state of the British Empire. He recalled past years to their memory, the miserable contentions which in the time of our fathers arose almost to civil war, the abdication of the late king, and the foundation of the Republic. He described this Republic, showed how it gave privilege to each individual in the state to rise to consequence, and even to temporary sovereignty. He compared the royal and republican spirit, showed how the one tended to enslave the minds of men, while all the institutions of the other served to raise even the meanest among us to something great and good. He showed how England had become powerful, and its inhabitants valiant and wise, by means of the freedom they enjoyed. As he spoke, every heart swelled with pride, and every cheek glowed with delight to remember that each one there was English, and that each supported and contributed to the happy state of things now commemorated. Ryland's fervour increased, his eyes lighted up, his voice assumed the tone of passion. There was one man, he continued, who wished to alter all this, and bring us back to our days of impotence and contention. One man, who would dare arrogate the honour which was due to all who claimed England as their birthplace, and set his name and style above the name and style of his country. I saw at this juncture that Raymond changed colour. His eyes were withdrawn from the orator, and cast on the ground. The listeners turned from one to the other, but in the meantime the speaker's voice filled their ears. The thunder of his denunciations influenced their senses. The very boldness of his language gave him weight. Each knew that he spoke truth, a truth known, but not acknowledged. He tore from reality the mask with which she had been clothed, and the purposes of Raymond, which before had crept around, ensnaring by stealth, now stood a hunted stag, even at bay, as all perceived who watched the irrepressible changes of his countenance. Ryland ended by moving that any attempt to re-erect the kingly power should be declared treason, and he a traitor who should endeavour to change the present form of government. Cheers and loud acclamations followed the close of his speech. After his motion had been seconded, Lord Raymond rose, his countenance bland, his voice softly melodious, his manner soothing. His grace and sweetness came like the mild breathing of a flute, after the loud, organ-like voice of his adversary. He rose, he said, to speak in favour of the honourable member's motion, with one slight amendment subjoined. He was ready to go back to old times and commemorate the contests of our fathers and the monarch's abdication. Nobly and greatly, he said, had the illustrious and last sovereign of England sacrificed himself to the apparent good of his country, and divested himself of a power which could only be maintained by the blood of his subjects. These subjects, named so no more, these his friends and equals, had in gratitude conferred certain favours and distinctions on him and his family forever. An ample estate was allotted to them, and they took the first rank among the peers of Great Britain. Yet it might be conjectured that they had not forgotten their ancient heritage, and it was hard that his heir should suffer alike with any other pretender, if he attempted to regain what by ancient right and inheritance belonged to him. He did not say that he should favour such an attempt, but he did say that such an attempt would be venial, and if the aspirant did not go so far as to declare war and erect a standard in the kingdom, his fault ought to be regarded with an indulgent eye. In his amendment he proposed that an exception should be made in the bill in favour of any person who claimed the sovereign power in right of the Earls of Windsor. Nor did Raymond make an end without drawing in vivid and glowing colours the splendour of a kingdom, in opposition to the commercial spirit of republicanism. He asserted that each individual under the English monarchy was then as now capable of attaining high rank and power, with one only exception, that of the function of chief magistrate, higher and nobler rank than a bartering, timorous commonwealth could afford. And for this one exception, to what did it amount? The nature of riches and influence forcibly confined the list of candidates to a few of the wealthiest, and it was much to be feared that the ill humour and contention generated by this triennial struggle would counterbalance its advantages in impartial eyes. I can ill record the flow of language and graceful turns of expression, the wit and easy raillery that gave vigour and influence to his speech. His manner, timid at first, became firm, his changeful face was lit up to superhuman brilliancy, his voice, various as music, was like that enchanting. It were useless to record the debate that followed this harangue. Party speeches were delivered, which clothed the question in rant, and veiled its simple meaning in a woven wind of words. The motion was lost, Ryland withdrew in rage and despair, and Raymond, gay and exulting, retired to dream of his future kingdom. Chapter 5. Is there such a feeling as love at first sight? And if there be, in what does its nature differ from love founded in long observation and slow growth? Perhaps its effects are not so permanent, but they are, while they last, as violent and intense. We walk the pathless mazes of society, vacant of joy, till we hold this clue, leading us through that labyrinth to paradise. Our nature dim like to an unlighted torch sleeps in formless blank till the fire attain it, this life of life, this light to moon, and glory to the sun. What does it matter, whether the fire be struck from flint and steel, nourished with care into a flame, slowly communicated to the dark wick, or whether swiftly, the radiant power of light and warmth passes from a kindred power, and shines at once the beacon and the hope. In the deepest fountain of my heart the pulses were stirred, around, above, beneath, the clinging memory, as a cloak enwrapped me. In no one moment of coming time did I feel as I had done in time gone by. The spirit of Idris hovered in the air I breathed. Her eyes were ever and forever bent on mine. Her remembered smile blinded my faint gaze, and caused me to walk as one, not in eclipse, not in darkness and vacancy, but in a new and brilliant light, too novel, too dazzling for my human senses. On every leaf, on every small division of the universe, as on the hyacinth husk is engraved, was imprinted the talisman of my existence. She lives. She is. I had not time yet to analyze my feeling, to take myself to task, and leash in the tameless passion. All was one idea, one feeling, one knowledge. It was my life. But the die was cast. Raymond would marry Idris. The merry marriage bells rung in my ears. I heard the nation's gratulation which followed the union. The ambitious noble uprose with swift eagle flight, from the lowly ground to regal supremacy, and to the love of Idris. Yet, not so. She did not love him. She had called me her friend. She had smiled on me. To me she had entrusted her heart's dearest hope, the welfare of Adrian. This reflection thawed my congealing blood, and again, the tide of life and love flowed impetuously onward, again to ebb, as my busy thoughts changed. The debate had ended at 3 a.m. My soul was in tumults. I traversed the streets with eager rapidity. Truly I was mad that night love, which I have named a giant from its birth, wrestled with despair. My heart, the field of combat, was wounded by the iron heel of the one, watered by the gushing tears of the other. Day, hateful to me, dawned. I retreated to my lodgings. I threw myself on a couch. I slept. Was it sleep? For thought was still alive. Love and despair struggled still, and I writhed with unendurable pain. I awoke half stupefied. I felt a heavy oppression on me, but knew not wherefore. I entered, as it were, the council chamber of my brain, and questioned the various ministers of thought therein assembled. Too soon I remembered all. Too soon my limbs quivered beneath the tormenting power. Soon, too soon, I knew myself a slave. Suddenly, unannounced, Lord Raymond entered my apartment. He came in gaily, singing the Tyrolese Song of Liberty, noticed me with a gracious nod, and threw himself on a sofa opposite the copy of a bust of the Apollo Belvedere. After one or two trivial remarks to which I sullenly replied, he suddenly cried, looking at the bust, "I am called like that Victor. Not a bad idea. The head will serve for my new coinage, and be an omen to all dutiful subjects of my future success." He said this in his most gay yet benevolent manner, and smiled, not disdainfully, but in playful mockery of himself. Then his countenance suddenly darkened, and in that shrill tone peculiar to himself he cried, "I fought a good battle last night. Higher conquest the plains of Greece never saw me achieve. Now I am the first man in the state, burthen of every ballad, and object of old women's mumbled devotions. What are your meditations? You who fancy that you can read the human soul as your native lake reads each crevice and folding of its surrounding hills. Say what you think of me. King expectant, angel or devil, which?" This ironical tone was discord to my bursting, over-boiling heart. I was nettled by his insolence, and replied with bitterness, "There is a spirit, neither angel or devil, damned to limbo merely." I saw his cheeks become pale, and his lips whiten and quiver. His anger served but to enkindle mine, and I answered with a determined look his eyes which glared on me. Suddenly they were withdrawn, cast down. A tear, I thought, wetted the dark lashes. I was softened, and with involuntary emotion added, "Not that you are such, my dear lord." I paused, even awed by the agitation he evinced. "Yes?" he said at length, rising and biting his lip as he strove to curb his passion. "Such am I. You do not know me, Verney. Neither you, nor our audience of last night, nor does universal England know aught of me. I stand here, it would seem, an elected king. This hand is about to grasp a scepter. These brows feel in each nerve the coming diadem. I appear to have strength, power, victory, standing as a dome-supporting column stands, and I am a reed. I have ambition, and that attains its aim. My nightly dreams are realized, my waking hopes fulfilled. A kingdom awaits my acceptance, my enemies are overthrown. But here," and he struck his heart with violence, "here is the rebel, here the stumbling block, this overruling heart, which I may drain of its living blood, but while one fluttering pulsation remains, I am its slave." He spoke with a broken voice, then bowed his head, and, hiding his face in his hands, wept. I was still smarting from my own disappointment, yet this scene oppressed me even to terror, nor could I interrupt his access of passion. It subsided at length, and throwing himself on the couch, he remained silent and motionless, except that his changeful features showed a strong internal conflict. At last he rose, and said in his usual tone of voice, "The time grows on us, Verney, I must away. Let me not forget my chief most errand here. Will you accompany me to Windsor tomorrow? You will not be dishonored by my society, and as this is probably the last service, or disservice you can do me, will you grant my request?" He held out his hand with almost a bashful air. Swiftly I thought, "Yes, I will witness the last scene of the drama," beside which his mien conquered me, and an affectionate sentiment towards him again filled my heart. I bade him command me. "Aye, that I will," said he gaily. "That's my cue now. Be with me tomorrow morning by 7. Be secret and faithful, and you shall be groom of the stole ere long." So saying, he hastened away, vaulted on his horse, and with a gesture as if he gave me his hand to kiss, bade me another laughing adieu. Left to myself, I strove with painful intensity to divine the motive of his request and foresee the events of the coming day. The hours passed on unperceived. My head ached with thought, the nerves seemed teeming with the overfull fraught. I clasped my burning brow, as if my fevered hand could medicine its pain. I was punctual to the appointed hour on the following day, and found Lord Raymond waiting for me. We got into his carriage and proceeded towards Windsor. I had tutored myself, and was resolved by no outward sign to disclose my internal agitation. "What a mistake Ryland made," said Raymond, "when he thought to overpower me the other night. He spoke well, very well. Such an harangue would have succeeded better addressed to me singly than to the fools and knaves assembled yonder. Had I been alone, I should have listened to him with a wish to hear reason, but when he endeavored to vanquish me in my own territory, with my own weapons, he put me on my mettle, and the event was such as all might have expected." I smiled incredulously and replied, "I am of Ryland's way of thinking, and will, if you please, repeat all his arguments. We shall see how far you will be induced by them to change the royal for the patriotic style." "The repetition would be useless," said Raymond, "since I well remember them, and have many others, self-suggested, which speak with unanswerable persuasion." He did not explain himself, nor did I make any remark on his reply. Our silence endured for some miles, till the country with open fields, or shady woods and parks, presented pleasant objects to our view. After some observations on the scenery and seats, Raymond said, "Philosophers have called man a microcosm of nature, and find a reflection in the internal mind for all this machinery visibly at work around us. This theory has often been a source of amusement to me, and many an idle hour have I spent, exercising my ingenuity in finding resemblances. Does not Lord Bacon say that the falling from a discord to a concord, which maketh great sweetness in music, hath an agreement with the affections, which are reintegrated to the better after some dislikes? What a sea is the tide of passion, whose fountains are in our own nature! Our virtues are the quicksands, which show themselves at calm and low water, but let the waves arise and the winds buffet them, and the poor devil, whose hope was in their durability, finds them sink from under him. The fashions of the world, its exigencies, educations and pursuits, are winds to drive our wills, like clouds all one way, but let a thunderstorm arise in the shape of love, hate, or ambition, and the rack goes backward, stemming the opposing air in triumph." "Yet," replied I, "nature always presents to our eyes the appearance of a patient. While there is an active principle in man, which is capable of ruling fortune, and at least of tacking against the gale, till it in some mode conquers it." "There is more of what is specious than true in your distinction," said my companion. "Did we form ourselves, choosing our dispositions and our powers? I find myself, for one, as a stringed instrument with chords and stops, but I have no power to turn the pegs, or pitch my thoughts to a higher or lower key. Other men, I observed, may be better musicians." "I talk not of others but myself," replied Raymond, "and I am as fair an example to go by as another. I cannot set my heart to a particular tune, or run voluntary changes on my will. We are born. We choose neither our parents nor our stations. We are educated by others, or by the world's circumstance, and this cultivation, mingling with our innate disposition, is the soil in which our desires, passions, and motives grow." "There is much truth in what you say," said I, "and yet no man ever acts upon this theory, who, when he makes a choice, says, 'Thus I choose because I am necessitated.' Does he not on the contrary feel a freedom of will within him, which, though you may call it fallacious, still actuates him as he decides?" "Exactly so," replied Raymond. "Another link of the breakless chain, were I now to commit an act which would annihilate my hopes, and pluck the regal garment from my mortal limbs to clothe them in ordinary weeds, would this, think you, be an act of free will on my part?" As we talked thus, I perceived that we were not going the ordinary road to Windsor, but through Inglefield Green, towards Bishopgate Heath. I began to divine that Idris was not the object of our journey, but that I was brought to witness the scene that was to decide the fate of Raymond, and of Perdita. Raymond had evidently vacillated during his journey, and irresolution was marked in every gesture as we entered Perdita's cottage. I watched him curiously, determined that, if this hesitation should continue, I would assist Perdita to overcome herself, and teach her to disdain the wavering love of him who balanced between the possession of a crown and of her whose excellence and affection transcended the worth of a kingdom. We found her in her flower-adorned alcove. She was reading the newspaper report of the debate in Parliament, that apparently doomed her to hopelessness. That heart-sinking feeling was painted in her sunk eyes and spiritless attitude. A cloud was on her beauty, and frequent sighs were tokens of her distress. This sight had an instantaneous effect on Raymond. His eyes beamed with tenderness, and remorse clothed his manners with earnestness and truth. He sat beside her, and taking the paper from her hand said, "Not a word more shall my sweet Perdita read of this contention of madmen and fools. I must not permit you to be acquainted with the extent of my delusion, lest you despise me, although believe me, a wish to appear before you, not vanquished but as a conqueror, inspired me during my wordy war." Perdita looked at him like one amazed. Her expressive countenance shone for a moment with tenderness. To see him only was happiness. But a bitter thought swiftly shadowed her joy. She bent her eyes on the ground, endeavoring to master the passion of tears that threatened to overwhelm her. Raymond continued, "I will not act a part with you, dear girl, or appear other than what I am, weak and unworthy, more fit to excite your disdain than your love. Yet you do love me. I feel and know that you do, and thence I draw my most cherished hopes. If pride guided you, or even reason, you might well reject me. Do so. If your high heart, incapable of my infirmity of purpose, refuses to bend to the lowness of mine, turn from me if you will, if you can. If your whole soul does not urge you to forgive me, if your entire heart does not open wide its door to admit me to its very center, forsake me, never speak to me again. I, though sinning against you almost beyond remission, I also am proud. There must be no reserve in your pardon, no drawback to the gift of your affection." Perdita looked down, confused, yet pleased. My presence embarrassed her, so that she dared not turn to meet her lover's eye, or trust her voice to assure him of her affection, while a blush mantled her cheek, and her disconsolate air was exchanged for one expressive of deep-felt joy. Raymond encircled her waist with his arm, and continued, "I do not deny that I have balanced between you and the highest hope that mortal man can entertain, but I do so no longer. Take me, mold me to your will, possess my heart and soul to all eternity. If you refuse to contribute to my happiness, I quit England tonight, and will never set foot in it again. Lionel, you hear, witness for me. Persuade your sister to forgive the injury I have done her. Persuade her to be mine." "There needs no persuasion," said the blushing Perdita, "except your own dear promises, and my ready heart, which whispers to me that they are true." That same evening we all three walked together in the forest, and, with the garrulity which happiness inspires, they detailed to me the history of their loves. It was pleasant to see the haughty Raymond and reserved Perdita changed through happy love into prattling, playful children, both losing their characteristic dignity in the fullness of mutual contentment. A night or two ago Lord Raymond, with a brow of care and a heart oppressed with thought, bent all his energies to silence or persuade the legislators of England that a sceptre was not too weighty for his hand, while visions of dominion, war and triumph floated before him. Now, frolicsome as a lively boy sporting under his mother's approving eye, the hopes of his ambition were complete, when he pressed the small fair hand of Perdita to his lips, while she, radiant with delight, looked on the still pool, not truly admiring herself but drinking in with rapture the reflection there made of the I rambled away from them. If the rapture of assured sympathy was theirs, I enjoyed that of restored hope. I looked on the regal towers of Windsor. High is the wall and strong the barrier that separate me from my star of beauty, but not impassable. She will not be his. A few more years dwell in thy native garden, sweet flower, till I by toil and time acquire a right to gather thee. Despair not, nor bid me despair. What must I do now? First I must seek Adrian, and restore him to her. Patience, gentleness, and untired affection shall recall him, if it be true, as Raymond says, that he is mad. Energy and courage shall rescue him, if he be unjustly imprisoned. After the lovers again joined me, we supped together in the alcove. Truly it was a fairy's supper, for though the air was perfumed by the scent of fruits and wine, we none of us either ate or drank. Even the beauty of the night was unobserved. Their ecstasy could not be increased by outward objects, and I was wrapped in reverie. At about midnight, Raymond and I took leave of my sister to return to town. He was all gaiety, scraps of songs fell from his lips, every thought of his mind, every object about us, gleamed under the sunshine of his mirth. He accused me of melancholy, of ill humor and envy. "Not so," said I, "though I confess that my thoughts are not occupied as pleasantly as yours are. You promised to facilitate my visit to Adrian. I conjure you to perform your promise. I cannot linger here. I long to soothe, perhaps to cure the malady of my first and best friend. I shall immediately depart for Dunkeld." "Thou bird of night," replied Raymond, "what an eclipse do you throw across my bright thoughts, forcing me to call to mind that melancholy ruin, which stands in mental desolation, more irreparable than a fragment of a carved column in a weed-grown field. You dream that you can restore him. Daedalus never wound so inextricable an error round Minotaur, as madness has woven about his imprisoned reason. Nor you, nor any other Theseus can thread the labyrinth, to which perhaps some unkind Ariadne has the clue. You allude to Evadne Zaimi, but she is not in England." "And were she," said Raymond, "I would not advise her seeing him. Better to decay in absolute delirium than to be the victim of the methodical unreason of ill-bestowed love. The long duration of his malady has probably erased from his mind all vestige of her, and it were well that it should never again be imprinted. You will find him at Dunkeld. Gentle and tractable he wanders up the hills and through the wood, or sits listening beside the waterfall. You may see him, his hair stuck with wild flowers, his eyes full of untraceable meaning, his voice broken, his person wasted to a shadow. He plucks flowers and weeds and weaves chaplets of them, or sails yellow leaves and bits of bark on the stream, rejoicing in their safety, or weeping at their wreck. The very memory half unmans me. By heaven, the first tears I have shed since boyhood rushed scalding into my eyes when I saw him." It needed not this last account to spur me on to visit him. I only doubted whether or not I should endeavor to see Idris again, before I departed. This doubt was decided on the following day. Early in the morning Raymond came to me. Intelligence had arrived that Adrian was dangerously ill, and it appeared impossible that his failing strength should surmount the disorder. "Tomorrow," said Raymond, "his mother and sister set out for Scotland to see him once again." "And I go today," I cried. "This very hour I will engage a sailing balloon. I shall be there in 48 hours at furthest, perhaps in less if the wind is fair. Farewell, Raymond. Be happy in having chosen the better part in life. This turn of fortune revives me. I feared madness, not sickness. I have a presentiment that Adrian will not die. Perhaps this illness is a crisis, and he may recover." Everything favored my journey. The balloon rose about half a mile from the earth, and with a favorable wind it hurried through the air, its feathered vans cleaving the unopposing atmosphere. Notwithstanding the melancholy object of my journey, my spirits were exhilarated by reviving hope, by the swift motion of the airy pinnace, and the balmy visitation of the sunny air. The pilot hardly moved the plumed steerage, and the slender mechanism of the wings, wide unfurled, gave forth a murmuring noise, soothing to the sense. Plain and hill, stream and cornfield were discernible below, while we unimpeded sped on swift and secure, as a wild swan in his springtide flight. The machine obeyed the slightest motion of the helm, and the wind blowing steadily there was no let or obstacle to our course. Such was the power of man over the elements, a power long sought, and lately won, yet foretold in bygone time by the Prince of Poets, whose verses I quoted much to the astonishment of my pilot, when I told him how many 100 years ago they had been written. "Oh, human wit, thou canst invent much ill, thou searchest strange arts. Who would think by skill, an heavy man like a light bird should stray, and through the empty heavens find a way?" I alighted at Perth, and though much fatigued by a constant exposure to the air for many hours, I would not rest, but merely altering my mode of conveyance, I went by land instead of air, to Dunkeld. The sun was rising as I entered the opening of the hills. After the revolution of ages, Burnham Hill was again covered with a young forest, while more aged pines, planted at the very commencement of the 19th century by the then Duke of Atholl, gave solemnity and beauty to the scene. The rising sun first tinged the pine tops, and my mind, rendered through my mountain education deeply susceptible of the graces of nature, and now, on the eve of again beholding my beloved and perhaps dying friend, was strangely influenced by the sight of those distant beams. Surely they were ominous, and as such I regarded them, good omens for Adrian, on whose life my happiness depended. Poor fellow! He lay stretched on a bed of sickness, his cheeks glowing with the hues of fever, his eyes half closed, his breath irregular and difficult. Yet it was less painful to see him thus, than to find him fulfilling the animal functions uninterruptedly, his mind sick the while. I established myself at his bedside. I never quitted it day or night. Bitter task was it, to behold his spirit waver between death and life, to see his warm cheek, and know that the very fire which burned too fiercely there, was consuming the vital fuel, to hear his moaning voice, which might never again articulate words of love and wisdom, to witness the ineffectual motions of his limbs, soon to be wrapped in their mortal shroud. Such for 3 days and nights appeared the consummation which fate had decreed for my labors, and I became haggard and spectre-like, through anxiety and watching. At length his eyes unclosed faintly, yet with a look of returning life. He became pale and weak, but the rigidity of his features was softened by approaching convalescence. He knew me. What a brimful cup of joyful agony it was when his face first gleamed with the glance of recognition, when he pressed my hand, now more fevered than his own, and when he pronounced my name. No trace of his past insanity remained, to dash my joy with sorrow. This same evening his mother and sister arrived. The Countess of Windsor was by nature full of energetic feeling, but she had very seldom in her life permitted the concentrated emotions of her heart to show themselves on her features. The studied immovability of her countenance, her slow, equable manner, and soft but unmelodious voice, were a mask, hiding her fiery passions and the impatience of her disposition. She did not in the least resemble either of her children. Her black and sparkling eye, lit up by pride, was totally unlike the blue luster and frank, benignant expression of either Adrian or Idris. There was something grand and majestic in her motions, but nothing persuasive, nothing amiable. Tall, thin and straight, her face still handsome, her raven hair hardly tinged with grey, her forehead arched and beautiful. Had not the eyebrows been somewhat scattered, it was impossible not to be struck by her, almost to fear her. Idris appeared to be the only being who could resist her mother, notwithstanding the extreme mildness of her character. But there was a fearlessness and frankness about her, which said that she would not encroach on another's liberty, but held her own sacred and unassailable. The Countess cast no look of kindness on my worn-out frame, though afterwards she thanked me coldly for my attentions. Not so Idris. Her first glance was for her brother. She took his hand, she kissed his eyelids, and hung over him with looks of compassion and love. Her eyes glistened with tears when she thanked me, and the grace of her expressions was enhanced, not diminished, by the fervor, which caused her almost to falter as she spoke. Her mother, all eyes and ears, soon interrupted us, and I saw that she wished to dismiss me quietly, as one whose services, now that his relatives had arrived, were of no use to her son. I was harassed and ill, resolved not to give up my post, yet doubting in what way I should assert it, when Adrian called me and, clasping my hand, bade me not leave him. His mother, apparently inattentive, at once understood what was meant, and seeing the hold we had upon her, yielded the point to us. The days that followed were full of pain to me, so that I sometimes regretted that I had not yielded at once to the haughty lady, who watched all my motions, and turned my beloved task of nursing my friend to a work of pain and irritation. Never did any woman appear so entirely made of mind as the Countess of Windsor. Her passions had subdued her appetites, even her natural wants. She slept little, and hardly ate at all. Her body was evidently considered by her as a mere machine, whose health was necessary for the accomplishment of her schemes, but whose senses formed no part of her enjoyment. There is something fearful in one who can thus conquer the animal part of our nature, if the victory be not the effect of consummate virtue. Nor was it without a mixture of this feeling that I beheld the figure of the Countess awake when others slept, fasting when I, abstemious naturally, and rendered so by the fever that preyed on me, was forced to recruit myself with food. She resolved to prevent or diminish my opportunities of acquiring influence over her children, and circumvented my plans by a hard, quiet, stubborn resolution that seemed not to belong to flesh and blood. War was at last tacitly acknowledged between us. We had many pitched battles, during which no word was spoken, hardly a look was interchanged, but in which each resolved not to submit to the other. The Countess had the advantage of position, so I was vanquished, though I would not yield. I became sick at heart. My countenance was painted with the hues of ill health and vexation. Adrian and Idris saw this. They attributed it to my long watching and anxiety. They urged me to rest and take care of myself, while I most truly assured them that my best medicine was their good wishes, those, and the assured convalescence of my friend, now daily more apparent. The faint rose again blushed on his cheek, his brow and lips lost the ashy paleness of threatened dissolution. Such was the dear reward of my unremitting attention, and bounteous heaven added overflowing recompense, when it gave me also the thanks and smiles of Idris. After the lapse of a few weeks we left Dunkeld. Idris and her mother returned immediately to Windsor, while Adrian and I followed by slow journeys and frequent stoppages, occasioned by his continued weakness. As we traversed the various counties of fertile England, all wore an exhilarating appearance to my companion, who had been so long secluded by disease from the enjoyments of weather and scenery. We passed through busy towns and cultivated plains. The husbandmen were getting in their plenteous harvests, and the women and children, occupied by light rustic toils, formed groups of happy, healthful persons, the very sight of whom carried cheerfulness to the heart. One evening, quitting our inn, we strolled down a shady lane, then up a grassy slope, till we came to an eminence that commanded an extensive view of hill and dale, meandering rivers, dark woods, and shining villages. The sun was setting, and the clouds, straying like new-shorn sheep through the vast fields of sky, received the golden color of his parting beams. The distant uplands shone out, and the busy hum of evening came, harmonized by distance, on our ear. Adrian, who felt all the fresh spirit infused by returning health, clasped his hands in delight, and exclaimed with transport, "O happy earth and happy inhabitants of earth! A stately palace has God built for you, O man, and worthy are you of your dwelling. Behold the verdant carpet spread at our feet, and the azure canopy above, the fields of earth which generate and nurture all things, and the track of heaven, which contains and clasps all things. Now at this evening hour, at the period of repose and refection, methinks all hearty breathe one hymn of love and thanksgiving, and we, like priests of old on the mountain tops, give a voice to their sentiment. Assuredly a most benignant power built up the majestic fabric we inhabit, and framed the laws by which it endures. If mere existence and not happiness had been the final end of our being, what need of the profuse luxuries which we enjoy? Why should our dwelling place be so lovely, and why should the instincts of nature minister pleasurable sensations? The very sustaining of our animal machine is made delightful, and our sustenance, the fruits of the field, is painted with transcendent hues, endued with grateful odors and palatable to our taste. Why should this be, if he were not good? We need houses to protect us from the seasons, and behold the materials with which we are provided, the growth of trees with their adornment of leaves, while rocks of stone piled above the plains variegate the prospect with their pleasant irregularity. Nor are outward objects alone the receptacles of the spirit of good. Look into the mind of man, where wisdom reigns enthroned, where imagination, the painter, sits, with his pencil dipped in hues, lovelier than those of sunset, adorning familiar life with glowing tints. What a noble boon, worthy the giver, is the imagination. It takes from reality its leaden hue. It envelops all thought and sensation in a radiant veil, and with an hand of beauty beckons us from the sterile seas of life to her gardens and bowers and glades of bliss. And is not love a gift of the divinity? Love, and her child hope, which can bestow wealth on poverty, strength on the weak and happiness on the sorrowing. My lot has not been fortunate. I have consorted long with grief, entered the gloomy labyrinth of madness, and emerged but half alive. Yet I thank God that I have lived. I thank God that I have beheld his throne, the heavens and earth, his footstool. I am glad that I have seen the changes of his day, to behold the sun, fountain of light, and the gentle pilgrim moon, to have seen the fire-bearing flowers of the sky, and the flowery stars of earth, to have witnessed the sowing and the harvest. I am glad that I have loved, and have experienced sympathetic joy and sorrow with my fellow creatures. I am glad now to feel the current of thought flow through my mind, as the blood through the articulations of my frame. Mere existence is pleasure, and I thank God that I live. And all ye happy nurslings of Mother Earth, do ye not echo my words? Ye who are linked by the affectionate ties of nature, companions, friends, lovers, fathers, who toil with joy for their offspring, women, who while gazing on the living forms of their children, forget the pains of maternity, children, who neither toil nor spin, but love and are loved. Oh, that death and sickness were banished from our earthly home, that hatred, tyranny, and fear could no longer make their lair in the human heart, that each man might find a brother in his fellow, and a nest of repose amid the wide plains of his inheritance, that the source of tears were dry, and that lips might no longer form expressions of sorrow. Sleeping thus under the beneficent eye of heaven, Can evil visit thee, O earth, or grief cradle to their graves thy luckless children? Whisper it not, lest the demons hear and rejoice. The choice is with us, let us will it, and our habitation becomes a paradise. For the will of man is omnipotent, blunting the arrows of death, soothing the bed of disease, and wiping away the tears of agony. And what is each human being worth, if he do not put forth his strength to aid his fellow creatures? My soul is a fading spark, my nature frail as a spent wave, but I dedicate all of intellect and strength that remains to me to that one work, and take upon me the task, as far as I am able, of bestowing blessings on my fellow men. His voice trembled, his eyes were cast up, his hands clasped, and his fragile person was bent, as it were, with excessive emotion. The spirit of life seemed to linger in his form, as a dying flame on an altar flickers on the embers of an accepted sacrifice. Chapter 6. When we arrived at Windsor, I found that Raymond and Perdita had departed for the continent. I took possession of my sister's cottage, and blessed myself that I lived within view of Windsor Castle. It was a curious fact, that at this period, when by the marriage of Perdita I was allied to one of the richest individuals in England, and was bound by the most intimate friendship to its chief most noble, I experienced the greatest excess of poverty that I had ever known. My knowledge of the worldly principles of Lord Raymond would have ever prevented me from applying to him, however deep my distress might have been. It was in vain that I repeated to myself with regard to Adrian, that his purse was open to me, that one in soul as we were, our fortunes ought also to be common. I could never, while with him, think of his bounty as a remedy to my poverty, and I even put aside hastily his offers of supplies, assuring him of a falsehood, that I needed them not. How could I say to this generous being, maintain me in idleness? You who have dedicated your powers of mind and fortune to the benefit of your species, shall you so misdirect your exertions, as to support in uselessness the strong, healthy, and capable? And yet I dared not request him to use his influence that I might obtain an honourable provision for myself, for then I should have been obliged to leave Windsor. I hovered forever around the walls of its castle, beneath its shadowing thickets. My sole companions were my books and my loving thoughts. I studied the wisdom of the ancients, and gazed on the happy walls that sheltered the beloved of my soul. My mind was nevertheless idle. I pored over the poetry of old times. I studied the metaphysics of Plato and Berkeley. I read the histories of Greece and Rome, and of England's former periods, and I watched the movements of the lady of my heart. At night I could see her shadow on the walls of her apartment. By day I viewed her in her flower garden, or riding in the park with her usual companions. Methought the charm would be broken if I were seen, but I heard the music of her voice and was happy. I gave to each heroine of whom I read, her beauty and matchless excellencies. Such was Antigone, when she guided the blind Oedipus to the grove of the Eumenides, and discharged the funeral rites of Polynices. Such was Miranda, in the unvisited cave of Prospero. Such Haidee, on the sands of the Ionian island. I was mad with excess of passionate devotion, but pride, tameless as fire, invested my nature, and prevented me from betraying myself by word or look. In the meantime, while I thus pampered myself with rich mental repasts, a peasant would have disdained my scanty fare, which I sometimes robbed from the squirrels of the forest. I was, I own, often tempted to recur to the lawless feats of my boyhood, and knock down the almost tame pheasants that perched upon the trees, and bent their bright eyes on me. But they were the property of Adrian, the nurslings of Idris, and so, although my imagination, rendered sensual by privation, made me think that they would better become the spit in my kitchen than the green leaves of the forest. Natheless, I checked my haughty will, and did not eat, but supped upon sentiment, and dreamt vainly of such morsels sweet, as I might not waking attain. But, at this period the whole scheme of my existence was about to change. The orphan and neglected son of Verney was on the eve of being linked to the mechanism of society by a golden chain, and to enter into all the duties and affections of life. Miracles were to be wrought in my favour, the machine of social life pushed with vast effort backward. Attend, O reader, while I narrate this tale of wonders. One day, as Adrian and Idris were riding through the forest, with their mother and accustomed companions, Idris, drawing her brother aside from the rest of the cavalcade, suddenly asked him what had become of his friend Lionel Verney. "Even from this spot," replied Adrian, pointing to my sister's cottage, "you can see his dwelling." "Indeed," said Idris, "and why, if he be so near, does he not come to see us, and make one of our society?" "I often visit him," replied Adrian, "but you may easily guess the motives, which prevent him from coming where his presence may annoy anyone among us." "I do guess them," said Idris, "and such as they are, I would not venture to combat them. Tell me, however, in what way he passes his time, what he is doing and thinking in his cottage retreat." "Nay, my sweet sister," replied Adrian, "you ask me more than I can well answer, but if you feel interest in him, why not visit him? He will feel highly honored, and thus you may repay a part of the obligation I owe him, and compensate for the injuries fortune has done him." "I will most readily accompany you to his abode," said the lady. "Not that I wish that either of us should unburthen ourselves of our debt, which being no less than your life, must remain unpayable ever, but let us go. Tomorrow we will arrange to ride out together, and proceeding towards that part of the forest, call upon him." The next evening, therefore, though the autumnal change had brought on cold and rain, Adrian and Idris entered my cottage. They found me curious-like, feasting on sorry fruits for supper, but they brought gifts richer than the golden bribes of the Sabines. Nor could I refuse the invaluable store of friendship and delight, which they bestowed. Surely the glorious twins of Latona were not more welcome when, in the infancy of the world, they were brought forth to beautify and enlighten this sterile promontory, than were this angelic pair to my lowly dwelling and grateful heart. We sat like one family round my hearth. Our talk was on subjects, unconnected with the emotions that evidently occupied each, but we each divined the other's thought, and as our voices spoke of indifferent matters, our eyes, in mute language, told 1,000 things no tongue could have uttered. They left me in an hour's time. They left me happy, how unspeakably happy. It did not require the measured sounds of human language to syllable the story of my ecstasy. Idris had visited me. Idris I should again and again see. My imagination did not wander beyond the completeness of this knowledge. I trod air. No doubt, no fear, no hope even disturbed me. I clasped with my soul the fullness of contentment, satisfied, undesiring, beatified. For many days Adrian and Idris continued to visit me thus. In this dear intercourse love, in the guise of enthusiastic friendship, infused more and more of his omnipotent spirit. Idris felt it. Yes, divinity of the world, I read your characters in her looks and gesture. I heard your melodious voice echoed by her. You prepared for us a soft and flowery path. All gentle thoughts adorned it. Your name, O love, was not spoken, but you stood the genius of the hour, veiled, and time, but no mortal hand, might raise the curtain. Organs of articulate sound did not proclaim the union of our hearts, for untoward circumstance allowed no opportunity for the expression that hovered on our lips. O my pen, haste thou to write what was, before the thought of what is arrests the hand that guides thee. If I lift up my eyes and see the desert earth, and feel that those dear eyes have spent their mortal luster, and that those beauteous lips are silent, their crimson leaves faded, forever I am mute. But you live, my Idris, even now you move before me. There was a glade, O reader, a grassy opening in the wood. The retiring trees left its velvet expanse as a temple for love. The silver Thames bounded it on one side, and a willow, bending down, dipped in the water, its naiad hair, dishevelled by the wind's viewless hand. The oaks around were the home of a tribe of nightingales. There am I now. Idris, in youth's dear prime, is by my side. Remember, I am just 22, and 17 summers have scarcely passed over the beloved of my heart. The river, swollen by autumnal rains, deluged the low lands, and Adrian, in his favourite boat, is employed in the dangerous pastime of plucking the topmost bough from a submerged oak. Are you weary of life, O Adrian, that you thus play with danger? He has obtained his prize, and he pilots his boat through the flood. Our eyes were fixed on him fearfully, but the stream carried him away from us. He was forced to land far lower down, and to make a considerable circuit before he could join us. He is safe, said Idris as he leapt on shore, and waved the bough over his head in token of success. We will wait for him here. We were alone together. The sun had set. The song of the nightingales began. The evening star shone distinct in the flood of light, which was yet unfaded in the west. The blue eyes of my angelic girl were fixed on this sweet emblem of herself. How the light palpitates, she said, which is that star's life. Its vacillating effulgence seems to say that its state, even like ours upon earth, is wavering and inconstant. It fears, methinks, and it loves. Gaze not on the star, dear generous friend, I cried, read not love in its trembling rays, look not upon distant worlds, speak not of the mere imagination of a sentiment. I have long been silent, long even to sickness have I desired to speak to you, and submit my soul, my life, my entire being to you. Look not on the star, dear love, or do, and let that eternal spark plead for me. Let it be my witness and my advocate, silent as it shines. Love is to me as light to the star. Even so long as that is uneclipsed by annihilation, so long shall I love you. Veiled forever to the world's callous eye must be the transport of that moment. Still do I feel her graceful form press against my full-fraught heart. Still does sight, and pulse, and breath sicken and fail, at the remembrance of that first kiss. Slowly and silently we went to meet Adrian, whom we heard approaching. I entreated Adrian to return to me after he had conducted his sister home. And that same evening, walking among the moonlit forest paths, I poured forth my whole heart, its transport and its hope, to my friend. For a moment he looked disturbed. I might have foreseen this, he said. What strife will now ensue? Pardon me, Lionel, nor wonder that the expectation of contest with my mother should jar me, when else I should delightedly confess that my best hopes are fulfilled, in confiding my sister to your protection. If you do not already know it, you will soon learn the deep hate my mother bears to the name of Verney. I will converse with Idris, then all that a friend can do, I will do. To her it must belong to play the lover's part, if she be capable of it. While the brother and sister were still hesitating in what manner they could best attempt to bring their mother over to their party, she, suspecting our meetings, taxed her children with them, taxed her fair daughter with deceit, and an unbecoming attachment for one whose only merit was being the son of the profligate favourite of her imprudent father, and who was doubtless as worthless as he from whom he boasted his descent. The eyes of Idris flashed at this accusation. She replied, I do not deny that I love Verney. Prove to me that he is worthless and I will never see him more. Dear madam, said Adrian, let me entreat you to see him, to cultivate his friendship. You will wonder then, as I do, at the extent of his accomplishments, and the brilliancy of his talents. Pardon me, gentle reader, this is not futile vanity. Not futile, since to know that Adrian felt thus, brings joy even now to my lone heart. Mad and foolish boy, exclaimed the angry lady, you have chosen with dreams and theories to overthrow my schemes for your own aggrandizement, but you shall not do the same by those I have formed for your sister. I but too well understand the fascination you both labor under, since I had the same struggle with your father, to make him cast off the parent of this youth, who hid his evil propensities with the smoothness and subtlety of a viper. In those days how often did I hear of his attractions, his widespread conquests, his wit, his refined manners. It is well when flies only are caught by such spiders' webs, but is it for the high-born and powerful to bow their necks to the flimsy yoke of these unmeaning pretensions? Were your sister indeed the insignificant person she deserves to be, I would willingly leave her to the fate, the wretched fate, of the wife of a man, whose very person, resembling as it does his wretched father, ought to remind you of the folly and vice it typifies. But remember, Lady Idris, it is not alone the once royal blood of England that colours your veins. You are a princess of Austria, and every life-drop is akin to emperors and kings. Are you then a fit mate for an uneducated shepherd boy, whose only inheritance is his father's tarnished name? I can make but one defence, replied Idris, the same offered by my brother. See, Lionel, converse with my shepherd boy. The Countess interrupted her indignantly. Yours! She cried, and then smoothing her impassioned features to a disdainful smile she continued, We will talk of this another time. All I now ask, all your mother Idris requests is, that you will not see this upstart during the interval of 1 month. I dare not comply, said Idris, it would pain him too much. I have no right to play with his feelings, to accept his proffered love and then sting him with neglect. This is going too far, her mother answered, with quivering lips and eyes again instinct by anger. Nay, madam, said Adrian, unless my sister consents never to see him again, it is surely an useless torment to separate them for a month. Certainly, replied the ex-queen with bitter scorn, His love and her love, and both their childish fluttering, are to be put in fit comparison with my years of hope and anxiety, with the duties of the offspring of kings, with the high and dignified conduct which one of her descent ought to pursue. But it is unworthy of me to argue and complain. Perhaps you will have the goodness to promise me not to marry during that interval?" This was asked only half ironically, and Idris wondered why her mother should extort from her a solemn vow not to do what she had never dreamed of doing. But the promise was required and given. All went on cheerfully now. We met as usual and talked without dread of our future plans. The Countess was so gentle, and even beyond her wont, amiable with her children, that they began to entertain hopes of her ultimate consent. She was too unlike them, too utterly alien to their tastes, for them to find delight in her society, or in the prospect of its continuance, but it gave them pleasure to see her conciliating and kind. Once even, Adrian ventured to propose her receiving me. She refused with a smile, reminding him that for the present his sister had promised to be patient. One day, after the lapse of nearly a month, Adrian received a letter from a friend in London, requesting his immediate presence for the furtherance of some important object. Guileless himself, Adrian feared no deceit. I rode with him as far as Staines. He was in high spirits, and since I could not see Idris during his absence, he promised a speedy return. His gaiety, which was extreme, had the strange effect of awakening in me contrary feelings. A presentiment of evil hung over me. I loitered on my return. I counted the hours that must elapse before I saw Idris again. Wherefore should this be? What evil might not happen in the meantime? Might not her mother take advantage of Adrian's absence to urge her beyond her sufferance, perhaps to entrap her? I resolved, let what would befall, to see and converse with her the following day. This determination soothed me. Tomorrow, loveliest and best, hope and joy of my life, tomorrow I will see thee. Fool, to dream of a moment's delay. I went to rest. At past midnight I was awaked by a violent knocking. It was now deep winter. It had snowed and was still snowing. The wind whistled in the leafless trees, despoiling them of the white flakes as they fell. Its drear moaning, and the continued knocking, mingled wildly with my dreams. At length I was wide awake. Hastily dressing myself, I hurried to discover the cause of this disturbance, and to open my door to the unexpected visitor. Pale as the snow that showered about her, with clasped hands, Idris stood before me. "Save me!" she exclaimed, and would have sunk to the ground had I not supported her. In a moment, however, she revived, and, with energy, almost with violence, entreated me to saddle horses, to take her away to London, to her brother, at least to save her. I had no horses. She wrung her hands. "What can I do?" she cried. "I am lost. We are both forever lost. But come with me, Lionel. Here I must not stay. We can get a chaise at the nearest post-house. Yet perhaps we have time. Come, oh come with me to save and protect me." When I heard her piteous demands, while with disordered dress, dishevelled hair and aghast looks, she wrung her hands, the idea shot across me. Is she also mad? Sweet one. And I folded her to my heart. Better repose than wander further. Rest, my beloved. I will make a fire. You are chill. "Rest," she cried. "Repose. You rave, Lionel. If you delay, we are lost. Come, I pray you, unless you would cast me off forever." That Idris, the princely born nursling of wealth and luxury, should have come through the tempestuous winter night from her regal abode, and standing at my lowly door, conjure me to fly with her through darkness and storm, was surely a dream. Again her plaintive tones, the sight of her loveliness, assured me that it was no vision. Looking timidly around as if she feared to be overheard, she whispered, "I have discovered. Tomorrow, that is, today, already the tomorrow is come, before dawn, foreigners, Austrians, my mother's hirelings, are to carry me off to Germany, to prison, to marriage, to anything except you and my brother. Take me away, or soon they will be here." I was frightened by her vehemence, and imagined some mistake in her incoherent tale, but I no longer hesitated to obey her. She had come by herself from the castle, 3 long miles, at midnight through the heavy snow. We must reach Inglefield Green, 1.5 miles further, before we could obtain a chaise. She told me that she had kept up her strength and courage till her arrival at my cottage, and then both failed. Now she could hardly walk. Supporting her as I did, still she lagged, and at the distance of 1/2 mile, after many stoppages, shivering fits and half-faintings, she slipped from my supporting arm on the snow, and with a torrent of tears averred that she must be taken, for that she could not proceed. I lifted her up in my arms, her light form rested on my breast. I felt no burthen, except the internal one of contrary and contending emotions. Brimming delight now invested me. Again her chill limbs touched me as a torpedo, and I shuddered in sympathy with her pain and fright. Her head lay on my shoulder, her breath waved my hair, her heart beat near mine. Transport made me tremble, blinded me, annihilated me, till a suppressed groan, bursting from her lips, the chattering of her teeth, which she strove vainly to subdue, and all the signs of suffering she evinced, recalled me to the necessity of speed and succor. At last I said to her, "There is Inglefield Green, there the inn, but, if you are seen thus strangely circumstanced, dear Idris, even now your enemies may learn your flight too soon. Were it not better that I hired the chaise alone? I will put you in safety meanwhile, and return to you immediately." She answered that I was right, and might do with her as I pleased. I observed the door of a small outhouse ajar. I pushed it open, and, with some hay strewed about, I formed a couch for her, placing her exhausted frame on it, and covering her with my cloak. I feared to leave her, she looked so wan and faint, but in a moment she reacquired animation, and with that, fear, and again she implored me not to delay. To call up the people of the inn and obtain a conveyance and horses, even though I harnessed them myself, was the work of many minutes, each freighted with the weight of ages. I caused the chaise to advance a little, waited till the people of the inn had retired, and then made the postboy draw up the carriage to the spot where Idris, impatient, and now somewhat recovered, stood waiting for me. I lifted her into the chaise. I assured her that with our 4 horses we should arrive in London before 5 o'clock, the hour when she would be sought and missed. I besought her to calm herself. A kindly shower of tears relieved her, and by degrees she related her tale of fear and peril. That same night after Adrian's departure, her mother had warmly expostulated with her on the subject of her attachment to me. Every motive, every threat, every angry taunt was urged in vain. She seemed to consider that through me she had lost Raymond. I was the evil influence of her life. I was even accused of increasing and confirming the mad and base apostasy of Adrian, from all views of advancement and grandeur. And now this miserable mountaineer was to steal her daughter. Never, Idris related, did the angry lady deign to recur to gentleness and persuasion. If she had, the task of resistance would have been exquisitely painful. As it was, the sweet girl's generous nature was roused to defend and ally herself with my despised cause. Her mother ended with a look of contempt and covert triumph, which for a moment awakened the suspicions of Idris. When they parted for the night, the Countess said, "Tomorrow, I trust your tone will be changed. Be composed. I have agitated you. Go to rest, and I will send you a medicine I always take when unduly restless. It will give you a quiet night." By the time that she had with uneasy thoughts laid her fair cheek upon her pillow, her mother's servant brought a draught. A suspicion again crossed her at this novel proceeding, sufficiently alarming to determine her not to take the potion. But dislike of contention, and a wish to discover whether there was any just foundation for her conjectures, made her, she said, almost instinctively, and in contradiction to her usual frankness, pretend to swallow the medicine. Then, agitated as she had been by her mother's violence, and now by unaccustomed fears, she lay unable to sleep, starting at every sound. Soon her door opened softly, and on her springing up, she heard a whisper, "Not asleep yet," and the door again closed. With a beating heart she expected another visit, and when after an interval her chamber was again invaded, having first assured herself that the intruders were her mother and an attendant, she composed herself to feign sleep. A step approached her bed, she dared not move, she strove to calm her palpitations, which became more violent, when she heard her mother say mutteringly, "Pretty simpleton, little do you think that your game is already at an end forever." For a moment the poor girl fancied that her mother believed that she had drank poison. She was on the point of springing up, when the Countess, already at a distance from the bed, spoke in an owl voice to her companion, and again Idris listened. "Hasten," said she. "There is no time to lose. It is long past 11. They will be here at 5. Take merely the clothes necessary for her journey and her jewel casket." The servant obeyed. Few words were spoken on either side, but those were caught at with avidity by the intended victim. She heard the name of her own maid mentioned. "No, no," replied her mother, "she does not go with us. Lady Idris must forget England, and all belonging to it." And again she heard, "She will not wake till late tomorrow, and we shall then be at sea." "All is ready," at length the woman announced. The Countess again came to her daughter's bedside. "In Austria at least," she said, "you will obey. In Austria, where obedience can be enforced, and no choice left but between an honorable prison and a fitting marriage." Both then withdrew, though as she went, the Countess said, softly, "All sleep, though all have not been prepared for sleep like her. I would not have anyone suspect, or she might be roused to resistance, and perhaps escape. Come with me to my room, we will remain there till the hour agreed upon." They went. Idris, panic-struck, but animated and strengthened even by her excessive fear, dressed herself hurriedly, and going down a flight of back stairs, avoiding the vicinity of her mother's apartment, she contrived to escape from the castle by a low window, and came through snow, wind, and obscurity to my cottage. Nor lost her courage until she arrived, and depositing her fate in my hands, gave herself up to the desperation and weariness that overwhelmed her. I comforted her as well as I might. Joy and exultation were mine, to possess, and to save her, yet not to excite fresh agitation in her. Per non turbar quel bel viso sereno, I curbed my delight. I strove to quiet the eager dancing of my heart. I turned from her my eyes, beaming with too much tenderness, and proudly to dark night, and the inclement atmosphere, murmured the expressions of my transport. We reached London, methought, all too soon, and yet I could not regret our speedy arrival, when I witnessed the ecstasy with which my beloved girl found herself in her brother's arms, safe from every evil, under his unblamed protection. Adrian wrote a brief note to his mother, informing her that Idris was under his care and guardianship. Several days elapsed, and at last an answer came, dated from Cologne. It was useless, the haughty and disappointed lady wrote, for the Earl of Windsor and his sister to address again the injured parent, whose only expectation of tranquility must be derived from oblivion of their existence. Her desires had been blasted, her schemes overthrown. She did not complain. In her brother's court she would find, not compensation for their disobedience, filial unkindness admitted of none, but such a state of things and mode of life as might best reconcile her to her fate. Under such circumstances she positively declined any communication with them. Such were the strange and incredible events that finally brought about my union with the sister of my best friend, with my adored Idris. With simplicity and courage she set aside the prejudices and opposition which were obstacles to my happiness, nor scrupled to give her hand, where she had given her heart. To be worthy of her, to raise myself to her height through the exertion of talents and virtue, to repay her love with devoted, unwearied tenderness, were the only thanks I could offer for the matchless gift. Chapter 7. And now let the reader, passing over some short period of time, be introduced to our happy circle. Adrian, Idris and I were established in Windsor Castle. Lord Raymond and my sister inhabited a house which the former had built on the borders of the great park, near Perdita's cottage, as was still named the low-roofed abode, where we two, poor even in hope, had each received the assurance of our felicity. We had our separate occupations and our common amusements. Sometimes we passed whole days under the leafy covert of the forest with our books and music. This occurred during those rare days in this country, when the sun mounts his ethereal throne in unclouded majesty, and the windless atmosphere is as a bath of pellucid and grateful water, wrapping the senses in tranquillity, when the clouds veiled the sky, and the wind scattered them there and here, rending their woof, and strewing its fragments through the aerial plains. Then we rode out, and sought new spots of beauty and repose. When the frequent rains shut us within doors, evening recreation followed morning study, ushered in by music and song. Idris had a natural musical talent, and her voice, which had been carefully cultivated, was full and sweet. Raymond and I made a part of the concert, and Adrian and Perdita were devout listeners. Then we were as gay as summer insects, playful as children. We ever met one another with smiles, and read content and joy in each other's countenances. Our prime festivals were held in Perdita's cottage, nor were we ever weary of talking of the past or dreaming of the future. Jealousy and disquiet were unknown among us, nor did a fear or hope of change ever disturb our tranquility. Others said, "We might be happy." We said, "We are." When any separation took place between us, it generally so happened that Idris and Perdita would ramble away together, and we remained to discuss the affairs of nations and the philosophy of life. The very difference of our dispositions gave zest to these conversations. Adrian had the superiority in learning and eloquence, but Raymond possessed a quick penetration and a practical knowledge of life, which usually displayed itself in opposition to Adrian, and thus kept up the ball of discussion. At other times we made excursions of many days' duration and crossed the country to visit any spot noted for beauty or historical association. Sometimes we went up to London and entered into the amusements of the busy throng. Sometimes our retreat was invaded by visitors from among them. This change made us only the more sensible to the delights of the intimate intercourse of our own circle, the tranquility of our divine forest and our happy evenings in the halls of our beloved castle. The disposition of Idris was peculiarly frank, soft, and affectionate. Her temper was unalterably sweet, and although firm and resolute on any point that touched her heart, she was yielding to those she loved. The nature of Perdita was less perfect, but tenderness and happiness improved her temper and softened her natural reserve. Her understanding was clear and comprehensive, her imagination vivid. She was sincere, generous, and reasonable. Adrian, the matchless brother of my soul, the sensitive and excellent Adrian, loving all and beloved by all, yet seemed destined not to find the half of himself, which was to complete his happiness. He often left us, and wandered by himself in the woods, or sailed in his little skiff, his books, his only companions. He was often the gayest of our party, at the same time that he was the only one visited by fits of despondency. His slender frame seemed overcharged with the weight of life, and his soul appeared rather to inhabit his body than unite with it. I was hardly more devoted to my Idris than to her brother, and she loved him as her teacher, her friend, the benefactor who had secured to her the fulfillment of her dearest wishes. Raymond, the ambitious, restless Raymond, reposed midway on the great high road of life, and was content to give up all his schemes of sovereignty and fame, to make one of us, the flowers of the field. His kingdom was the heart of Perdita, his subjects her thoughts. By her he was loved, respected as a superior being, obeyed, waited on. No office, no devotion, no watching, was irksome to her, as it regarded him. She would sit apart from us and watch him. She would weep for joy to think that he was hers. She erected a temple for him in the depth of her being, and each faculty was a priestess vowed to his service. Sometimes she might be wayward and capricious, but her repentance was bitter, her return entire, and even this inequality of temper suited him, who was not formed by nature to float idly down the stream of life. During the first year of their marriage, Perdita presented Raymond with a lovely girl. It was curious to trace in this miniature model the very traits of its father. The same half-disdainful lips and smile of triumph, the same intelligent eyes, the same brow and chestnut hair. Her very hands and taper fingers resembled his. How very dear she was to Perdita. In progress of time, I also became a father, and our little darlings, our playthings and delights, called forth 1,000 new and delicious feelings. Years passed thus. Even years, each month brought forth its successor. Each year one like to that gone by. Truly our lives were a living comment on that beautiful sentiment of Plutarch, that our souls have a natural inclination to love, being born as much to love as to feel, to reason, to understand and remember. We talked of change and active pursuits, but still remained at Windsor, incapable of violating the charm that attached us to our secluded life. Pariamo aver qui tutto il ben raccolto, che fra mortali in più parte si rimembra. Now also that our children gave us occupation, we found excuses for our idleness, in the idea of bringing them up to a more splendid career. At length our tranquillity was disturbed, and the course of events which for 5 years had flowed on in hushing tranquillity was broken by breakers and obstacles that woke us from our pleasant dream. A new Lord Protector of England was to be chosen, and, at Raymond's request, we removed to London, to witness, and even take a part in the election. If Raymond had been united to Idris, this post had been his stepping stone to higher dignity, and his desire for power and fame had been crowned with fullest measure. He had exchanged a scepter for a lute, a kingdom for Perdita. Did he think of this as we journeyed up to town? I watched him, but could make but little of him. He was particularly gay, playing with his child and turning to sport every word that was uttered. Perhaps he did this because he saw a cloud upon Perdita's brow. She tried to rouse herself, but her eyes every now and then filled with tears, and she looked wistfully on Raymond and her girl, as if fearful that some evil would betide them. And so she felt. A presentiment of ill hung over her. She leaned from the window looking on the forest, and the turrets of the castle, and as these became hid by intervening objects, she passionately exclaimed, "Scenes of happiness! Scenes sacred to devoted love! When shall I see you again? And when I see ye, shall I be still the beloved and joyous Perdita, or shall I, heart-broken and lost, wander among your groves, the ghost of what I am?" "Why, silly one," cried Raymond, "what is your little head pondering upon, that of a sudden you have become so sublimely dismal? Cheer up, or I shall make you over to Idris, and call Adrian into the carriage, who I see by his gesture, sympathizes with my good spirits." Adrian was on horseback. He rode up to the carriage, and his gaiety, in addition to that of Raymond, dispelled my sister's melancholy. We entered London in the evening, and went to our several abodes near Hyde Park. The following morning, Lord Raymond visited me early. "I come to you," he said, "only half assured that you will assist me in my project, but resolved to go through with it, whether you concur with me or not. Promise me secrecy, however, for if you will not contribute to my success, at least you must not baffle me." "Well, I promise. And now, my dear fellow, for what are we come to London? To be present at the election of a protector, and to give our yea or nay for his shuffling grace of, or for that noisy Ryland. Do you believe, Verney, that I brought you to town for that? No, we will have a protector of our own. We will set up a candidate, and ensure his success. We will nominate Adrian, and do our best to bestow on him the power to which he is entitled by his birth, and which he merits through his virtues. Do not answer. I know all your objections and will reply to them in order. First, whether he will or will not consent to become a great man. Leave the task of persuasion on that point to me. I do not ask you to assist me there. Secondly, whether he ought to exchange his employment of plucking blackberries and nursing wounded partridges in the forest for the command of a nation. My dear Lionel, we are married men, and find employment sufficient in amusing our wives and dancing our children. But Adrian is alone, wifeless, childless, unoccupied. I have long observed him. He pines for want of some interest in life. His heart, exhausted by his early sufferings, reposes like a new-healed limb, and shrinks from all excitement. But his understanding, his charity, his virtues, want a field for exercise and display, and we will procure it for him. Besides, is it not a shame that the genius of Adrian should fade from the earth like a flower in an untrod mountain path, fruitless? Do you think nature composed his surpassing machine for no purpose? Believe me, he was destined to be the author of infinite good to his native England. Has she not bestowed on him every gift in prodigality, birth, wealth, talent, goodness? Does not everyone love and admire him? And does he not delight singly in such efforts as manifest his love to all? Come, I see that you are already persuaded, and will second me when I propose him tonight in Parliament. You have got up all your arguments in excellent order, I replied, and, if Adrian consent, they are unanswerable. One only condition I would make, that you do nothing without his concurrence. I believe you are in the right, said Raymond, although I had thought at first to arrange the affair differently. Be it so. I will go instantly to Adrian, and if he inclines to consent, you will not destroy my labour by persuading him to return, and turn squirrel again in Windsor Forest. Idris, you will not act the traitor towards me. Trust me, replied she, I will preserve a strict neutrality. For my part, said I am too well convinced of the worth of our friend, and the rich harvest of benefits that all England would reap from his protectorship, to deprive my countrymen of such a blessing, if he consent to bestow it on them. In the evening Adrian visited us. Do you cabal also against me? Said he, laughing. And will you make common cause with Raymond in dragging a poor visionary from the clouds to surround him with the fireworks and blasts of earthly grandeur, instead of heavenly rays and airs? I thought you knew me better. I do know you better, I replied, than to think that you would be happy in such a situation. But the good you would do to others may be an inducement, since the time is probably arrived when you can put your theories into practice. and you may bring about such reformation and change as will conduce to that perfect system of government which you delight to portray." "You speak of an almost forgotten dream," said Adrian, his countenance slightly clouding as he spoke. "The visions of my boyhood have long since faded in the light of reality. I know now that I am not a man fitted to govern nations. Sufficient for me if I keep in wholesome rule the little kingdom of my own mortality. But do not you see, Lionel, the drift of our noble friend, a drift perhaps unknown to himself, but apparent to me? Lord Raymond was never born to be a drone in the hive, and to find content in our pastoral life. He thinks that he ought to be satisfied. He imagines that his present situation precludes the possibility of aggrandizement. He does not therefore, even in his own heart, plan change for himself. But do you not see that under the idea of exalting me, he is chalking out a new path for himself, a path of action from which he has long wandered? Let us assist him. He, the noble, the warlike, the great in every quality that can adorn the mind and person of man, he is fitted to be the protector of England. That is, if we propose him, he will assuredly be elected, and will find, in the functions of that high office, scope for the towering powers of his mind. Even Perdita will rejoice. Perdita, in whom ambition was a covered fire until she married Raymond, which event was for a time the fulfillment of her hopes. Perdita will rejoice in the glory and advancement of her lord, and coyly and prettily not be discontented with her share. In the meantime, we, the wise of the land, will return to our castle, and Cincinnatus-like, take to our usual labours, until our friend shall require our presence and assistance here." The more Adrian reasoned upon this scheme, the more feasible it appeared. His own determination never to enter into public life was insurmountable, and the delicacy of his health was a sufficient argument against it. The next step was to induce Raymond to confess his secret wishes for dignity and fame. He entered while we were speaking. The way in which Adrian had received his project for setting him up as a candidate for the protectorship, and his replies, had already awakened in his mind the view of the subject which we were now discussing. His countenance and manner betrayed irresolution and anxiety, but the anxiety arose from a fear that we should not prosecute, or not succeed in our idea, and his irresolution, from a doubt whether we should risk a defeat. A few words from us decided him, and hope and joy sparkled in his eyes. The idea of embarking in a career, so congenial to his early habits and cherished wishes, made him as before energetic and bold. We discussed his chances, the merits of the other candidates, and the dispositions of the voters. After all, we miscalculated. Raymond had lost much of his popularity, and was deserted by his peculiar partisans. Absence from the busy stage had caused him to be forgotten by the people. His former parliamentary supporters were principally composed of royalists, who had been willing to make an idol of him when he appeared as the heir of the earldom of Windsor, but who were indifferent to him when he came forward with no other attributes and distinctions than they conceived to be common to many among themselves. Still he had many friends, admirers of his transcendent talents. His presence in the House, his eloquence, address and imposing beauty were calculated to produce an electric effect. Adrian also, notwithstanding his recluse habits and theories, so adverse to the spirit of party, had many friends, and they were easily induced to vote for a candidate of his selection. The Duke and Mr. Ryland, Lord Raymond's old antagonist, were the other candidates. The Duke was supported by all the aristocrats of the Republic, who considered him their proper representative. Ryland was the popular candidate. When Lord Raymond was first added to the list, his chance of success appeared small. We retired from the debate which had followed on his nomination. We, his nominators, mortified. He dispirited to excess. Perdita reproached us bitterly. Her expectations had been strongly excited. She had urged nothing against our project, on the contrary, she was evidently pleased by it. But its evident ill success changed the current of her ideas. She felt that once awakened, Raymond would never return unrepining to Windsor. His habits were unhinged, his restless mind roused from its sleep. Ambition must now be his companion through life, and if he did not succeed in his present attempt, she foresaw that unhappiness and cureless discontent would follow. Perhaps her own disappointment added a sting to her thoughts and words. She did not spare us, and our own reflections added to our disquietude. It was necessary to follow up our nomination, and to persuade Raymond to present himself to the electors on the following evening. For a long time he was obstinate. He would embark in a balloon. He would sail for a distant quarter of the world, where his name and humiliation were unknown. But this was useless. His attempt was registered, his purpose published to the world, his shame could never be erased from the memories of men. It was as well to fail at last after a struggle, as to fly now at the beginning of his enterprise. From the moment that he adopted this idea he was changed. His depression and anxiety fled, he became all life and activity. The smile of triumph shone on his countenance, determined to pursue his object to the uttermost. His manner and expression seemed ominous of the accomplishment of his wishes. Not so Perdita. She was frightened by his gaiety, for she dreaded a greater revulsion at the end. If his appearance even inspired us with hope, it only rendered the state of her mind more painful. She feared to lose sight of him, yet she dreaded to remark any change in the temper of his mind. She listened eagerly to him, yet tantalized herself by giving to his words a meaning foreign to their true interpretation and adverse to her hopes. She dared not be present at the contest, yet she remained at home a prey to double solicitude. She wept over her little girl, she looked, she spoke, as if she dreaded the occurrence of some frightful calamity. She was half mad from the effects of uncontrollable agitation. Lord Raymond presented himself to the house with fearless confidence and insinuating address. After the Duke and Mr. Ryland had finished their speeches, he commenced. Assuredly he had not conned his lesson, and at first he hesitated, pausing in his ideas and in the choice of his expressions. By degrees he warmed, his words flowed with ease, his language was full of vigor, and his voice of persuasion. He reverted to his past life, his successes in Greece, his favor at home. Why should he lose this, now that added years, prudence, and the pledge which his marriage gave to his country, ought to increase, rather than diminish his claims to confidence? He spoke of the state of England, the necessary measures to be taken to ensure its security and confirm its prosperity. He drew a glowing picture of its present situation. As he spoke, every sound was hushed, every thought suspended by intense attention. His graceful elocution enchained the senses of his hearers. In some degree also he was fitted to reconcile all parties. His birth pleased the aristocracy. His being the candidate recommended by Adrian, a man intimately allied to the popular party, caused a number who had no great reliance either on the Duke or Mr. Ryland to range on his side. The contest was keen and doubtful. Neither Adrian nor myself would have been so anxious if our own success had depended on our exertions, but we had egged our friend on to the enterprise, and it became us to ensure his triumph. Idris, who entertained the highest opinion of his abilities, was warmly interested in the event, and my poor sister, who dared not hope, and to whom fear was misery, was plunged into a fever of disquietude. Day after day passed while we discussed our projects for the evening, and each night was occupied by debates which offered no conclusion. At last the crisis came, the night when Parliament, which had so long delayed its choice, must decide. As the hour of 12 passed and the new day began, it was by virtue of the Constitution dissolved, its power extinct. We assembled at Raymond's house, we and our partisans. At 5:30 we proceeded to the house. Idris endeavored to calm Perdita, but the poor girl's agitation deprived her of all power of self-command. She walked up and down the room, gazed wildly when anyone entered, fancying that they might be the announcers of her doom. I must do justice to my sweet sister. It was not for herself that she was thus agonized. She alone knew the weight which Raymond attached to his success. Even to us he assumed gaiety and hope, and assumed them so well that we did not divine the secret workings of his mind. Sometimes a nervous trembling, a sharp dissonance of voice, and momentary fits of absence revealed to Perdita the violence he did himself. But we, intent on our plans, observed only his ready laugh. His joke intruded on all occasions, the flow of his spirits which seemed incapable of ebb. Besides, Perdita was with him in his retirement. She saw the moodiness that succeeded to this forced hilarity. She marked his disturbed sleep, his painful irritability. Once she had seen his tears, hers had scarce ceased to flow, since she had beheld the big drops which disappointed pride had caused to gather in his eye, but which pride was unable to dispel. What wonder, then, that her feelings were wrought to this pitch? I thus accounted to myself for her agitation, but this was not all, and the sequel revealed another excuse. One moment we seized before our departure, to take leave of our beloved girls. I had small hope of success, and entreated Idris to watch over my sister, As I approached the latter, she seized my hand and drew me into another apartment. She threw herself into my arms and wept and sobbed bitterly and long. I tried to soothe her. I bade her hope. I asked what tremendous consequences would ensue even on our failure. "My brother," she cried, "protector of my childhood, dear, most dear Lionel, my fate hangs by a thread. I have you all about me now, you, the companion of my infancy, Adrian, as dear to me as if bound by the ties of blood, Idris, the sister of my heart, and her lovely offspring. This, oh this, may be the last time that you will surround me thus." Abruptly she stopped, and then cried, "What have I said? Foolish false girl that I am." She looked wildly on me, and then suddenly calming herself, apologized for what she called her unmeaning words, saying that she must indeed be insane, for, while Raymond lived she must be happy. And then, though she still wept, she suffered me tranquilly to depart. Raymond only took her hand when he went, and looked on her expressively. She answered by a look of intelligence and assent. Poor girl! What she then suffered! I could never entirely forgive Raymond for the trials he imposed on her, occasioned as they were by a selfish feeling on his part. He had schemed, if he failed in his present attempt, without taking leave of any of us, to embark for Greece, and never again to revisit England. Perdita acceded to his wishes, for his contentment was the chief object of her life, the crown of her enjoyment. But to leave us all, her companions, the beloved partners of her happiest years, and in the interim to conceal this frightful determination, was a task that almost conquered her strength of mind. She had been employed in arranging for their departure. She had promised Raymond, during this decisive evening, to take advantage of our absence, to go one stage of the journey, and he, after his defeat was ascertained, would slip away from us, and join her. Although, when I was informed of this scheme, I was bitterly offended by the small attention which Raymond paid to my sister's feelings, I was led by reflection to consider that he acted under the force of such strong excitement as to take from him the consciousness, and, consequently, the guilt of a fault. If he had permitted us to witness his agitation, he would have been more under the guidance of reason. But his struggles for the shoe of composure acted with such violence on his nerves as to destroy his power of self-command. I am convinced that, at the worst, he would have returned from the seashore to take leave of us, and to make us the partners of his council. But the task imposed on Perdita was not the less painful. He had extorted from her a vow of secrecy, and her part of the drama, since it was to be performed alone, was the most agonizing that could be devised. But to return to my narrative. The debates had hitherto been long and loud. They had often been protracted merely for the sake of delay. But now each seemed fearful lest the fatal moment should pass, while the choice was yet undecided. Unwonted silence reigned in the house, the members spoke in whispers, and the ordinary business was transacted with celerity and quietness. During the first stage of the election, the Duke had been thrown out. The question, therefore, lay between Lord Raymond and Mr. Ryland. The latter had felt secure of victory until the appearance of Raymond, and, since his name had been inserted as a candidate, he had canvassed with eagerness. He had appeared each evening, impatience and anger marked in his looks, scowling on us from the opposite side of St. Stephen's, as if his mere frown would cast eclipse on our hopes. Everything in the English constitution had been regulated for the better preservation of peace. On the last day, 2 candidates only were allowed to remain, and to obviate, if possible, the last struggle between these, a bribe was offered to him who should voluntarily resign his pretensions. A place of great emolument and honor was given him, and his success facilitated at a future election. Strange to say, however, no instance had yet occurred where either candidate had had recourse to this expedient. In consequence, the law had become obsolete, nor had been referred to by any of us in our discussions. To our extreme surprise, when it was moved that we should resolve ourselves into a committee for the election of the Lord Protector, the member who had nominated Ryland rose and informed us that this candidate had resigned his pretensions. His information was at first received with silence. A confused murmur succeeded, and when the chairman declared Lord Raymond duly chosen, it amounted to a shout of applause and victory. It seemed as if, far from any dread of defeat, even if Mr. Ryland had not resigned, every voice would have been united in favor of our candidate. In fact, now that the idea of contest was dismissed, All hearts returned to their former respect and admiration of our accomplished friend. Each felt that England had never seen a protector so capable of fulfilling the arduous duties of that high office. One voice made of many voices resounded through the chamber. It syllabled the name of Raymond. He entered. I was on one of the highest seats and saw him walk up the passage to the table of the speaker. The native modesty of his disposition conquered the joy of his triumph. He looked round timidly. A mist seemed before his eyes. Adrian, who was beside me, hastened to him, and jumping down the benches, was at his side in a moment. His appearance reanimated our friend, and, when he came to speak and act, his hesitation vanished, and he shone out supreme in majesty and victory. The former protector tendered him the oaths, and presented him with the insignia of office, performing the ceremonies of installation. The House then dissolved. The chief members of the state crowded round the new magistrate, and conducted him to the palace of government. Adrian suddenly vanished, and by the time that Raymond's supporters were reduced to our intimate friends merely, returned leading Idris to congratulate her friend on his success. But where was Perdita? In securing solicitously an unobserved retreat in case of failure, Raymond had forgotten to arrange the mode by which she was to hear of his success, and she had been too much agitated to revert to this circumstance. When Idris entered, so far had Raymond forgotten himself, that he asked for my sister. One word, which told of her mysterious disappearance, recalled him. Adrian, it is true, had already gone to seek the fugitive, imagining that her tameless anxiety had led her to the purlieus of the house, and that some sinister event detained her. But Raymond, without explaining himself, suddenly quitted us, and in another moment we heard him gallop down the street, in spite of the wind and rain that scattered tempest over the earth. We did not know how far he had to go, and soon separated, supposing that in a short time he would return to the palace with Perdita, and that they would not be sorry to find themselves alone. Perdita had arrived with her child at Darford, weeping and inconsolable. She directed everything to be prepared for the continuance of their journey, and placing her lovely sleeping charge on a bed, passed several hours in acute suffering. Sometimes she observed the war of elements, thinking that they also declared against her, and listened to the pattering of the rain in gloomy despair. Sometimes she hung over her child, tracing her resemblance to the father, and fearful lest in afterlife she should display the same passions and uncontrollable impulses that rendered him unhappy. Again, with a gush of pride and delight, she marked in the features of her little girl the same smile of beauty that often irradiated Raymond's countenance. The sight of it soothed her. She thought of the treasure she possessed in the affections of her lord, of his accomplishments, surpassing those of his contemporaries, his genius, his devotion to her. Soon she thought that all she possessed in the world except him might well be spared, nay, given with delight, a propitiatory offering, to secure the supreme good she retained in him. Soon she imagined that fate demanded this sacrifice from her, as a mark she was devoted to Raymond, and that it must be made with cheerfulness. She figured to herself their life in the Greek isle he had selected for their retreat, her task of soothing him, her cares for the beauteous Clara, her rides in his company, her dedication of herself to his consolation. The picture then presented itself to her in such glowing colors that she feared the reverse, and a life of magnificence and power in London, where Raymond would no longer be hers only, nor she the sole source of happiness to him. So far as she merely was concerned, she began to hope for defeat, and it was only on his account that her feelings vacillated, as she heard him gallop into the courtyard of the inn. That he should come to her alone, wetted by the storm, careless of everything except speed, what else could it mean, than that, vanquished and solitary, they were to take their way from native England, the scene of shame, and hide themselves in the myrtle groves of the Grecian Isles. In a moment she was in his arms. The knowledge of his success had become so much a part of himself that he forgot that it was necessary to impart it to his companion. She only felt in his embrace a dear assurance that while he possessed her, he would not despair. "This is kind," she cried. "This is noble, my own beloved. Oh, fear not disgrace or lowly fortune, while you have your Perdita. Fear not sorrow, while our child lives and smiles. Let us go even where you will, the love that accompanies us will prevent our regrets." Locked in his embrace, she spoke thus, and cast back her head, seeking an assent to her words in his eyes. They were sparkling with ineffable delight. "Why, my little lady protectress," said he playfully, "what is this you say? And what pretty scheme have you woven of exile and obscurity, while a brighter web, a golden woven tissue, is that which, in truth, you ought to contemplate?" He kissed her brow, but the wayward girl, half sorry at his triumph, agitated by swift change of thought, hid her face in his bosom and wept. He comforted her, he instilled into her his own hopes and desires, and soon her countenance beamed with sympathy. How very happy were they that night! How full even to bursting was their sense of joy! Chapter 8. Having seen our friend properly installed in his new office, we turned our eyes towards Windsor. The nearness of this place to London was such as to take away the idea of painful separation. When we quitted Raymond and Perdita, we took leave of them in the Protectoral Palace. It was pretty enough to see my sister enter as it were into the spirit of the drama, and endeavour to fill her station with becoming dignity. Her internal pride and humility of manner were now more than ever at war. Her timidity was not artificial, but arose from that fear of not being properly appreciated, that slight estimation of the neglect of the world, which also characterized Raymond. But then Perdita thought more constantly of others than he, and part of her bashfulness arose from a wish to take from those around her a sense of inferiority, a feeling which never crossed her mind. From the circumstances of her birth and education, Idris would have been better fitted for the formulae of ceremony, but the very ease which accompanied such actions with her, arising from habit, rendered them tedious, while with every drawback, Perdita evidently enjoyed her situation. She was too full of new ideas to feel much pain when we departed. She took an affectionate leave of us, and promised to visit us soon. But she did not regret the circumstances that caused our separation. The spirits of Raymond were unbounded. He did not know what to do with his new got power. His head was full of plans. He had as yet decided on none. But he promised himself, his friends, and the world, that the era of his protectorship should be signalized by some act of surpassing glory. Thus we talked of them, and moralized as with diminished numbers we returned to Windsor Castle. We felt extreme delight at our escape from political turmoil, and sought our solitude with redoubled zest. We did not want for occupation, but my eager disposition was now turned to the field of intellectual exertion only, and hard study I found to be an excellent medicine, to allay a fever of spirit with which in indolence I should doubtless have been assailed. Perdita had permitted us to take Clara back with us to Windsor, and she and my two lovely infants were perpetual sources of interest and amusement. The only circumstance that disturbed our peace was the health of Adrian. It evidently declined, without any symptom which could lead us to suspect his disease, unless indeed his brightened eyes, animated look and flustering cheeks made us dread consumption. But he was without pain or fear. He betook himself to books with ardour, and reposed from study in the society he best loved, that of his sister and myself. Sometimes he went up to London to visit Raymond, and watch the progress of events. Clara often accompanied him in these excursions, partly that she might see her parents, partly because Adrian delighted in the prattle and intelligent looks of this lovely child. Meanwhile, all went on well in London. The new elections were finished, Parliament met, and Raymond was occupied in 1,000 beneficial schemes. Canals, aqueducts, bridges, stately buildings, and various edifices for public utility were entered upon. He was continually surrounded by projectors and projects, which were to render England one scene of fertility and magnificence. The state of poverty was to be abolished. Men were to be transported from place to place, almost with the same facility as the Princes Hussein, Ali, and Ahmed, in the Arabian Nights. The physical state of man would soon not yield to the beatitude of angels. Disease was to be banished, labor lightened of its heaviest burden, nor did this seem extravagant. The arts of life, and the discoveries of science, had augmented in a ratio which left all calculation behind. Food sprung up, so to say, spontaneously. Machines existed to supply with facility every want of the population. An evil direction still survived, and men were not happy, not because they could not, but because they would not rouse themselves to vanquish self-raised obstacles. Raymond was to inspire them with his beneficial will, and the mechanism of society, once systematized according to faultless rules, would never again swerve into disorder. For these hopes he abandoned his long-cherished ambition of being enregistered in the annals of nations as a successful warrior. Laying aside his sword, peace and its enduring glories became his aim. The title he coveted was that of the benefactor of his country. Among other works of art in which he was engaged, he had projected the erection of a national gallery for statues and pictures. He possessed many himself, which he designed to present to the Republic, and, As the edifice was to be the great ornament of his protectorship, he was very fastidious in his choice of the plan on which it would be built. Hundreds were brought to him and rejected. He sent even to Italy and Greece for drawings, but, as the design was to be characterized by originality as well as by perfect beauty, his endeavors were for a time without avail. At length a drawing came, with an address where communications might be sent, and no artist's name affixed. The design was new and elegant, but faulty, so faulty that although drawn with the hand and eye of taste, it was evidently the work of one who was not an architect. Raymond contemplated it with delight. The more he gazed, the more pleased he was, and yet the errors multiplied under inspection. He wrote to the address given, desiring to see the draftsman, that such alterations might be made as should be suggested in a consultation between him and the original conceiver. A Greek came. A middle-aged man, with some intelligence of manner, but with so commonplace a physiognomy that Raymond could scarcely believe that he was the designer. He acknowledged that he was not an architect, but the idea of the building had struck him, though he had sent it without the smallest hope of its being accepted. He was a man of few words. Raymond questioned him, but his reserved answers soon made him turn from the man to the drawing. He pointed out the errors and the alterations that he wished to be made. He offered the Greek a pencil that he might correct the sketch on the spot. This was refused by his visitor, who said that he perfectly understood, and would work at it at home. At length, Raymond suffered him to depart. The next day he returned. The design had been redrawn, but many defects still remained, and several of the instructions given had been misunderstood. "Come," said Raymond, "I yielded to you yesterday, now comply with my request. Take the pencil." The Greek took it, but he handled it in no artist-like way. At length he said, "I must confess to you, my lord, that I did not make this drawing. It is impossible for you to see the real designer. Your instructions must pass through me. Condescend therefore to have patience with my ignorance, and to explain your wishes to me. In time I am certain that you will be satisfied." Raymond questioned vainly. The mysterious Greek would say no more. Would an architect be permitted to see the artist? This also was refused. Raymond repeated his instructions, and the visitor retired. Our friend resolved, however, not to be foiled in his wish. He suspected that unaccustomed poverty was the cause of the mystery, and that the artist was unwilling to be seen in the garb and abode of want. Raymond was only the more excited by this consideration to discover him. Impelled by the interest he took in obscure talent, he therefore ordered a person skilled in such matters to follow the Greek the next time he came, and observe the house in which he should enter. His emissary obeyed, and brought the desired intelligence. He had traced the man to one of the most penurious streets in the metropolis. Raymond did not wonder that, thus situated, the artist had shrunk from notice, but he did not for this alter his resolve. On the same evening he went alone to the house named to him. Poverty, dirt, and squalid misery characterized its appearance. "Alas," thought Raymond, "I have much to do before England becomes a paradise." He knocked. The door was opened by a string from above. The broken, wretched staircase was immediately before him, but no person appeared. He knocked again, vainly. And then, impatient of further delay, he ascended the dark, creaking stairs. His main wish, more particularly now that he witnessed the abject dwelling of the artist, was to relieve one, possessed of talent, but depressed by want. He pictured to himself a youth, whose eyes sparkled with genius, whose person was attenuated by famine. He half feared to displease him, but he trusted that his generous kindness would be administered so delicately as not to excite repulse. What human heart is shut to kindness? And though poverty, in its excess, might render the sufferer unapt to submit to the supposed degradation of a benefit, the zeal of the benefactor must at last relax him into thankfulness. These thoughts encouraged Raymond, as he stood at the door of the highest room of the house. After trying vainly to enter the other apartments, he perceived, just within the threshold of this one, a pair of small Turkish slippers. The door was ajar, but all was silent within. It was probable that the inmate was absent, but secure that he had found the right person, our adventurous protector was tempted to enter, to leave a purse on the table, and silently depart. In pursuance of this idea, he pushed open the door gently, but the room was inhabited. Raymond had never visited the dwellings of want, and the scene that now presented itself struck him to the heart. The floor was sunk in many places, the walls ragged and bare, the ceiling weather-stained. A tattered bed stood in the corner. There were but 2 chairs in the room, and a rough broken table, on which was a light in a tin candlestick. Yet, in the midst of such drear and heart-sickening poverty, there was an air of order and cleanliness that surprised him. The thought was fleeting, for his attention was instantly drawn towards the inhabitant of this wretched abode. It was a female. She sat at the table. One small hand shaded her eyes from the candle, the other held a pencil. Her looks were fixed on a drawing before her, which Raymond recognized as the design presented to him. Her whole appearance awakened his deepest interest. Her dark hair was braided and twined in thick knots like the headdress of a Grecian statue. Her garb was mean, but her attitude might have been selected as a model of grace. Raymond had a confused remembrance that he had seen such a form before. He walked across the room. She did not raise her eyes, merely asking in Romaic, "Who is there?" "A friend," replied Raymond in the same dialect. She looked up wondering, and he saw that it was Evadne Zaimi. Evadne, once the idol of Adrian's affections, and who for the sake of her present visitor had disdained the noble youth, and then, neglected by him she loved, with crushed hopes and a stinging sense of misery, had returned to her native Greece. What revolution of fortune could have brought her to England and housed her thus? Raymond recognized her, and his manner changed from polite beneficence to the warmest protestations of kindness and sympathy. The sight of her, in her present situation, passed like an arrow into his soul. He sat by her, he took her hand, and said 1,000 things which breathed the deepest spirit of compassion and affection. Evadne did not answer, her large dark eyes were cast down, at length a tear glimmered on the lashes. "Thus," she cried, "kindness can do, what no want, no misery ever effected. I weep." She shed indeed many tears, her head sunk unconsciously on the shoulder of Raymond. He held her hand, he kissed her sunken tear-stained cheek. He told her that her sufferings were now over. No one possessed the art of consoling like Raymond. He did not reason or declaim, but his look shone with sympathy. He brought pleasant images before the sufferer. His caresses excited no distrust, for they arose purely from the feeling which leads a mother to kiss her wounded child, a desire to demonstrate in every possible way the truth of his feelings, and the keenness of his wish to pour balm into the lacerated mind of the unfortunate. As Evadne regained her composure, his manner became even gay. He sported with the idea of her poverty. Something told him that it was not its real evils that lay heavily at her heart, but the debasement and disgrace attendant on it. As he talked, he divested it of these, sometimes speaking of her fortitude with energetic praise. Then, alluding to her past state, he called her his princess in disguise. He made her warm offers of service. She was too much occupied by more engrossing thoughts, either to accept or reject them. At length, he left her, making a promise to repeat his visit the next day. He returned home, full of mingled feelings, of pain excited by Evadne's wretchedness, and pleasure at the prospect of relieving it. Some motive for which he did not account, even to himself, prevented him from relating his adventure to Perdita. The next day he threw such disguise over his person as a cloak afforded, and revisited Evadne. As he went, he bought a basket of costly fruits, such as were natives of her own country, and throwing over these various beautiful flowers, bore it himself to the miserable garret of his friend. "Behold," cried he as he entered, "what bird's food I have brought for my sparrow on the housetop." Evadne now related the tale of her misfortunes. Her father, though of high rank, had in the end dissipated his fortune, and even destroyed his reputation and influence through a course of dissolute indulgence. His health was impaired beyond hope of cure, and it became his earnest wish, before he died, to preserve his daughter from the poverty which would be the portion of her orphan state. He therefore accepted for her, and persuaded her to accede to, a proposal of marriage, from a wealthy Greek merchant settled at Constantinople. She quitted her native Greece, her father died, by degrees she was cut off from all the companions and ties of her youth. The war, which about a year before the present time had broken out between Greece and Turkey, brought about many reverses of fortune. Her husband became bankrupt, and then, in a tumult and threatened massacre on the part of the Turks, they were obliged to fly at midnight, and reached in an open boat an English vessel under sail, which brought them immediately to this island. The few jewels they had saved supported them a while. The whole strength of Evadne's mind was exerted to support the failing spirits of her husband. Loss of property, hopelessness as to his future prospects, the inoccupation to which poverty condemned him, combined to reduce him to a state bordering on insanity. 5 months after their arrival in England, he committed suicide. You will ask me, continued Evadne, what I have done since. Why I have not applied for succor to the rich Greeks resident here, why I have not returned to my native country. My answer to these questions must needs appear to you unsatisfactory, yet they have sufficed to lead me on day after day, enduring every wretchedness, rather than by such means to seek relief. Shall the daughter of the noble, though prodigal Zaimi, appear a beggar before her compeers or inferiors, superiors she had none? Shall I bow my head before them, and with servile gesture, sell my nobility for life? Had I a child, or any tie to bind me to existence, I might descend to this, but, as it is, the world has been to me a harsh stepmother. Fain would I leave the abode she seems to grudge, and in the grave, forget my pride, my struggles, my despair. The time will soon come, grief and famine have already sapped the foundations of my being. A very short time, and I shall have passed away. Unstained by the crime of self-destruction, unstung by the memory of degradation, my spirit will throw aside this miserable coil, and find such recompense as fortitude and resignation may deserve. This may seem madness to you, yet you also have pride and resolution. Do not then wonder that my pride is tameless, my resolution unalterable. Having thus finished her tale and given such an account as she deemed fit, of the motives of her abstaining from all endeavour to obtain aid from her countrymen, Evadne paused, yet she seemed to have more to say, to which she was unable to give words. In the meantime Raymond was eloquent. His desire of restoring his lovely friend to her rank in society, and to her lost prosperity, animated him, and he poured forth with energy all his wishes and intentions on that subject. But he was checked. Evadne exacted a promise that he should conceal from all her friends her existence in England. The relatives of the Earl of Windsor, said she haughtily, doubtless think that I injured him. Perhaps the Earl himself would be the first to acquit me, but probably I do not deserve acquittal. I acted then, as I ever must, from impulse. This abode of penury may at least prove the disinterestedness of my conduct. No matter, I do not wish to plead my cause before any of them, not even before your lordship. Had you not first discovered me, the tenor of my actions will prove that I had rather die than be a mark for scorn. Behold the proud Evadne in her tatters. Look on the beggar princess. There is aspic venom in the thought. Promise me that my secret shall not be violated by you. Raymond promised, but then a new discussion ensued. Evadne required another engagement on his part, that he would not without her concurrence enter into any project for her benefit, nor himself offer relief. Do not degrade me in my own eyes, she said. Poverty has long been my nurse. Hard-visaged she is, but honest. If dishonor, or what I conceive to be dishonor, come near me, I am lost. Raymond adduced many arguments and fervent persuasions to overcome her feeling, but she remained unconvinced. And, agitated by the discussion, she wildly and passionately made a solemn vow to fly and hide herself where he never could discover her, where famine would soon bring death to conclude her woes, if he persisted in his to her disgracing offers. She could support herself, she said, and then she showed him how, by executing various designs and paintings, she earned a pittance for her support. Raymond yielded for the present. He felt assured, after he had for a while humoured her self-will, that in the end friendship and reason would gain the day. But the feelings that actuated Evadne were rooted in the depths of her being, and were such in their growth as he had no means of understanding. Evadne loved Raymond. He was the hero of her imagination, the image carved by love in the unchanged texture of her heart. 7 years ago, in her youthful prime, she had become attached to him. He had served her country against the Turks. He had in her own land acquired that military glory peculiarly dear to the Greeks, since they were still obliged inch by inch to fight for their security. Yet when he returned thence, and first appeared in public life in England, her love did not purchase his, which then vacillated between Perdita and a crown. While he was yet undecided, she had quitted England. The news of his marriage reached her, and her hopes, poorly nurtured blossoms, withered and fell. The glory of life was gone for her. The roseate halo of love, which had imbued every object with its own color, faded. She was content to take life as it was, and to make the best of leaden-colored reality. She married, and carrying her restless energy of character with her into new scenes, she turned her thoughts to ambition, and aimed at the title and power of Princess of Wallachia. While her patriotic feelings were soothed by the idea of the good she might do her country, when her husband should be chief of this principality, she lived to find ambition as unreal a delusion as love. Her intrigues with Russia, for the furtherance of her object, excited the jealousy of the Porte and the animosity of the Greek government. She was considered a traitor by both. The ruin of her husband followed. They avoided death by a timely flight, and she fell from the height of her desires to penury in England. Much of this tale she concealed from Raymond, nor did she confess that repulse and denial, as to a criminal convicted of the worst of crimes, that of bringing the scythe of foreign despotism to cut away the new springing liberties of her country, would have followed her application to any among the Greeks. She knew that she was the cause of her husband's utter ruin, and she strung herself to bear the consequences, the reproaches which agony extorted, or worse, cureless, uncomplaining depression, when his mind was sunk in a torpor, not the less painful, because it was silent and moveless. She reproached herself with the crime of his death. Guilt and its punishments appeared to surround her. In vain she endeavored to allay remorse by the memory of her real integrity. The rest of the world, and she among them, judged of her actions by their consequences. She prayed for her husband's soul. She conjured the Supreme to place on her head the crime of his self-destruction. She vowed to live to expiate his fault. In the midst of such wretchedness as must soon have destroyed her, one thought only was matter of consolation. She lived in the same country, breathed the same air as Raymond. His name as protector was the burthen of every tongue. His achievements, projects and magnificence, the argument of every story. Nothing is so precious to a woman's heart as the glory and excellence of him she loves. Thus, in every horror Evadne revelled in his fame and prosperity. While her husband lived, this feeling was regarded by her as a crime, repressed, repented of. When he died, the tide of love resumed its ancient flow. It deluged her soul with its tumultuous waves, and she gave herself up a prey to its uncontrollable power. But never, oh never, should he see her in her degraded state. Never should he behold her fallen, as she deemed, from her pride of beauty, the poverty-stricken inhabitant of a garret, with a name which had become a reproach, and a weight of guilt on her soul. But though impenetrably veiled from him, his public office permitted her to become acquainted with all his actions, his daily course of life, even his conversation. She allowed herself one luxury: she saw the newspapers every day, and feasted on the praise and actions of the protector. Not that this indulgence was devoid of accompanying grief. Perdita's name was forever joined with his. Their conjugal felicity was celebrated even by the authentic testimony of facts. They were continually together, nor could the unfortunate Evadne read the monosyllable that designated his name without, at the same time, being presented with the image of her who was the faithful companion of all his labors and pleasures. They, their excellencies, met her eyes in each line, mingling an evil potion that poisoned her very blood. It was in the newspaper that she saw the advertisement for the design for a national gallery. Combining with taste her remembrance of the edifices which she had seen in the East, and by an effort of genius enduing them with unity of design, she executed the plan which had been sent to the protector. She triumphed in the idea of bestowing, unknown and forgotten as she was, a benefit upon him she loved, and with enthusiastic pride looked forward to the accomplishment of a work of hers, which, immortalized in stone, would go down to posterity stamped with the name of Raymond. She awaited with eagerness the return of her messenger from the palace. She listened insatiate to his account of each word, each look of the protector. She felt bliss in this communication with her beloved, although he knew not to whom he addressed his instructions. The drawing itself became ineffably dear to her. He had seen it, and praised it. It was again retouched by her. Each stroke of her pencil was as a chord of thrilling music, and bore to her the idea of a temple raised to celebrate the deepest and most unutterable emotions of her soul. These contemplations engaged her, when the voice of Raymond first struck her ear, a voice, once heard, never to be forgotten. She mastered her gush of feelings, and welcomed him with quiet gentleness. Pride and tenderness now struggled, and at length made a compromise together. She would see Raymond, since destiny had led him to her, and her constancy and devotion must merit his friendship. But her rights with regard to him, and her cherished independence, should not be injured by the idea of interest, or the intervention of the complicated feelings attendant on pecuniary obligation, and the relative situations of the benefactor and benefited. Her mind was uncommon strength. She could subdue her sensible wants to her mental wishes, and suffer cold, hunger and misery, rather than concede to fortune a contested point. Alas, that in human nature, such a pitch of mental discipline, and disdainful negligence of nature itself, should not have been allied to the extreme of moral excellence, but the resolution that permitted her to resist the pains of privation, sprung from the too great energy of her passions, and the concentrated self-will of which this was a sign, was destined to destroy even the very idol, to preserve whose respect she submitted to this detail of wretchedness. Their intercourse continued. By degrees, Evadne related to her friend the whole of her story, the stain her name had received in Greece, the weight of sin which had accrued to her from the death of her husband. When Raymond offered to clear her reputation, and demonstrate to the world her real patriotism, she declared that it was only through her present sufferings that she hoped for any relief to the stings of conscience, that, in her state of mind, diseased as he might think it, the necessity of occupation was salutary medicine. She ended by extorting a promise that for the space of 1 month, he would refrain from the discussion of her interests, engaging after that time to yield in part to his wishes. She could not disguise to herself that any change would separate her from him. Now she saw him each day. His connection with Adrian and Perdita was never mentioned. He was to her a meteor, a companionless star, which at its appointed hour rose in her hemisphere, whose appearance brought felicity, and which, although it set, was never eclipsed. He came each day to her abode of penury, and his presence transformed it to a temple redolent with sweets, radiant with heaven's own light. He partook of her delirium. They built a wall between them and the world. Without, 1,000 harpies raved, remorse and misery, expecting the destined moment for their invasion. Within, was the peace, as of innocence, reckless, blindless, deluding joy, hope, whose still anchor rested on placid, but inconstant water. Thus, while Raymond had been wrapped in visions of power and fame, while he looked forward to entire dominion over the elements and the mind of man, the territory of his own heart escaped his notice, and from that unthought of source arose the mighty torrent that overwhelmed his will, and carried to the oblivious sea fame, hope, and happiness. Chapter 9. In the meantime, what did Perdita do? During the first months of his protectorate, Raymond and she had been inseparable. Each project was discussed with her, each plan approved by her. I never beheld anyone so perfectly happy as my sweet sister. Her expressive eyes were 2 stars whose beams were love, hope and light-heartedness sat on her cloudless brow. She fed even to tears of joy on the praise and glory of her Lord. Her whole existence was one sacrifice to him, and if in the humility of her heart she felt self-complacency, it arose from the reflection that she had won the distinguished hero of the age, and had for years preserved him, even after time had taken from love its usual nourishment. Her own feeling was as entire as at its birth. 5 years had failed to destroy the dazzling unreality of passion. Most men ruthlessly destroy the sacred veil, with which the female heart is wont to adorn the idol of its affections. Not so Raymond. He was an enchanter, whose reign was forever undiminished, a king whose power never was suspended. Follow him through the details of common life, still the same charm of grace and majesty adorned him, nor could he be despoiled of the innate deification with which nature had invested him. Perdita grew in beauty and excellence under his eye. I no longer recognized my reserved, abstracted sister in the fascinating and open-hearted wife of Raymond. The genius that enlightened her countenance was now united to an expression of benevolence, which gave divine perfection to her beauty. Happiness is in its highest degree the sister of goodness. Suffering and amiability may exist together, and writers have loved to depict their conjunction. There is a human and touching harmony in the picture. But perfect happiness is an attribute of angels, and those who possess it appear angelic. Fear has been said to be the parent of religion. Even of that religion is it the generator, which leads its votaries to sacrifice human victims at its altars. But the religion which springs from happiness is a lovelier growth, the religion which makes the heart breathe forth fervent thanksgiving, and causes us to pour out the overflowing of the soul before the author of our being, that which is the parent of the imagination and the nurse of poetry, that which bestows benevolent intelligence on the visible mechanism of the world, and makes earth a temple with heaven for its cope. Such happiness, goodness and religion inhabited the mind of Perdita. During the 5 years we had spent together, a knot of happy human beings at Windsor Castle, her blissful lot had been the frequent theme of my sister's conversation. From early habit and natural affection, she selected me in preference to Adrian or Idris, to be the partner in her overflowing of delight. Perhaps, though apparently much unlike, some secret point of resemblance, the offspring of consanguinity, induced this preference. Often at sunset, I have walked with her, in the sober, shadowed forest paths, and listened with joyful sympathy. Security gave dignity to her passion. The certainty of a full return left her with no wish unfulfilled. The birth of her daughter, embryo copy of her Raymond, filled up the measure of her content, and produced a sacred and indissoluble tie between them. Sometimes she felt proud that he had preferred her to the hopes of a crown. Sometimes she remembered that she had suffered keen anguish when he hesitated in his choice. But this memory of past discontent only served to enhance her present joy. What had been hardly won was now, entirely possessed, doubly dear. She would look at him at a distance with the same rapture, oh, far more exuberant rapture, that one might feel, who after the perils of a tempest, should find himself in the desired port. She would hasten towards him, to feel more certain in his arms the reality of her bliss. This warmth of affection, added to the depth of her understanding, and the brilliancy of her imagination, made her beyond words dear to Raymond. If a feeling of dissatisfaction ever crossed her, it arose from the idea that he was not perfectly happy. Desire of renown and presumptuous ambition had characterized his youth. The one he had acquired in Greece, the other he had sacrificed to love. His intellect found sufficient field for exercise in his domestic circle, whose members, all adorned by refinement and literature, were many of them, like himself, distinguished by genius. Yet active life was the genuine soil for his virtues, and he sometimes suffered tedium from the monotonous succession of events in our retirement. Pride made him recoil from complaint, and gratitude and affection to Perdita generally acted as an opiate to all desire, save that of meriting her love. We all observed the visitation of these feelings, and none regretted them so much as Perdita. Her life consecrated to him was a slight sacrifice to reward his choice, but was not that sufficient? Did he need any gratification that she was unable to bestow? This was the only cloud in the azure of her happiness. His passage to power had been full of pain to both. He, however, attained his wish. He filled the situation for which nature seemed to have molded him. His activity was fed in wholesome measure, without either exhaustion or satiety. His taste and genius found worthy expression in each of the modes human beings have invented to engage and manifest the spirit of beauty. The goodness of his heart made him never weary of conducing to the well-being of his fellow creatures. His magnificent spirit, and aspirations for the respect and love of mankind, now received fruition. True, his exaltation was temporary. Perhaps it were better that it should be so. Habit would not dull his sense of the enjoyment of power, nor struggles, disappointment and defeat await the end of that which would expire at its maturity. He determined to extract and condense all of glory, power and achievement, which might have resulted from a long reign, into the 3 years of his protectorate. Raymond was eminently social. All that he now enjoyed would have been devoid of pleasure to him, had it been unparticipated, but in Perdita he possessed all that his heart could desire. Her love gave birth to sympathy. Her intelligence made her understand him at a word. Her powers of intellect enabled her to assist and guide him. He felt her worth. During the early years of their union, the inequality of her temper, and yet unsubdued self-will which tarnished her character, had been a slight drawback to the fullness of his sentiment. Now that unchanged serenity and gentle compliance were added to her other qualifications, his respect equaled his love. Years added to the strictness of their union. They did not now guess at, and totter on the pathway, divining the mode to please, hoping, yet fearing the continuance of bliss. 5 years gave a sober certainty to their emotions, though it did not rob them of their ethereal nature. It had given them a child, but it had not detracted from the personal attractions of my sister. Timidity, which in her had almost amounted to awkwardness, was exchanged for a graceful decision of manner. Frankness, instead of reserve, characterized her physiognomy, and her voice was attuned to thrilling softness. She was now 23, in the pride of womanhood, fulfilling the precious duties of wife and mother, possessed of all her heart had ever coveted. Raymond was 10 years older. To his previous beauty, noble mien, and commanding aspect, he now added gentlest benevolence, winning tenderness, graceful and unwearied attention to the wishes of another. The first secret that had existed between them was the visits of Raymond to Evadne. He had been struck by the fortitude and beauty of the ill-fated Greek. and when her constant tenderness towards him unfolded itself, he asked with astonishment, by what act of his he had merited this passionate and unrequited love. She was for a while the sole object of his reveries, and Perdita became aware that his thoughts and time were bestowed on a subject unparticipated by her. My sister was by nature destitute of the common feelings of anxious, petulant jealousy. The treasure which she possessed in the affections of Raymond was more necessary to her being than the lifeblood that animated her veins, more truly than Othello, she might say. To be once in doubt is once to be resolved. On the present occasion, she did not suspect any alienation of affection, but she conjectured that some circumstance connected with his high place had occasioned this mystery. She was startled and pained. She began to count the long days and months and years which must elapse before he would be restored to a private station, and unreservedly to her. She was not content that, even for a time, he should practice concealment with her. She often repined, but her trust in the singleness of his affection was undisturbed, and when they were together, unchecked by fear, she opened her heart to the fullest delight. Time went on. Raymond, stopping midway in his wild career, paused suddenly to think of consequences. Two results presented themselves in the view he took of the future. That his intercourse with Evadne should continue a secret to, or that finally it should be discovered by Perdita. The destitute condition and highly wrought feelings of his friend prevented him from adverting to the possibility of exiling himself from her. In the first event he had bidden an eternal farewell to open-hearted converse, and entire sympathy with the companion of his life. The veil must be thicker than that invented by Turkish jealousy, the wall higher than the unscalable tower of Vathek, which should conceal from her the workings of his heart, and hide from her view the secret of his actions. This idea was intolerably painful to him. Frankness and social feelings were the essence of Raymond's nature. Without them his qualities became commonplace. Without these to spread glory over his intercourse with Perdita, his vaunted exchange of a throne for her love was as weak and empty as the rainbow hues which vanish when the sun is down. But there was no remedy. Genius, devotion, and courage, the adornments of his mind and the energies of his soul, all exerted to their uttermost stretch, could not roll back one hair's breadth the wheel of time's chariot. That which had been was written with the adamantine pen of reality, on the everlasting volume of the past. Nor could agony and tears suffice to wash out one iota from the act fulfilled. But this was the best side of the question. What, if circumstance should lead Perdita to suspect, and suspecting to be resolved? The fibers of his frame became relaxed, and cold dew stood on his forehead, at this idea. Many men may scoff at his dread, but he read the future, and the peace of Perdita was too dear to him, her speechless agony too certain, and too fearful, not to unman him. His course was speedily decided upon. If the worst befell, if she learnt the truth, he would neither stand her reproaches, or the anguish of her altered looks. He would forsake her, England, his friends, the scenes of his youth, the hopes of coming time. He would seek another country, and in other scenes, begin life again. Having resolved on this, he became calmer. He endeavored to guide with prudence the steeds of destiny through the devious road which he had chosen, and bent all his efforts the better to conceal what he could not alter. The perfect confidence that subsisted between Perdita and him rendered every communication common between them. They opened each other's letters, even as, until now, the inmost fold of the heart of each was disclosed to the other. A letter came unawares. Perdita read it. Had it contained confirmation, she must have been annihilated. As it was, trembling, cold and pale, she sought Raymond. He was alone, examining some petitions lately presented. She entered silently, sat on a sofa opposite to him, and gazed on him with a look of such despair, that wildest shrieks and dire moans would have been tame exhibitions of misery, compared to the living incarnation of the thing itself exhibited by her. At first he did not take his eyes from the papers. When he raised them, he was struck by the wretchedness manifest on her altered cheek. For a moment he forgot his own acts and fears, and asked with consternation, "Dearest girl, what is the matter? What has happened?" "Nothing," she replied at first. "And yet not so," she continued, hurrying on in her speech. "You have secrets, Raymond. Where have you been lately? Whom have you seen? What do you conceal from me? Why am I banished from your confidence? Yet, this is not it. I do not intend to entrap you with questions. One will suffice. Am I completely a wretch?" With trembling hand she gave him the paper, and sat white and motionless looking at him while he read it. He recognized the handwriting of Evadne, and the color mounted in his cheeks. With lightning speed he conceived the contents of the letter. All was now cast on one die. Falsehood and artifice were trifles in comparison with the impending ruin. He would either entirely dispel Perdita's suspicions or quit her forever. "My dear girl," he said, "I have been to blame, but you must pardon me. I was in the wrong to commence a system of concealment, but I did it for the sake of sparing you pain, and each day has rendered it more difficult for me to alter my plan. Besides, I was instigated by delicacy towards the unhappy writer of these few lines." Perdita gasped. "Well," she cried, "well, go on." "That is all. This paper tells all. I am placed in the most difficult circumstances. I have done my best, though perhaps I have done wrong. My love for you is inviolate." Perdita shook her head doubtingly. "It cannot be," she cried. "I know that it is not. You would deceive me, but I will not be deceived. I have lost you, myself, my life." "Do you not believe me?" said Raymond haughtily. "To believe you," she exclaimed, "I would give up all and expire with joy, so that in death I could feel that you were true, but that cannot be." "Perdita," continued Raymond, "you do not see the precipice on which you stand. You may believe that I did not enter on my present line of conduct without reluctance and pain. I knew that it was possible that your suspicions might be excited, but I trusted that my simple word would cause them to disappear. I built my hope on your confidence. Do you think that I will be questioned, and my replies disdainfully set aside? Do you think that I will be suspected, perhaps watched, cross-questioned and disbelieved? I am not yet fallen so low, my honor is not yet so tarnished. You have loved me, I adored you, but all human sentiments come to an end. Let our affection expire, but let it not be exchanged for distrust and recrimination. Heretofore we have been friends, lovers. Let us not become enemies, mutual spies. I cannot live the object of suspicion. You cannot believe me. Let us part." "Exactly so," cried Perdita. "I knew that it would come to this. Are we not already parted? Does not a stream, boundless as ocean, deep as vacuum, yawn between us?" Raymond rose, his voice was broken, his features convulsed, his manner calm as the earthquake-cradling atmosphere. He replied, "I am rejoiced that you take my decision so philosophically. Doubtless you will play the part of the injured wife to admiration. Sometimes you may be stung with the feeling that you have wronged me, but the condolence of your relatives, the pity of the world, the complacency which the consciousness of your own immaculate innocence will bestow, will be excellent balm. Me, you will never see more." Raymond moved towards the door. He forgot that each word he spoke was false. He personated his assumption of innocence even to self-deception. Have not actors wept, as they portrayed imagined passion? A more intense feeling of the reality of fiction possessed Raymond. He spoke with pride. He felt injured. Perdita looked up. She saw his angry glance. His hand was on the lock of the door. She started up, she threw herself on his neck, she gasped and sobbed. He took her hand, and leading her to the sofa, sat down near her. Her head fell on his shoulder, she trembled, alternate changes of fire and ice ran through her limbs. Observing her emotion, he spoke with softened accents. "The blow is given. I will not part from you in anger. I owe you too much. I owe you 6 years of unalloyed happiness. But they are past. I will not live the mark of suspicion, the object of jealousy. I love you too well. In an eternal separation only can either of us hope for dignity and propriety of action. We shall not then be degraded from our true characters. Faith and devotion have hitherto been the essence of our intercourse. These lost, let us not cling to the seedless husk of life, the unkernelled shell. You have your child, your brother Idris Adrian." "And you," cried Perdita, "the writer of that letter." Uncontrollable indignation flashed from the eyes of Raymond. He knew that this accusation at least was false. "Entertain this belief," he cried. "Hug it to your heart, make it a pillow to your head, an opiate for your eyes. I am content. But by the God that made me, hell is not more false than the word you have spoken." Perdita was struck by the impassioned seriousness of his asseverations. She replied with earnestness, "I do not refuse to believe you, Raymond. On the contrary, I promise to put implicit faith in your simple word. Only assure me that your love and faith towards me have never been violated. and suspicion and doubt and jealousy will at once be dispersed. We shall continue as we have ever done, one heart, one hope, one life. I have already assured you of my fidelity, said Raymond with disdainful coldness. Triple assertions will avail nothing where one is despised. I will say no more, for I can add nothing to what I have already said, to what you before contemptuously set aside. This contention is unworthy of both of us, and I confess that I am weary of replying to charges at once unfounded and unkind. Perdita tried to read his countenance, which he angrily averted. There was so much of truth and nature in his resentment, that her doubts were dispelled. Her countenance, which for years had not expressed a feeling unallied to affection, became again radiant and satisfied. She found it, however, no easy task to soften and reconcile Raymond. At first he refused to stay to hear her, but she would not be put off. Secure of his unaltered love, she was willing to undertake any labor, use any entreaty to dispel his anger. She obtained an hearing. He sat in haughty silence, but he listened. She first assured him of her boundless confidence. Of this he must be conscious, since, but for that, she would not seek to detain him. She enumerated their years of happiness. She brought before him past scenes of intimacy and happiness. She pictured their future life. She mentioned their child. Tears unbidden now filled her eyes. She tried to disperse them, but they refused to be checked. Her utterance was choked. She had not wept before. Raymond could not resist these signs of distress. He felt perhaps somewhat ashamed of the part he acted of the injured man, he who was in truth the injurer. And then he devoutly loved Perdita. The bend of her head, her glossy ringlets, the turn of her form were to him subjects of deep tenderness and admiration. As she spoke, her melodious tones entered his soul. He soon softened towards her, comforting and caressing her, and endeavoring to cheat himself into the belief that he had never wronged her. Raymond staggered forth from this scene, as a man might do, who had been just put to the torture, and looked forward to when it would be again inflicted. He had sinned against his own honor, by affirming, swearing to, a direct falsehood. True, this he had palmed on a woman, and it might therefore be deemed less base by others, not by him. For whom had he deceived? His own trusting, devoted, affectionate Perdita, whose generous belief galled him doubly, when he remembered the parade of innocence with which it had been exacted. The mind of Raymond was not so rough cast, nor had been so rudely handled, in the circumstance of life, as to make him proof to these considerations. On the contrary, he was all nerve. His spirit was as a pure fire which fades and shrinks from every contagion of foul atmosphere. But now the contagion had become incorporated with its essence, and the change was the more painful. Truth and falsehood, love and hate, lost their eternal boundaries. Heaven rushed in to mingle with hell, while his sensitive mind, turned to a field for such battle, was stung to madness. He heartily despised himself. He was angry with Perdita, and the idea of Evadne was attended by all that was hideous and cruel. His passions, always his masters, acquired fresh strength from the long sleep in which love had cradled them. The clinging weight of destiny bent him down. He was goaded, tortured, fiercely impatient of that worst of miseries, the sense of remorse. This troubled state yielded by degrees to sullen animosity and depression of spirits. His dependents, even his equals, if in his present post he had any, were startled to find anger, derision and bitterness in one, before distinguished for suavity and benevolence of manner. He transacted public business with distaste, and hastened from it to the solitude which was at once his bane and relief. He mounted a fiery horse, that which had borne him forward to victory in Greece. He fatigued himself with deadening exercise, losing the pangs of a troubled mind in animal sensation. He slowly recovered himself, yet at last, as one might from the effects of poison, he lifted his head from above the vapors of fever and passion, into the still atmosphere of calm reflection. He meditated on what was best to be done. He was first struck by the space of time that had elapsed, since madness, rather than any reasonable impulse, had regulated his actions. A month had gone by, and during that time he had not seen Evadne. Her power, which was linked to few of the enduring emotions of his heart, had greatly decayed. He was no longer her slave, no longer her lover. He would never see her more, and by the completeness of his return, deserve the confidence of Perdita. Yet, as he thus determined, fancy conjured up the miserable abode of the Greek girl. An abode, which from noble and lofty principle she had refused to exchange for one of greater luxury. He thought of the splendor of her situation and appearance when he first knew her. He thought of her life at Constantinople, attended by every circumstance of oriental magnificence. Of her present penury, her daily task of industry, her lorn state, her faded, famine-struck cheek. Compassion swelled his breast. He would see her once again. He would devise some plan for restoring her to society, and the enjoyment of her rank. Their separation would then follow, as a matter of course. Again he thought, how during this long month he had avoided Perdita, flying from her as from the stings of his own conscience. But he was awake now. All this should be remedied, and future devotion erase the memory of this only blot on the serenity of their life. He became cheerful, as he thought of this, and soberly and resolutely marked out the line of conduct he would adopt. He remembered that he had promised Perdita to be present this very evening, the 19th of October, anniversary of his election as protector, at a festival given in his honor. Good augury should this festival be of the happiness of future years. First, he would look in on Evadne. He would not stay, but he owed her some account, some compensation for his long and unannounced absence, and then to Perdita, to the forgotten world, to the duties of society, the splendor of rank, the enjoyment of power. The anniversary was at hand of the exaltation of Raymond to the office of protector, and it was customary to celebrate this day by a splendid festival. A variety of feelings urged Perdita to shed double magnificence over the scene. Yet, as she arrayed herself for the evening gala, she wondered herself at the pains she took to render sumptuous the celebration of an event which appeared to her the beginning of her sufferings. Woe befall the day, she thought, woe, tears and mourning betide the hour, that gave Raymond another hope than love, another wish than my devotion, and thrice joyful the moment when he shall be restored to me. God knows I put my trust in his vows, and believe his asserted faith. But for that I would not seek what I am now resolved to attain. Shall 2 years more be thus passed, each day adding to our alienation, each act being another stone piled on the barrier which separates us? No, my Raymond, my only beloved sole possession of Perdita. This night, this splendid assembly, these sumptuous apartments, and this adornment of your tearful girl, are all united to celebrate your abdication. Once for me you relinquished the prospect of a crown. That was in days of early love, when I could only hold out the hope, not the assurance of happiness. Now you have the experience of all that I can give, the heart's devotion, taintless love, and unhesitating subjection to you. You must choose between these, and your protectorate. This, proud noble, is your last night. Perdita has bestowed on it all of magnificent and dazzling that your heart best loves. But, from these gorgeous rooms, from this princely attendance, from power and elevation, you must return with tomorrow's sun to our rural abode. For I would not buy an immortality of joy by the endurance of one more weak sister to the last. Brooding over this plan, resolved when the hour should come, to propose and insist upon its accomplishment, secure of his consent, the heart of Perdita was lightened, or rather exalted. Her cheek was flushed by the expectation of struggle. Her eyes sparkled with the hope of triumph. Having cast her fate upon a die, and feeling secure of winning, she, whom I have named as bearing the stamp of Queen of Nations on her noble brow, now rose superior to humanity, and seemed in calm power to arrest with her finger the wheel of destiny. She had never before looked so supremely lovely. We, the Arcadian shepherds of the tale, had intended to be present at this festivity, but Perdita wrote to entreat us not to come, or to absent ourselves from Windsor, for she, though she did not reveal her scheme to us, resolved the next morning to return with Raymond to our dear circle, there to renew a course of life in which she had found entire felicity. Late in the evening, she entered the apartments appropriated to the festival. Raymond had quitted the palace the night before. He had promised to grace the assembly, but he had not yet returned. Still she felt sure that he would come at last, and the wider the breach might appear at this crisis, the more secure she was of closing it forever. It was, as I said, the 19th of October. The autumn was far advanced and dreary. The wind howled. The half-bare trees were despoiled of the remainder of their summer ornament. The state of the air which induced the decay of vegetation was hostile to cheerfulness or hope. Raymond had been exalted by the determination he had made, but with the declining day his spirits declined. First he was to visit Evadne, and then to hasten to the palace of the Protectorate. As he walked through the wretched streets in the neighborhood of the luckless Greek's abode, his heart smote him for the whole course of his conduct towards her. First, his having entered into any engagement that should permit her to remain in such a state of degradation, and then, after a short wild dream, having left her to drear solitude, anxious conjecture, and bitter, still disappointed expectation. What had she done the while? How supported his absence and neglect? Light grew dim in these close streets, and when the well-known door was opened, the staircase was shrouded in perfect night. He groped his way up, he entered the garret. He found Evadne stretched speechless, almost lifeless on her wretched bed. He called for the people of the house, but could learn nothing from them, except that they knew nothing. Her story was plain to him, plain and distinct as the remorse and horror that darted their fangs into him. When she found herself forsaken by him, she lost the heart to pursue her usual avocations. Pride forbade every application to him. Famine was welcomed as the kind porter to the gates of death, within whose opening folds she should now, without sin, quickly repose. No creature came near her, as her strength failed. If she died, where could there be found on record a murderer, whose cruel act might compare with his? What fiend more wanton in his mischief? What damned soul more worthy of perdition? But he was not reserved for this agony of self-reproach. He sent for medical assistance. The hours passed, spun by suspense into ages. The darkness of the long autumnal night yielded to day before her life was secure. He had her then removed to a more commodious dwelling, and hovered about her, again and again, to assure himself that she was safe. In the midst of his greatest suspense and fear as to the event, he remembered the festival given in his honor by Perdita. In his honor then, when misery and death were affixing indelible disgrace to his name, honor to him whose crimes deserved a scaffold. This was the worst mockery. Still Perdita would expect him. He wrote a few incoherent words on a scrap of paper, testifying that he was well, and bade the woman of the house take it to the palace, and deliver it into the hands of the wife of the Lord Protector. The woman, who did not know him, contemptuously asked how he thought she should gain admittance, particularly on a festal night, to that lady's presence. Raymond gave her his ring to ensure the respect of the menials. Thus, while Perdita was entertaining her guests, and anxiously awaiting the arrival of her lord, his ring was brought her, and she was told that a poor woman had a note to deliver to her from its wearer. The vanity of the old gossip was raised by her commission, which, after all, she did not understand, since she had no suspicion, even now, that Evadne's visitor was Lord Raymond. Perdita dreaded a fall from his horse, or some similar accident, till the woman's answers woke other fears. From a feeling of cunning blindly exercised, the officious, if not malignant messenger, did not speak of Evadne's illness, but she garrulously gave an account of Raymond's frequent visits, adding to her narration such circumstances, as, while they convinced Perdita of its truth, exaggerated the unkindness and perfidy of Raymond. Worst of all, his absence now from the festival, his message wholly unaccounted for, except by the disgraceful hints of the woman, appeared the deadliest insult. Again she looked at the ring. It was a small ruby, almost heart-shaped, which she had herself given him. She looked at the handwriting, which she could not mistake, and repeated to herself the words, "Do not, I charge you, I entreat you, permit your guests to wonder at my absence." The while the old crone, going on with her talk, filled her ear with a strange medley of truth and falsehood. At length Perdita dismissed her. The poor girl returned to the assembly, where her presence had not been missed. She glided into a recess somewhat obscured, and leaning against an ornamental column there placed, tried to recover herself. Her faculties were palsied. She gazed on some flowers that stood near in a carved vase. That morning she had arranged them. They were rare and lovely plants. Even now, all aghast as she was, she observed their brilliant colors and starry shapes. "Divine infoliations of the spirit of beauty," she exclaimed. "Ye droop not, neither do ye mourn. The despair that clasps my heart has not spread contagion over you. Why am I not a partner of your insensibility, a sharer in your calm?" She paused. "To my task," she continued mentally, "my guests must not perceive the reality, either as it regards him or me. I obey. They shall not, though I die the moment they are gone. They shall behold the antipodes of what is real, for I will appear to live, while I am dead." It required all her self-command to suppress the gush of tears self-pity caused at this idea. After many struggles, she succeeded, and turned to join the company. All her efforts were now directed to the dissembling her internal conflict. She had to play the part of a courteous hostess, to attend to all, to shine the focus of enjoyment and grace. She had to do this, while in deep woe she sighed for loneliness, and would gladly have exchanged her crowded rooms for dark forest depths, or a drear, night-shadowed heath. But she became gay. She could not keep in the medium, nor be, as was usual with her, placidly content. Everyone remarked her exhilaration of spirits. As all actions appear graceful in the eye of rank, her guests surrounded her applaudingly, although there was a sharpness in her laugh, and an abruptness in her sallies, which might have betrayed her secret to an attentive observer. She went on, feeling that if she had paused for a moment, the checked waters of misery would have deluged her soul, that her wrecked hopes would raise their wailing voices, and that those who now echoed her mirth, and provoked her repartees, would have shrunk in fear from her convulsive despair. Her only consolation during the violence which she did herself, was to watch the motions of an illuminated clock, and internally count the moments which must elapse, before she could be alone. At length the rooms began to thin. Mocking her own desires, she rallied her guests on their early departure. One by one they left her. At length she pressed the hand of her last visitor. "How cold and damp your hand is," said her friend. "You are over-fatigued. Pray hasten to rest." Perdita smiled faintly. Her guest left her. The carriage rolling down the street assured the final departure. Then, as if pursued by an enemy, as if wings had been at her feet, she flew to her own apartment. She dismissed her attendants. She locked the doors. She threw herself wildly on the floor. She bit her lips even to blood to suppress her shrieks, and lay long a prey to the vulture of despair, striving not to think, while multitudinous ideas made a home of her heart, and ideas horrid as furies, cruel as vipers, and poured in with such swift succession, that they seemed to jostle and wound each other while they worked her up to madness. At length she rose, more composed, not less miserable. She stood before a large mirror. She gazed on her reflected image, her light and graceful dress, the jewels that studded her hair, and encircled her beauteous arms and neck, her small feet shod in satin, her profuse and glossy tresses, all were to her clouded brow and woebegone countenance, like a gorgeous frame to a dark tempest-portraying picture. "Vase am I," she thought, "vase brimful of despair's direst essence. Farewell, Perdita, farewell, poor girl. Never again will you see yourself thus. Luxury and wealth are no longer yours. In the excess of your poverty, you may envy the homeless beggar. Most truly am I without a home. I live on a barren desert, which, wide and interminable, brings forth either fruit or flower. In the midst is a solitary rock, to which thou, Perdita, art chained, and thou seest the dreary level stretch far away." She threw open her window, which looked on the palace garden. Light and darkness were struggling together, and the orient was streaked by roseate and golden rays. One star only trembled in the depth of the kindling atmosphere. The morning air blowing freshly over the dewy plants, rushed into the heated room. "All things go on," thought Perdita, "all things proceed, decay and perish." When noontide has passed and the weary day has driven her team to their western stalls, the fires of heaven rise from the east, moving in their accustomed path, they ascend and descend the ski hill. When their course is fulfilled, the dial begins to cast westward an uncertain shadow. The eyelids of day are opened, and birds and flowers, the startled vegetation, and fresh breeze awaken. The sun at length appears, and in majestic procession climbs the capital of heaven. All proceeds, changes and dies, except the sense of misery in my bursting heart. Aye, all proceeds and changes. What wonder then, that love has journeyed on to its setting, and that the Lord of my life has changed. We call the supernal lights fixed, yet they wander about yonder plain, and if I look again where I looked an hour ago, the face of the eternal heavens is altered. The silly moon and inconstant planets vary nightly their erratic dance. The sun itself, sovereign of the sky, ever and anon deserts his throne, and leaves his dominion to night and winter. Nature grows old, and shakes in her decaying limbs. Creation has become bankrupt. What wonder, then, that eclipse and death have led to destruction the light of thy life, O Perdita. Chapter 10. Thus sad and disarranged were the thoughts of my poor sister, when she became assured of the infidelity of Raymond. All her virtues and all her defects tended to make the blow incurable. Her affection for me, her brother, for Adrian and Idris, was subject as it were to the reigning passion of her heart. Even her maternal tenderness borrowed half its force from the delight she had in tracing Raymond's features and expression in the infant's countenance. She had been reserved and even stern in childhood, but love had softened the asperities of her character, and her union with Raymond had caused her talents and affections to unfold themselves. The one betrayed, and the other lost, she in some degree returned to her ancient disposition. The concentrated pride of her nature, forgotten during her blissful dream, awoke, and with its adder's sting pierced her heart. Her humility of spirit augmented the power of the venom. She had been exalted in her own estimation, while distinguished by his love. Of what worth was she, now that he thrust her from this preferment? She had been proud of having won and preserved him, but another had won him from her, and her exaltation was as cold as a water-quenched ember. We, in our retirement, remained long in ignorance of her misfortune. Soon after the festival she had sent for her child, and then she seemed to have forgotten us. Adrian observed a change during a visit that he afterward paid them, but he could not tell its extent or divine the cause. They still appeared in public together, and lived under the same roof. Raymond was as usual courteous, though there was on occasions an unbidden haughtiness or painful abruptness in his manners, which startled his gentle friend. His brow was not clouded, but disdain sat on his lips, and his voice was harsh. Perdita was all kindness and attention to her lord, but she was silent, and beyond words sad. She had grown thin and pale, and her eyes often filled with tears. Sometimes she looked at Raymond as if to say, that it should be so. At others her countenance expressed, I will still do all I can to make you happy, but Adrian read with uncertain aim the character of her face, and might mistake. Clara was always with her, and she seemed most at ease, when in an obscure corner, she could sit holding her child's hand, silent and lonely. Still, Adrian was unable to guess the truth. He entreated them to visit us at Windsor, and they promised to come during the following month. It was May before they arrived. The season had decked the forest trees with leaves, and its paths with 1,000 flowers. We had notice of their intention the day before, and early in the morning, Perdita arrived with her daughter. Raymond would follow soon, she said. He had been detained by business. According to Adrian's account, I had expected to find her sad, but on the contrary, she appeared in the highest spirits. True, she had grown thin. Her eyes were somewhat hollow, and her cheeks sunk, though tinged by a bright glow. She was delighted to see us, caressed our children, praised their growth and improvement. Clara also was pleased to meet again her young friend Alfred. All kinds of childish games were entered into, in which Perdita joined. She communicated her gaiety to us, and as we amused ourselves on the castle terrace, it appeared that a happier, less careworn party could not have been assembled. This is better, mamma, said Clara, that being in that dismal London, where you often cry and never laugh as you do now. Silence, little foolish thing, replied her mother, and remember anyone that mentions London is sent to Coventry for an hour. Soon after, Raymond arrived. He did not join as usual in the playful spirit of the rest, but, entering into conversation with Adrian and myself, by degrees we seceded from our companions, and Idris and Perdita only remained with the children. Raymond talked of his new buildings, of his plan for an establishment for the better education of the poor. As usual, Adrian and he entered into argument, and the time slipped away unperceived. We assembled again towards evening, and Perdita insisted on our having recourse to music. She wanted, she said, to give us a specimen of her new accomplishment, for since she had been in London, she had applied herself to music and sang, without much power, but with a great deal of sweetness. We were not permitted by her to select any but light-hearted melodies, and all the operas of Mozart were called into service, that we might choose the most exhilarating of his airs. Among the other transcendent attributes of Mozart's music, it possesses more than any other that of appearing to come from the heart. You enter into the passions expressed by him, and are transported with grief, joy, anger, or confusion, as he, our soul's master, chooses to inspire. For some time the spirit of hilarity was kept up, but at length, Perdita receded from the piano, for Raymond had joined in the trio of Tacci and Giusto Cor, in Don Giovanni, whose arch entreaty was softened by him into tenderness, and thrilled her heart with memories of the changed past. It was the same voice, the same tone, the self-same sounds and words, which often before she had received, as the homage of love to her. No longer was it that, and this concord of sound with its dissonance of expression penetrated her with regret and despair. Soon after Idris, who was at the harp, turned to that passionate and sorrowful air in Figaro, Porgi, amor qualche ristoro, in which the deserted countess laments the change of the faithless Almaviva. The soul of tender sorrow is breathed forth in this strain, and the sweet voice of Idris, sustained by the mournful chords of her instrument, added to the expression of the words. During the pathetic appeal with which it concludes, a stifled sob attracted our attention to Perdita. The cessation of the music recalled her to herself. She hastened out of the hall. I followed her. At first, she seemed to wish to shun me, and then, yielding to my earnest questioning, she threw herself on my neck and wept aloud. "Once more," she cried, "once more on your friendly breast, my beloved brother, can the lost Perdita pour forth her sorrows. I had imposed a law of silence on myself, and for months I have kept it. I do wrong in weeping now, and greater wrong in giving words to my grief. I will not speak. Be it enough for you to know that I am miserable. Be it enough for you to know that the painted veil of life is rent, that I sit forever shrouded in darkness and gloom, that grief is my sister, everlasting lamentation my mate." I endeavored to console her. I did not question her, but I caressed her, assured her of my deepest affection and my intense interest in the changes of her fortune. "Dear words," she cried, "expressions of love come upon my ear, like the remembered sounds of forgotten music that had been dear to me. They are vain, I know, how very vain in their attempt to soothe or comfort me. Dearest Lionel, you cannot guess what I have suffered during these long months. I have read of mourners in ancient days, who clothed themselves in sackcloth, scattered dust upon their heads, ate their bread mingled with ashes, and took up their abode on the bleak mountain tops, reproaching heaven and earth aloud with their misfortunes. Why, this is the very luxury of sorrow. Thus one might go on from day to day contriving new extravagances, reveling in the paraphernalia of woe, wedded to all the appurtenances of despair. Alas, I must forever conceal the wretchedness that consumes me. I must weave a veil of dazzling falsehood to hide my grief from vulgar eyes, smooth my brow, and paint my lips in deceitful smiles. Even in solitude I dare not think how lost I am, lest I become insane and rave." The tears and agitation of my poor sister had rendered her unfit to return to the circle we had left, so I persuaded her to let me drive her through the park, and during the ride I induced her to confide the tale of her unhappiness to me, fancying that talking of it would lighten the burthen, and certain that, if there were a remedy, it should be found and secured to her. Several weeks had elapsed since the festival of the anniversary, and she had been unable to calm her mind or to subdue her thoughts to any regular train. Sometimes she reproached herself for taking too bitterly to heart that which many would esteem an imaginary evil, but this was no subject for reason, and, ignorant as she was of the motives and true conduct of Raymond, things assumed for her even a worse appearance than the reality warranted. He was seldom at the palace, never, but when he was assured that his public duties would prevent his remaining alone with Perdita. They seldom addressed each other, shunning explanation, each fearing any communication the other might make. Suddenly, however, the manners of Raymond changed. He appeared to desire to find opportunities of bringing about a return to kindness and intimacy with my sister. The tide of love towards her appeared to flow again. He could never forget how once he had been devoted to her, making her the shrine and storehouse wherein to place every thought and every sentiment. Shame seemed to hold him back, yet he evidently wished to establish a renewal of confidence and affection. From the moment Perdita had sufficiently recovered herself to form any plan of action, she had laid one down, which now she prepared to follow. She received these tokens of returning love with gentleness. She did not shun his company, but she endeavored to place a barrier in the way of familiar intercourse or painful discussion, which mingled pride and shame prevented Raymond from surmounting. He began at last to show signs of angry impatience, and Perdita became aware that the system she had adopted could not continue. She must explain herself to him. She could not summon courage to speak. She wrote thus: "Read this letter with patience, I entreat you. It will contain no reproaches. Reproach is indeed an idle word, for what should I reproach you? Allow me in some degree to explain my feeling. Without that we shall both grope in the dark, mistaking one another, erring from the path which may conduct, one of us at least, to a more eligible mode of life than that led by either during the last few weeks. I loved you, I love you. Neither anger nor pride dictates these lines, but a feeling beyond, deeper, and more unalterable than either. My affections are wounded, it is impossible to heal them. Cease then the vain endeavor, if indeed that way your endeavors tend. Forgiveness. Return. Idle words are these. I forgive the pain I endure, but the trodden path cannot be retraced. Common affection might have been satisfied with common usages. I believed that you read my heart, and knew its devotion, its unalienable fidelity towards you. I never loved any but you. You came the embodied image of my fondest dreams. The praise of men, power and high aspirations attended your career. Love for you invested the world for me in enchanted light. It was no longer the earth I trod, the earth common mother, yielding only trite and stale repetition of objects and circumstances old and worn out. I lived in a temple glorified by intense sense of devotion and rapture. I walked, a consecrated being, contemplating only your power, your excellence. For oh, you stood beside me, like my youth, transformed for me the real to a dream, clothing the palpable and familiar, with golden exhalations of the dawn. The bloom has vanished from my life. There is no morning to this all-investing night, no rising to the set sun of love. In those days the rest of the world was nothing to me. All other men, I never considered nor felt what they were, nor did I look on you as one of them. Separated from them, exalted in my heart, sole possessor of my affections, single object of my hopes, the best half of myself. Ah, Raymond, were we not happy? Did the sun shine on any, who could enjoy its light with purer and more intense bliss? It was not. It is not a common infidelity at which I repine. It is the disunion of an whole, which may not have parts. It is the carelessness with which you have shaken off the mantle of election, with which to me you were invested, and have become one among the many. Dream not to alter this. Is not love a divinity, because it is immortal? Did not I appear sanctified, even to myself, because this love had for its temple my heart? I have gazed on you as you slept, melted even to tears, as the idea filled my mind, that all I possessed lay cradled in those idolized, but mortal lineaments before me. Yet even then, I have checked thick-coming fears with one thought: I would not fear death, for the emotions that linked us must be immortal. And now I do not fear death. I should be well pleased to close my eyes, never more to open them again. And yet I fear it, even as I fear all things. For in any state of being linked by the chain of memory with this, happiness would not return. Even in paradise, I must feel that your love was less enduring than the mortal beatings of my fragile heart, every pulse of which knells audibly. The funeral note of love deep buried, without resurrection. No, no, me miserable. For love extinct there is no resurrection. Yet I love you, yet and forever would I contribute all I possess to your welfare. On account of a tattling world, for the sake of our child, I would remain by you, Raymond, share your fortunes, partake your counsel. Shall it be thus? We are no longer lovers, nor can I call myself a friend to any, since, lost as I am, I have no thought to spare from my own wretched engrossing self. But it will please me to see you each day, to listen to the public voice praising you, to keep up your paternal love for our girl, to hear your voice, to know that I am near you though you are no longer mine. If you wish to break the chains that bind us, say the word, and it shall be done. I will take all the blame on myself, of harshness or unkindness, in the world's eye. Yet, as I have said, I should be best pleased, at least for the present, to live under the same roof with you, when the fever of my young life is spent, when placid age shall tame the vulture that devours me, friendship may come, love, and hope being dead. May this be true? Can my soul, inextricably linked to this perishable frame, become lethargic and cold, even as this sensitive mechanism shall lose its youthful elasticity? Then, with lackluster eyes, grey hairs and wrinkled brow, though now the words sound hollow and meaningless, then, tottering on the grave's extreme edge, I may be your affectionate and true friend, Perdita. Raymond's answer was brief. What indeed could he reply to her complaints, to her griefs which she jealously paled round, keeping out all thought of remedy? Notwithstanding your bitter letter, he wrote, for bitter I must call it. You are the chief person in my estimation, and it is your happiness that I would principally consult. Do that which seems best to you, and if you can receive gratification from one mode of life in preference to another, do not let me be any obstacle. I foresee that the plan which you mark out in your letter will not endure long. But you are mistress of yourself, and it is my sincere wish to contribute as far as you will permit me to your happiness. Raymond has prophesied well, said Perdita. Alas, that it should be so. Our present mode of life cannot continue long, yet I will not be the first to propose alteration. He beholds in me one whom he has injured even unto death, and I derive no hope from his kindness. No change can possibly be brought about even by his best intentions. As well might Cleopatra have worn as an ornament the vinegar which contained her dissolved pearl, as I be content with the love that Raymond can now offer me. I own that I did not see her misfortune with the same eyes as Perdita. At all events methought that the wound could be healed, and if they remained together, it would be so. I endeavoured therefore to soothe and soften her mind, and it was not until after many endeavours that I gave up the task as impracticable. Perdita listened to me impatiently, and answered with some asperity, Do you think that any of your arguments are new to me, or that my own burning wishes and intense anguish have not suggested them all 1,000 times, with far more eagerness and subtlety than you can put into them? Lionel, you cannot understand what woman's love is. In days of happiness I have often repeated to myself, with a grateful heart and exulting spirit, all that Raymond sacrificed for me. I was a poor, uneducated, unbefriended mountain girl, raised from nothingness by him. All that I possessed of the luxuries of life came from him. He gave me an illustrious name and noble station. The world's respect reflected from his own glory. All his joined to his own undying love, inspired me with sensations towards him, akin to those with which we regard the giver of life. I gave him love only. I devoted myself to him. Imperfect creature that I was, I took myself to task, that I might become worthy of him. I watched over my hasty temper, subdued my burning impatience of character, schooled my self-engrossing thoughts, educating myself to the best perfection I might attain, that the fruit of my exertions might be his happiness. I took no merit to myself for this. He deserved it all labour, all devotion, all sacrifice. I would have toiled up a scaleless Alp to pluck a flower that would please him. I was ready to quit you all, my beloved and gifted companions, and to live only with him, for him. I could not do otherwise, even if I had wished. For if we are said to have two souls, he was my better soul, to which the other was a perpetual slave. One only return did he owe me, even fidelity. I earned that, I deserved it. Because I was mountain-bred, unallied to the noble and wealthy, shall he think to repay me by an empty name and station? Let him take them back. Without his love they are nothing to me. Their only merit in my eyes was that they were his. Thus passionately Perdita ran on. When I adverted to the question of their entire separation, she replied, Be it so. One day the period will arrive. I know it and feel it. But in this I am a coward. This imperfect companionship and our masquerade of union are strangely dear to me. It is painful, I allow, destructive, impracticable. It keeps up a perpetual fever in my veins. It frets my immedicable wound. It is instinct with poison. Yet I must cling to it. Perhaps it will kill me soon, and thus perform a thankful office. All these circumstances were now related to Adrian and Idris. Raymond then lamented the cureless evil of his situation with Perdita. He declared, notwithstanding her harshness, he even called it coldness, that he loved her. He had been ready once with the humility of a penitent, and the duty of a vassal, to surrender himself to her, giving up his very soul to her tutelage, to become her pupil, her slave, her bondsman. She had rejected these advances, and the time for such exuberant submission, which must be founded on love and nourished by it, was now past. Still all his wishes and endeavours were directed towards her peace, and his chief discomfort arose from the perception that he exerted himself in vain. If she were to continue inflexible in the line of conduct she now pursued, they must part. The combinations and occurrences of this senseless mode of intercourse were maddening to him, yet he would not propose the separation. He was haunted by the fear of causing the death of one or other of the beings implicated in these events, and he could not persuade himself to undertake to direct the course of events, lest, ignorant of the land he traversed, he should lead those attached to the car into irremediable ruin. After a discussion on this subject which lasted for several hours, he took leave of his friends and returned to town, unwilling to meet Perdita before us, conscious, as we all must be, of the thoughts uppermost in the minds of both. Perdita prepared to follow him with her child. Idris endeavored to persuade her to remain. My poor sister looked at the counselor with affright. She knew that Raymond had conversed with her. Had he instigated this request? Was this to be the prelude to their eternal separation? I have said that the defects of her character awoke and acquired vigor from her unnatural position. She regarded with suspicion the invitation of Idris. She embraced me, as if she were about to be deprived of my affection also. Calling me her more than brother, her only friend, her last hope, she pathetically conjured me not to cease to love her. And with increased anxiety, she departed for London, the scene and cause of all her misery. The scenes that followed convinced her that she had not yet fathomed the obscure gulf into which she had plunged. Her unhappiness assumed every day a new shape. Every day some unexpected event seemed to close, while in fact it led onward, the train of calamities which now befell her. Selected passion of the soul of Raymond was ambition. Readiness of talent, a capacity of entering into and leading the dispositions of men. Earnest desire of distinction were the awakeners and nurses of his ambition. But other ingredients mingled with these, and prevented him from becoming the calculating, determined character, which alone forms a successful hero. He was obstinate but not firm, benevolent in his first movements, harsh and reckless when provoked. Above all, he was remorseless and unyielding in the pursuit of any object of desire, however lawless. Love of pleasure, and the softer sensibilities of our nature, made a prominent part of his character, conquering the conqueror, holding him in at the moment of acquisition, sweeping away ambition's web, making him forget the toil of weeks, for the sake of one moment's indulgence of the new and actual object of his wishes. Obeying these impulses, he had become the husband of Perdita. Egged on by them, he found himself the lover of Evadne. He had now lost both. He had neither the ennobling self-gratulation, which constancy inspires, to console him, nor the voluptuous sense of abandonment to a forbidden but intoxicating passion. His heart was exhausted by the recent events. His enjoyment of life was destroyed by the resentment of Perdita, and the flight of Evadne, and the inflexibility of the former set the last seal upon the annihilation of his hopes. As long as their disunion remained a secret, he cherished an expectation of reawakening past tenderness in her bosom. Now that we were all made acquainted with these occurrences, and that Perdita, by declaring her resolves to others, in a manner pledged herself to their accomplishment, he gave up the idea of reunion as futile, and sought only, since he was unable to influence her to change, to reconcile himself to the present state of things. He made a vow against love and its train of struggles, disappointment and remorse, and sought in mere sensual enjoyment a remedy for the injurious inroads of passion. Debasement of character is the certain follower of such pursuits. Yet this consequence would not have been immediately remarkable, if Raymond had continued to apply himself to the execution of his plans for the public benefit, and the fulfilling his duties as protector. But extreme in all things, given up to immediate impressions, he entered with ardor into this new pursuit of pleasure, and followed up the incongruous intimacies occasioned by it without reflection or foresight. The council chamber was deserted. The crowds which attended on him as agents to his various projects were neglected. Festivity, and even libertinism became the order of the day. Perdita beheld with affright the increasing disorder. For a moment she thought that she could stem the torrent, and that Raymond could be induced to hear reason from her. Vain hope. The moment of her influence was past. He listened with haughtiness, replied disdainfully, and, if in truth she succeeded in awakening his conscience, the sole effect was that he sought an opiate for the pang in oblivious riot. With the energy natural to her, Perdita then endeavored to supply his place. Their still apparent union permitted her to do much, but no woman could, in the end, present a remedy to the increasing negligence of the protector, who, as if seized with a paroxysm of insanity, trampled on all ceremony, all order, all duty, and gave himself up to license. Reports of these strange proceedings reached us, and we were undecided what method to adopt to restore our friend to himself and his country, when Perdita suddenly appeared among us. She detailed the progress of the mournful change, and entreated Adrian and myself to go up to London, and endeavour to remedy the increasing evil. "Tell him," she cried, "tell Lord Raymond that my presence shall no longer annoy him, that he need not plunge into this destructive dissipation for the sake of disgusting me, and causing me to fly. This purpose is now accomplished, he will never see me more, but let me, it is my last entreaty, let me in the praises of his countrymen, and the prosperity of England, find the choice of my youth justified." During our ride up to town, Adrian and I discussed and argued upon Raymond's conduct, and his falling off from the hopes of permanent excellence on his part, which he had before given us cause to entertain. My friend and I had both been educated in one school, or rather I was his pupil in the opinion, that steady adherence to principle was the only road to honor, a ceaseless observance of the laws of general utility, the only conscientious aim of human ambition. But though we both entertained these ideas, we differed in their application. Resentment added also a sting to my censure, and I reprobated Raymond's conduct in severe terms. Adrian was more benign, more considerate. He admitted that the principles that I laid down were the best, but he denied that they were the only ones. Quoting the text, "There are many mansions in my Father's house," he insisted that the modes of becoming good or great varied as much as the dispositions of men, of whom it might be said, as of the leaves of the forest, there were no two alike. We arrived in London at about 11 at night. We conjectured, notwithstanding what we had heard, that we should find Raymond in St. Stephen's. Thither we sped. The chamber was full, but there was no protector, and there was an austere discontent manifest on the countenances of the leaders, and a whispering and busy tattle among the underlings, not less ominous. We hastened to the palace of the Protectorate. We found Raymond in his dining room with 6 others. The bottle was being pushed about merrily, and had made considerable inroads on the understanding of 1 or 2. He who sat near Raymond was telling a story, which convulsed the rest with laughter. Raymond sat among them, though while he entered into the spirit of the hour, his natural dignity never forsook him. He was gay, playful, fascinating, but never did he overstep the modesty of nature or the respect due to himself in his wildest sallies. Yet I own that considering the task which Raymond had taken on himself as protector of England, and the cares to which it became him to attend, I was exceedingly provoked to observe the worthless fellows on whom his time was wasted, and the jovial, if not drunken spirit which seemed on the point of robbing him of his better self. I stood watching the scene, while Adrian flitted like a shadow in among them, and by a word and look of sobriety, endeavoured to restore order in the assembly. Raymond expressed himself delighted to see him, declaring that he should make one in the festivity of the night. This action of Adrian provoked me. I was indignant that he should sit at the same table with the companions of Raymond, men of abandoned characters, or rather without any, the refuse of high-bred luxury, the disgrace of their country. "Let me entreat Adrian," I cried, "not to comply, rather join with me in endeavouring to withdraw Lord Raymond from this scene, and restore him to other society." "My good fellow," said Raymond, "this is neither the time nor place for the delivery of a moral lecture. Take my word for it that my amusements and society are not so bad as you imagine. We are neither hypocrites or fools. For the rest, dost thou think because thou art virtuous, there shall be no more cakes and ale?" I turned angrily away. "Verney," said Adrian, "you are very cynical. Sit down. Or if you will not, perhaps, as you are not a frequent visitor, Lord Raymond will humour you and accompany us as we had previously agreed upon to Parliament." Raymond looked keenly at him. He could read benignity only in his gentle lineaments. He turned to me, observing with scorn my moody and stern demeanour. "Come," said Adrian, "I have promised for you. Enable me to keep my engagement. Come with us." Raymond made an uneasy movement and laconically replied, "I won't." The party in the meantime had broken up. They looked at the pictures, strolled into the other apartments, talked of billiards, and one by one vanished. Raymond strode angrily up and down the room. I stood ready to receive and reply to his reproaches. Adrian leaned against the wall. "This is infinitely ridiculous," he cried. "If you were schoolboys you could not conduct yourselves more unreasonably." "You do not understand," said Raymond. "This is only part of a system, a scheme of tyranny to which I will never submit. Because I am protector of England, am I to be the only slave in its empire, my privacy invaded, my actions censured, my friends insulted? But I will get rid of the whole together. Be you witnesses." And he took the star insignia of office from his breast, and threw it on the table. I renounce my office. I abdicate my power. Assume it who will. Let him assume it, exclaimed Adrian. Who can pronounce himself, or whom the world will pronounce to be your superior? There does not exist the man in England with adequate presumption. Know yourself, Raymond, and your indignation will cease. Your complacency return. A few months ago, whenever we prayed for the prosperity of our country, or our own, we at the same time prayed for the life and welfare of the Protector, as indissolubly linked to it. Your hours were devoted to our benefit, your ambition was to obtain our commendation. You decorated our towns with edifices, you bestowed on us useful establishments, you gifted the soil with abundant fertility. The powerful and unjust cowered at the steps of your judgment seat, and the poor and oppressed arose like morn-awakened flowers under the sunshine of your protection. Can you wonder that we are all aghast and mourn, when this appears changed? But come, this splenetic fit is already past, resume your functions, your partisans will hail you, your enemies be silenced. Our love, honor, and duty will again be manifested towards you. Master yourself, Raymond, and the world is subject to you. All this would be very good sense if addressed to another, replied Raymond moodily. Con the lesson yourself, and you, the first peer of the land, may become its sovereign. You, the good, the wise, the just, may rule all hearts. But I perceive too soon for my own happiness, too late for England's good, that I undertook a task to which I am unequal. I cannot rule myself. My passions are my masters, my smallest impulse my tyrant. Do you think that I renounced the Protectorate, and I have renounced it, in a fit of spleen? By the God that lives, I swear never to take up that bauble again, never again to burthen myself with the weight of care and misery, of which that is the visible sign. Once I desired to be a king. It was in the heyday of youth, in the pride of boyish folly. I knew myself when I renounced it. I renounced it to gain, no matter what, for that also I have lost. For many months I have submitted to this mock majesty, this solemn jest. I am its dupe no longer. I will be free. I have lost that which adorned and dignified my life, that which linked me to other men. Again I am a solitary man, and I will become again, as in my early years, a wanderer, a soldier of fortune. My friends, for Verney, I feel that you are my friend, do not endeavor to shake my resolve. Perdita, wedded to an imagination, careless of what is behind the veil, whose character is in truth faulty and vile. Perdita has renounced me. With her it was pretty enough to play a sovereign's part. And, as in the recesses of your beloved forest we acted masks, and imagined ourselves Arcadian shepherds, to please the fancy of the moment, so was I content, more for Perdita's sake than my own, to take on me the character of one of the great ones of the earth, to lead her behind the scenes of grandeur, to vary her life with a short act of magnificence and power. This was to be the color, love and confidence the substance of our existence. But we must live, and not act our lives. Pursuing the shadow, I lost the reality. Now I renounce both. Adrian, I am about to return to Greece to become again a soldier, perhaps a conqueror. Will you accompany me? You will behold new scenes, see a new people, witness the mighty struggle there going forward between civilization and barbarism. Behold, and perhaps direct the efforts of a young and vigorous population, for liberty and order. Come with me, I have expected you, I waited for this moment. All is prepared. Will you accompany me? I will, replied Adrian. Immediately? Tomorrow, if you will. Reflect, I cried. Wherefore? Asked Raymond. My dear fellow, I have done nothing else than reflect on this step the livelong summer, and be assured that Adrian has condensed an age of reflection into this little moment. Do not talk of reflection, from this moment I abjure it. This is my only happy moment during a long interval of time. I must go, Lionel, the gods will it, and I must. Do not endeavor to deprive me of my companion, the outcast's friend. One word more concerning unkind, unjust Perdita. For a time I thought that by watching a complying moment, fostering the still warm ashes, I might relume in her the flame of love. It is more cold within her than a fire left by gypsies in winter time, the spent embers crowned by a pyramid of snow. Then, in endeavoring to do violence to my own disposition, I made all worse than before. Still I think that time, and even absence, may restore her to me. Remember that I love her still, that my dearest hope is that she will again be mine. I know, though she does not, how false the veil is which she has spread over the reality. Do not endeavor to rend this deceptive covering, but by degrees withdraw it. Present her with a mirror, in which she may know herself, and, when she is an adept in that necessary but difficult science, she will wonder at her present mistake, and hasten to restore to me what is by right mine, her forgiveness, her kind thoughts, her love. Chapter 11. After these events it was long before we were able to attain any degree of composure. A moral tempest had wrecked our richly freighted vessel, and we, remnants of the diminished crew, were aghast at the losses and changes which we had undergone. Idris passionately loved her brother, and could ill brook an absence whose duration was uncertain. His society was dear and necessary to me. I had followed up my chosen literary occupations with delight under his tutorship and assistance. His mild philosophy, unerring reason, and enthusiastic friendship were the best ingredient, the exalted spirit of our circle. Even the children bitterly regretted the loss of their kind playfellow. Deeper grief oppressed Perdita. In spite of resentment, by day and night she figured to herself the toils and dangers of the wanderers. Raymond absent, struggling with difficulties, lost to the power and rank of the protectorate, exposed to the perils of war, became an object of anxious interest. Not that she felt any inclination to recall him, if recall must imply a return to their former union. Such return she felt to be impossible. And while she believed it to be thus, and with anguish regretted that so it should be, she continued angry and impatient with him, who occasioned her misery. These perplexities and regrets caused her to bathe her pillow with nightly tears, and to reduce her in person and in mind to the shadow of what she had been. She sought solitude, and avoided us when in gaiety and unrestrained affection we met in a family circle. Lonely rousings, interminable wanderings, and solemn music were her only pastimes. She neglected even her child. Shutting her heart against all tenderness, she grew reserved towards me, her first and fast friend. I could not see her thus lost, without exerting myself to remedy the evil remediless I knew, if I could not in the end bring her to reconcile herself to Raymond. Before he went I used every argument, every persuasion to induce her to stop his journey. She answered the one with a gush of tears, telling me that to be persuaded life and the goods of life were a cheap exchange. It was not will that she wanted, but the capacity. Again and again she declared, it were as easy to enchain the sea, to put reins on the wind's viewless courses, as for her to take truth for falsehood, deceit for honesty, heartless communion for sincere confiding love. She answered my reasonings more briefly, declaring with disdain that the reason was hers, and, until I could persuade her that the past could be unacted, that maturity could go back to the cradle, and that all that was could become as though it had never been, it was useless to assure her that no real change had taken place in her fate. And thus with stern pride she suffered him to go, though her very heartstrings cracked at the fulfilling of the act, which rent from her all that made life valuable. To change the scene for her, and even for ourselves, all unhinged by the cloud that had come over us, I persuaded my two remaining companions that it were better that we should absent ourselves for a time from Windsor. We visited the north of England, my native Ullswater, and lingered in scenes dear from 1,000 associations. We lengthened our tour into Scotland, that we might see Loch Katrine and Loch Lomond. Thence we crossed to Ireland, and passed several weeks in the neighbourhood of Killarney. The change of scene operated to a great degree as I expected. After a year's absence, Perdita returned in gentler and more docile mood to Windsor. The first sight of this place for a time unhinged her. Here every spot was distinct with associations now grown bitter. The forest glades, the ferny dells and lawny uplands, the cultivated and cheerful country spread around the silver pathway of ancient Thames, all earth, air and wave, took up one choral voice, inspired by memory, instinct with plaintive regret. But my essay towards bringing her to a saner view of her own situation did not end here. Perdita was still to a great degree uneducated. When first she left her peasant life, and resided with the elegant and cultivated Evadne, the only accomplishment she brought to any perfection was that of painting, for which she had a taste almost amounting to genius. This had occupied her in her lonely cottage, when she quitted her Greek friend's protection. Her palette and easel were now thrown aside. Did she try to paint? Thronging recollections made her hand tremble, her eyes fill with tears. With this occupation she gave up almost every other, and her mind preyed upon itself almost to madness. For my own part, since Adrian had first withdrawn me from my selvatic wilderness to his own paradise of order and beauty, I had been wedded to literature. I felt convinced that however it might have been in former times, in the present stage of the world, no man's faculties could be developed, no man's moral principle be enlarged and liberal, without an extensive acquaintance with books. To me they stood in the place of an active career, of ambition, and those palpable excitements necessary to the multitude. The collation of philosophical opinions, the study of historical facts, the acquirement of languages, were at once my recreation and the serious aim of my life. I turned author myself. My productions, however, were sufficiently unpretending. They were confined to the biography of favorite historical characters, especially those whom I believed to have been traduced, or about whom clung obscurity and doubt. As my authorship increased, I acquired new sympathies and pleasures. I found another and a valuable link to enchain me to my fellow creatures. My point of sight was extended, and the inclinations and capacities of all human beings became deeply interesting to me. Kings have been called the fathers of their people. Suddenly I became as it were the father of all mankind. Posterity became my heirs. My thoughts were gems to enrich the treasure house of man's intellectual possessions. Each sentiment was a precious gift I bestowed on them. Let not these aspirations be attributed to vanity. They were not expressed in words, nor even reduced to form in my own mind. But they filled my soul, exalting my thoughts, raising a glow of enthusiasm, and led me out of the obscure path in which I before walked, into the bright, noon-enlightened highway of mankind, making me, citizen of the world, a candidate for immortal honors, an eager aspirant to the praise and sympathy of my fellow men. No one certainly ever enjoyed the pleasures of composition more intensely than I. If I left the woods, the solemn music of the waving branches, and the majestic temple of nature, I sought the vast halls of the castle, and looked over wide, fertile England, spread beneath our regal mount, and listened the while to inspiring strains of music. At such times solemn harmonies or spirit-stirring airs gave wings to my lagging thoughts, permitting them, methought, to penetrate the last veil of nature and her God, and to display the highest beauty in visible expression to the understandings of men. As the music went on, my ideas seemed to quit their mortal dwelling house. They shook their pinions and began a flight, sailing on the placid current of thought, filling the creation with new glory, and rousing sublime imagery that else had slept voiceless. Then I would hasten to my desk, weave the new-found web of mind in firm texture and brilliant colors, leaving the fashioning of the material to a calmer moment. But this account, which might as properly belong to a former period of my life as to the present moment, leads me far afield. It was the pleasure I took in literature, the discipline of mind I found arise from it, that made me eager to lead Perdita to the same pursuits. I began with light hand and gentle allurement, first exciting her curiosity, and then satisfying it in such a way as might occasion her, at the same time that she half forgot her sorrows in occupation, to find in the hours that succeeded a reaction of benevolence and toleration. Intellectual activity, though not directed towards books, had always been my sister's characteristic. It had been displayed early in life, leading her out to solitary musing among her native mountains, causing her to form innumerous combinations from common objects, giving strength to her perceptions, and swiftness to their arrangement. Love had come as the rod of the master prophet, to swallow up every minor propensity. Love had doubled all her excellencies, and placed a diadem on her genius. Was she to cease to love? Take the colors and odor from the rose, change the sweet nutriment of mother's milk to gall and poison, as easily might you wean Perdita from love. She grieved for the loss of Raymond with an anguish that exiled all smile from her lips, and trenched sad lines on her brow of beauty. But each day seemed to change the nature of her suffering, and every succeeding hour forced her to alter, if so I may style it, the fashion of her soul's mourning garb. For a time music was able to satisfy the cravings of her mental hunger, and her melancholy thoughts renewed themselves in each change of key, and varied with every alteration in the strain. My schooling first impelled her towards books, and if music had been the food of sorrow, the productions of the wise became its medicine. The acquisition of unknown languages was too tedious an occupation for one who referred every expression to the universe within, and read not, as many do, for the mere sake of filling up time, but who was still questioning herself and her author, molding every idea in 1,000 ways, ardently desirous for the discovery of truth in every sentence. She sought to improve her understanding. Mechanically, her heart and dispositions became soft and gentle under this benign discipline. After a while she discovered that amidst all her newly acquired knowledge, her own character, which formerly she fancied that she thoroughly understood, became the first in rank among the terrae incognitae, the pathless wilds of a country that had no chart. Erringly and strangely she began the task of self-examination with self-condemnation. And then again she became aware of her own excellencies, and began to balance with juster scales the shades of good and evil. I, who longed beyond words to restore her to the happiness it was still in her power to enjoy, watched with anxiety the result of these internal proceedings. But man is a strange animal. We cannot calculate on his forces like that of an engine, and, though an impulse draw with a 40 horsepower at what appears willing to yield to 1, yet in contempt of calculation the movement is not affected. Neither grief, philosophy, nor law could make Perdita think with mildness of the dereliction of Raymond. She now took pleasure in my society. Towards Idris she felt and displayed a full and affectionate sense of her worth. She restored to her child in abundant measure her tenderness and care. But I could discover, amidst all her repinings, deep resentment towards Raymond, and an unfading sense of injury, that plucked from me my hope, when I appeared nearest to its fulfillment. Among other painful restrictions, she has occasioned it to become a law among us, never to mention Raymond's name before her. She refused to read any communications from Greece, desiring me only to mention when any arrived, and whether the wanderers were well. It was curious that even little Clara observed this law towards her mother. This lovely child was nearly 8 years of age. Formerly she had been a light-hearted infant, fanciful, but gay and childish. After the departure of her father, thought became impressed on her young brow. Children, una department in language, seldom find words to express their thoughts, nor could we tell in what manner the late events had impressed themselves on her mind. But certainly she had made deep observations, while she noted in silence the changes that passed around her. She never mentioned her father to Perdita. She appeared half afraid when she spoke of him to me, and though I tried to draw her out on the subject, and to dispel the gloom that hung about her ideas concerning him, I could not succeed. Yet each foreign post day she watched for the arrival of letters, knew the postmark, and watched me as I read. I found her often poring over the article of Greek intelligence in the newspaper. There is no more painful sight than that of untimely care in children, and it was particularly observable in one whose disposition had heretofore been mirthful. Yet there was so much sweetness and docility about Clara, that your admiration was excited, and if the moods of mind are calculated to paint the cheek with beauty, and endow motions with grace, surely her contemplations must have been celestial, since every lineament was moulded into loveliness, and her motions were more harmonious than the elegant bounding of the fawns of her native forest. I sometimes expostulated with Perdita on the subject of her reserve, but she rejected my counsels, while her daughter's sensibility excited in her a tenderness still more passionate. After the lapse of more than a year, Adrian returned from Greece. When our exiles had first arrived, a truce was in existence between the Turks and Greeks, a truce that was asleep to the mortal frame, signal of renewed activity on waking. With the numerous soldiers of Asia, with all of warlike stores, ships and military engines, that wealth and power could command, the Turks at once resolved to crush an enemy, which, creeping on by degrees, had from their stronghold in the Morea, acquired Thrace and Macedonia, and had led their armies even to the gates of Constantinople, while their extensive commercial relations gave every European nation an interest in their success. Greece prepared for a vigorous resistance. It rose to a man, and the women, sacrificing their costly ornaments, accoutred their sons for the war, and bade them conquer or die with the spirit of the Spartan mother. The talents and courage of Raymond were highly esteemed among the Greeks. Born at Athens, that city claimed him for her own, and by giving him the command of her peculiar division in the army, the commander-in-chief only possessed superior power. He was numbered among her citizens, his name was added to the list of Grecian heroes, his judgment, activity and consummate bravery justified their choice. The Earl of Windsor became a volunteer under his friend. "It is well," said Adrian, "to prate of war in these pleasant shades, and with much ill-spent oil make a show of joy, because many thousand of our fellow creatures leave with pain this sweet air and natal earth. I shall not be suspected of being averse to the Greek cause. I know and feel its necessity. It is beyond every other a good cause. I have defended it with my sword, and was willing that my spirit should be breathed out in its defense. Freedom is of more worth than life, and the Greeks do well to defend their privilege unto death. But let us not deceive ourselves. The Turks are men. Each fiber, each limb is as feeling as our own, and every spasm, be it mental or bodily, is as truly felt in a Turk's heart or brain as in a Greek's. The last action at which I was present was the taking of. The Turks resisted to the last. The garrison perished on the ramparts, and we entered by assault. Every breathing creature within the walls was massacred. Think you, amidst the shrieks of violated innocence and helpless infancy, I did not feel in every nerve the cry of a fellow being. They were men and women, the sufferers. Before they were Mahometans, and when they rise turbanless from the grave, in what except their good or evil actions will they be the better or worse than we? 2 soldiers contended for a girl, whose rich dress and extreme beauty excited the brutal appetites of these wretches, who, perhaps good men among their families, were changed by the fury of the moment into incarnated evils. An old man with a silver beard, decrepit and bald, he might be her grandfather, interposed to save her. The battle-axe of one of them clove his skull. I rushed to her defense, but rage made them blind and deaf. They did not distinguish my Christian garb or heed my words. Words were blunt weapons then, for while war cried havoc, and murder gave fit echo, how could I turn back the tide of ills, relieving wrong, with milder cost of soothing eloquence? One of the fellows, enraged at my interference, struck me with his bayonet in the side, and I fell senseless. This wound will probably shorten my life, having shattered a frame, weak of itself. But I am content to die. I have learnt in Greece that one man, more or less, is of small import, while human bodies remain to fill up the thinned ranks of the soldiery, and that the identity of an individual may be overlooked, so that the muster roll contain its full numbers. All this has a different effect upon Raymond. He is able to contemplate the ideal of war, while I am sensible only to its realities. He is a soldier, a general. He can influence the bloodthirsty war dogs, while I resist their propensities vainly. The cause is simple. Burke has said that in all bodies those who would lead must also in a considerable degree follow. I cannot follow, for I do not sympathize in their dreams of massacre and glory. To follow and to lead in such a career is the natural bent of Raymond's mind. He is always successful, and bids fair at the same time that he acquires high name and station for himself, to secure liberty, probably extended empire, to the Greeks. Perdita's mind was not softened by this account. He, she thought, can be great and happy without me. Would that I also had a career, would that I could freight some untried bark with all my hopes, energies and desires, and launch it forth into the ocean of life bound for some attainable point, with ambition or pleasure at the helm. But adverse winds detain me on shore. Like Ulysses I sit at the water's edge and weep. But my nerveless hands can neither fell the trees nor smooth the planks. Under the influence of these melancholy thoughts, she became more than ever in love with sorrow. Yet Adrian's presence did some good. He at once broke through the law of silence observed concerning Raymond. At first she started from the unaccustomed sound. Soon she got used to it, and to love it, and she listened with avidity to the account of his achievements. Clara got rid also of her restraint. Adrian and she had been old playfellows, and now, as they walked or rode together, he yielded to her earnest entreaty, and repeated, for the 100th time, some tale of her father's bravery, munificence, or justice. Each vessel in the meantime brought exhilarating tidings from Greece. The presence of a friend in its armies and councils made us enter into the details with enthusiasm, and a short letter now and then from Raymond told us how he was engrossed by the interests of his adopted country. The Greeks were strongly attached to their commercial pursuits, and would have been satisfied with their present acquisitions, had not the Turks roused them by invasion. The patriots were victorious, a spirit of conquest was instilled, and already they looked on Constantinople as their own. Raymond rose perpetually in their estimation, but one man held a superior command to him in their armies. He was conspicuous for his conduct and choice of position in a battle fought in the plains of Thrace, on the banks of the Hebrus, which was to decide the fate of Islam. The Mahometans were defeated, and driven entirely from the country west of this river. The battle was sanguinary, the loss of the Turks apparently irreparable. The Greeks, in losing one man, forgot the nameless crowd strewed upon the bloody field, and they ceased to value themselves on a victory, which cost them Raymond. At the Battle of Macre he had led the charge of cavalry, and pursued the fugitives even to the banks of the Hebrus. His favorite horse was found grazing by the margin of the tranquil river. It became a question whether he had fallen among the unrecognized, but no broken ornament or stained trapping betrayed his fate. It was suspected that the Turks, finding themselves possessed of so illustrious a captive, resolved to satisfy their cruelty rather than their avarice, and fearful of the interference of England, had come to the determination of concealing forever the cold-blooded murder of the soldier they most hated and feared in the squadrons of their enemy. Raymond was not forgotten in England. His abdication of the Protectorate had caused an unexampled sensation, and when his magnificent and manly system was contrasted with the narrow views of succeeding politicians, the period of his elevation was referred to with sorrow. The perpetual recurrence of his name, joined to most honourable testimonials, in the Greek gazettes, kept up the interest he had excited. He seemed the favourite child of fortune, and his untimely loss eclipsed the world, and showed forth the remnant of mankind with diminished lustre. They clung with eagerness to the hope held out that he might yet be alive. Their minister at Constantinople was urged to make the necessary perquisitions, and should his existence be ascertained, to demand his release. It was to be hoped that their efforts would succeed, and that though now a prisoner, the sport of cruelty and the mark of hate, he would be rescued from danger and restored to the happiness, power, and honour which he deserved. The effect of this intelligence upon my sister was striking. She never for a moment credited the story of his death. She resolved instantly to go to Greece. Reasoning and persuasion were thrown away upon her. She would endure no hindrance, no delay. It may be advanced for a truth that, if argument or entreaty can turn anyone from a desperate purpose, whose motive and end depends on the strength of the affections only, then it is right so to turn them, since their docility shows that neither the motive nor the end were of sufficient force to bear them through the obstacles attendant on their undertaking. If, on the contrary, they are proof against expostulation, this very steadiness is an omen of success, and it becomes the duty of those who love them to assist in smoothing the obstructions in their path. Such sentiments actuated our little circle. Finding Perdita immovable, we consulted as to the best means of furthering her purpose. She could not go alone to a country where she had no friends, where she might arrive only to hear the dreadful news which must overwhelm her with grief and remorse. Adrian, whose health had always been weak, now suffered considerable aggravation of suffering from the effects of his wound. Idris could not endure to leave him in this state, nor was it right either to quit or take with us a young family for a journey of this description. I resolved at length to accompany Perdita. The separation from my Idris was painful, but necessity reconciled us to it in some degree. Necessity, and the hope of saving Raymond, and restoring him again to happiness and Perdita. No delay was to ensue. 2 days after we came to our determination, we set out for Portsmouth, and embarked. The season was May. The weather stormless. We were promised a prosperous voyage. Cherishing the most fervent hopes, embarked on the waste ocean, we saw with delight the receding shore of Britain, and on the wings of desire outspeeded our well-filled sails towards the south. The light curling waves bore us onward, and old ocean smiled at the freight of love and hope committed to his charge. It stroked gently its tempestuous plains, and the path was smoothed for us. Day and night the wind right aft gave steady impulse to our keel, nor did rough gale, or treacherous sand, or destructive rock interpose an obstacle between my sister and the land which was to restore her to her first beloved, her dear heart's confessor, a heart within that heart. End of Volume 1.